The anchor on the evening news had the voice they use when they've stopped believing their own script. War in 12 countries, volcanoes waking up in places that hadn't had one since the dinosaurs filed a complaint, acid rain along the coast. And then the detail that put me on my feet, ordinary people had started hoarding lake salt and mung beans. That's the tell. Governments lie. Grandmothers buying beans do not. So I picked up the phone and called Secretary Wang and told him to sell everything the company owned at a 30% discount. All of it. Today. He said, "Ma'am, that's 3 trillion in assets." I said, "Then it should be a short phone call." 4 hours after that call I was dead. And I want it on the record that the apocalypse did not get me. I bought my way out of the apocalypse. What got me was a hole in the road. You need to understand who I was, or none of this is going to be funny. My parents died in a plane crash when I was 15 and left me a fortune and a company. I ran that company through university, which is a sentence that sounds impressive until you realize it mostly meant doing calculus in the back of a car. Electronic engineering was my field. Robotics was my obsession. By 30 I had a research team that other countries tried to buy, and a personal fortune that had stopped being a number and started being a weather system. I had never been married. I had never even had a boyfriend, because when you are that rich, every man who smiles at you is running a spreadsheet behind his eyes. I had all the money in the world and nobody to eat dinner with. Very cool. Loved that for me, so I hung up the phone and prepared to buy my way through the apocalypse. And that's when my wrist started glowing. The bracelet was jade, dark green, my mother's, her mother's before that. The kind of family thing you wear because you'd feel guilty in a drawer. It had never done anything except sit there being jade. Now, it was throwing out light like somebody had put a lamp inside it. Now, I had read enough novels to know exactly one thing about glowing heirlooms. So I took the utility knife out of my pen holder and cut my left index finger and let 2 drops fall on the stone. The bracelet vanished, and a world opened up in front of my desk. Hundreds of hectares of farmland, rice paddies running out past where my eyes gave up. Cattle and sheep and chickens and ducks wandering around like they'd been waiting for me to show up and start paying attention. Fish ponds, pear trees, peach trees, apple trees, cherry trees, all fruiting at once, which is not a thing that happens on Earth, and I decided not to think about it. I walked further in and started laughing, because I recognized it. The organic farm my company owned. My private golf course. My vacation villa, the ugly white one my architect had cried about. All of it, packed up and moved into my wrist, appliances still humming. There was a well behind the villa. Clear water coming up on its own, steady as a heartbeat. I filled a teacup halfway and drank it because apparently my survival instinct had gone out for cigarettes. It went down sweet and cold and something in my chest let go. I took my glasses off to rub my eyes and then I stopped because I could still see the leaves on the apple tree 40 meters away. Every one of them. I had been nearsighted since I was 9. So, a private space with a spring that fixes people. Very useful in the apocalypse. Not remotely enough, because here's the thing about the end of the world. Everyone imagines it as a fight. It isn't. It's a supply chain problem with zombies attached. I went back to my desk and started spending. The company had 2 trillion in cash after the fire sale, and money that survives the apocalypse is just paper with a good opinion of itself. So I bought 100,000 tons of rice from the Northeast and 200,000 tons of wheat flour, 2 million loaves of bread, 300,000 bags of frozen dumplings, 500,000 bags of frozen meat buns, 3 million boxes of instant noodles, because if I was going to survive the collapse of civilization, I refused to do it without a hot pot base. 100,000 cans each of beef, ham, and fish. 100,000 bags of pickled mustard greens, osmanthus cake, 8 treasure cake, wife cake, minimum order 100,000 bags each, and yes, I'm aware that's a lot of cake. Then I remembered the space had farmland, so I bought 100,000 seeders and harvesters and rice mills and flour mills, and 100,000 bags of seed, churn, soybean, wheat, rice, bok choy, pumpkin, winter melon, tomato, eggplant, sunflower. I planted a test row in the space and watered it with spring water and watched it sprout and leaf out while I was still standing there holding the bucket. Okay. So the well didn't just fix eyes. Towels. Soap, depicted, ray, cooking oil in 4 varieties. Milk powder, white sugar, brown sugar, bedding, mattresses, mosquito nets, everything in the millions. Then I got nervous that I'd forgotten something small and stupid, the way you always do, so I bought 3 entire supermarkets and moved the shelves and the warehouses in whole. 10,000 double-door refrigerators. 200,000 windproof matchboxes. 1,000 diesel generators and 1,000 solar ones. Medicine, because being sick in the apocalypse is just dying slowly with paperwork. I bought out 3 pharmacy warehouses. Every pill Tongruntang made. 1 million yuan of medical spray from Yunnan Baiyao. More than 100 kinds of vacuum-sealed Chinese herbs from 2 markets, north and south, which is more variety than you'd find in 100 apothecary cabinets. And then cupping sets, glass and bamboo, acupuncture needles, and the little wooden combs for working the meridians. Then I found farmers on the shopping app selling fresh herbs with the roots and the dirt still on. And I bought those too and planted them on my mountain. Clothes, 10,000 pieces. Per style, all 4 seasons. 10,000 ski suits and down jackets, in case the end of the world came in cold. 10,000 oxygen tanks and 10,000 oxygen generators, because oxygen tanks run out and I am not the kind of woman who solves a problem halfway. That month, purely because of me, national domestic demand went up and the GDP rose 3%. Jow. I flew abroad and spent 100 million euros on a ton of gold bars. I bought weapons from European arms companies, which took 2 lunches and a lawyer. I bought amphibious helicopters and 100 yachts and 1,000 off-road vehicles and 1,000,000 tons of fuel to feed them. Excavators, cranes, tillers, 10,000 of each, 10 million solar panels, 200,000 phones. Not to call anyone, but for the chips inside them. And then I emptied my own laboratory, nanny robots, doctor robots, 50 bodyguard robots, personal flight packs, electronic dogs. I dissolved the research team and gave them the last 300 million as severance. They all thought I was retiring to travel the world. They were thrilled for me. One of them cried. That night we had a farewell dinner and I drove myself home. And the sky came down and the ground opened up. I didn't even get a scream out. Gee. The car went into the dark and kept going. And the last coherent thought I had was not about my parents or my company or the 2 trillion yuan of instant noodles. It was I have never slept with a man. I have no children. And I never even got to eat any of it. So, I dove into the space, and everything went black. I woke up on a hard bed in a room that smelled like coal smoke. The ceiling was low and stained. There was a calendar on the wall, red paper, and it said 1970. Great, end up. Apocalypse I prepared for 2 trillion yuan against had declined to show up, and instead I'd been mailed backwards 50 years. I checked my wrist. Nothing. I checked with my mind, the way you check for a tooth with your tongue, and there it was. The farm. The villa. 3 supermarkets. 50 bodyguard robots standing in a warehouse in perfect rows like the world's most expensive coat rack. Everything I owned had come with me. Then the memories arrived, and they were not mine, and they hurt. The girl whose body I was in was named Chen Xuelian. Same name as me, which I decided to be spooked about later. She was 20. She had a job at a research institute. She had graduated university at 18 after skipping half of primary school, and she had been washing her younger siblings' diapers since she was 6 and cooking for the whole house since she was 8. And she was not her parents' daughter. Her real father was Li Haoming, a state weapons researcher who'd come home from abroad because his country called. Her real mother was Zhou Meihiwa. 20 years ago, when Zhou Meihiwa gave birth, her husband was away at a base and only the nanny was in the room. The nanny's own daughter had given birth 2 days earlier. And the nanny looked at that big house and those educated people and that soft future. And she swapped the babies. Her daughter, Li Fenfeng, knew. She helped. She had just given birth to a girl and her in-laws were already treating her like a returned appliance. So a trade suited everybody. The mother fainted after the delivery and never saw her own child's face. She raised the nanny's granddaughter for 20 years and called her precious. And the real daughter got raised in the other house, in the steel mill dormitory, by people who knew exactly what she was and treated her accordingly. The girl before me had figured it out 3 days ago. She'd overheard them. And then, last night, her mother sold her 300 yuan from Director Gao of the state meat processing plant. 42 years old, divorced, 2 half-grown sons who ran the street like small unpleasant weather. His previous wife had hanged herself. The girl had come home from work to find him waiting to pick her up, and she'd understood what her life was now. And sometime in the night her heart had simply stopped. She had been 20 years old and she had never once been chosen. I lay there in her bed in her thin clothes and I got very calm. Not sad. Calm. Sad is a thing you do afterward. Then someone knocked on the bathroom door and ruined the moment. I got up, washed my face in a basin of cold water, opened the door, and a girl was standing there smiling at me with her whole mouth and none of her eyes. Chen Lijuan. The daughter. The one who got kept. Chen Lijuan, she said, go to the countryside in my place. I said nothing, mostly because I was still learning how this face worked. You've got a good job in the city, she went on, tipping her head like she was doing me a favor with her neck. Doll. But going down to the countryside would be good for you. That way you won't have to marry someone and become a stepmother. Liu Fenfeng already took the bride price from Director Gao of the meat plant. Once she's taken it, you can't refuse. I'm telling you this for your own good. She leaned in a little. Director Jiao is only 3 years younger than Liu Jiangguo, you know. And I hear he's really bad about hitting his wives. His last one couldn't take it and hanged herself. He'll be sweet to you for a few days because you're pretty. Then he'll find fault. And he's got 2 sons already, both of them thugs on this street. She patted my arm. Marry him and your life is over. Go down to the countryside and marry a farmer and maybe someone will treasure you for a lifetime. Every sentence out of her mouth was shaped like kindness and filled with something else, the way they build a cake around a file. So I slapped her. I want to be clear that I did not plan this. My hand went out ahead of my brain and came back before my brain had finished forming an opinion. The sound was enormous in that little hallway. Chen Xuelian stood there with her face going red in the shape of my fingers, and I watched her whole understanding of the universe try to reboot. Chen Xuelian, she said, and her voice had gone up an octave. You dare hit me. An older sister disciplining a younger one, I said. It's practically traditional. I shook out my wrist. It stung. Worth it. Don't talk to me again, I told her. Looking at you makes me want to wash. She screamed and came at my face with her nails out, which told me everything about what she'd been planning. She didn't want me to go to the countryside. She wanted me disfigured, so I'd have to go. I stepped sideways and caught both her braids. If you have never grabbed a woman by the braids, I'm not going to recommend it as a lifestyle, but I will tell you it works. She folded straight over, howling, hands scrabbling at my wrists. Let go. Let go of my braid. I kept the hair in one fist and kicked the back of her knee, and she went down onto the concrete like a dropped coat. You know I'm your older sister, I said, and you still won't listen. Your parents didn't raise you properly. I'm correcting that now. And out it came, the thing she'd been sitting on her whole life, squeezed out by pain like a splinter. Who do you think you are, my sister? You're a stray my parents picked up off the street. Oh, I said, genuinely delighted. Where exactly did they pick me up from? Du Fin. Because that was the confirmation, in front of a hallway, from her own mouth, and I had been in this century for 11 minutes. That's when the door banged open and Liu Fenfeng came home. Hey, what are you doing, Xuelian? Let go of your sister. She was 50-something and built like a door, and her face did something complicated when she saw which daughter was on the floor. This was not the arrangement she was used to. I did not let go. You've already arranged a marriage for me, I said. You already took 300 yuan from Director GAO of the meat plant, haven't you? So what if I did? She got her chin up. She was completely unembarrassed, which I'll admit I admired in a purely academic way. How can you be so ungrateful? A man like Director Gao is a good life. Do you have any idea how hard it is to queue for meat every single day? Then marry Li Juan to him, I said. She doesn't have a job. She'd be exempt from the countryside the day the certificate is signed. Everybody wins. Liu Fenfeng opened her mouth and nothing came out. I watched her think, when did this girl learn to talk? The older one has to marry first, she said finally. That's the rule. Fine. Then you divorce Liu Jiangguo and marry Director Gao yourself. He's your age. He's got 2 kids. You'd match beautifully. You little wretch. Are you making fun of me? I let go of the braids, picked up the bag from the hook by the door, put it over my shoulder and walked out while she was still working on the second half of that sentence. Here's what I decided on the stairs. This family was garbage. Not interesting garbage. Not tragic garbage. Just the ordinary kind that eats a girl for 20 years and then sells the bones. I was going to take them apart, and then I was going to get very far away from them, because the one thing worse than being stolen by poor cruel people is being found again by them once you're worth something. To get far away, I needed my household registration moved. To move my registration, I needed either a job transfer or a husband. So, I needed a man with a residence permit on the far side of the country, a strong back, and a decent character, and I needed him inside a week. Very normal Tuesday, but first, the errand. The neighborhood office was 2 streets over, 1 room, 4 desks, a wall of paper. They all lit up when I came in, because the girl before me had been polite to everyone in this district for 20 years and had never once asked for anything. Xuelian, what brings you in? I smiled and made my voice soft, which is a skill I learned in boardrooms and never expected to use on a sub-district clerk. My sister's at home with no work, I said. She's been saying she wants to go down to the countryside and contribute to rural construction. I came to register her. The whole room stopped. But your mother told us yesterday Li Juan had a job coming and wouldn't be going down. What changed? I sighed. And let the sigh have a little suffering in it. My mother wants to keep her in the city. But there's no job coming, not soon, and my father criticized her for it. He said, we have several children in this house. How can Li Juan be the one who gets out of it? That's not being progressive. I leaned in slightly. Li Juan told me herself this morning. She said she doesn't want to eat for free in the city. She wants to be an activist. The whole office nodded at once, which is a thing offices do, and someone got the folder. Xuelian, we're arranging a new batch next week. There are several settlements, let her pick. They spread the sheet out, in arms in the great northern wilderness, farms on the northwest plain, settlements in the southern mountains. I read the whole page carefully, the way you read a menu when you're paying with someone else's money, and then I put my pen on the one at the very bottom. A valley settlement so far into the mountains it had directions instead of an address. This one, I said. My sister says the harder the conditions, the more a young person grows. She wants to set an example for our 3 little brothers. She wants to bring honor to the family. There was a silence in that office that I would frame if I could. You're Li Juan, said the director, and his voice actually went thick. Is a fine girl. We'll give her the biggest red flower we've got. Thank you. I should get to the institute. I don't want to hold up your work. Hold up our work, Xuelian. Your sister volunteering like this sets an example for every young person in this district. We should be thanking your family. And then the director of the neighborhood office reached into a drawer and handed me 50 yuan. An encouragement bonus, he said. For families sending educated youth down to the countryside. Yushi, Tay Electronic Science and Technology Research Institute, was 3 streets and 1 bicycle bell away, and the second I walked through the door I understood that everybody already knew. They came at me sideways the way people do. Jiwei, we hear you are getting married. Oh, that's not me, I said, hanging up my coat. That's my mother. She's divorcing my father. She wants to remarry. A woman at the next desk put her tea down very slowly. Really? Because yesterday Director Cow from the meat plant came to pick you up after work. We all saw. We assumed you were about to become somebody's stepmother. How could that be? I said. He's 3 years younger than my father. He wants to marry my mother. He's practically begging me to help him with it. My parents aren't even divorced yet, and he's already circling. Honestly, it's humiliating, and I'd rather not discuss it. I have to report to the deputy director. Excuse me. And I walked away and left 8 people holding a piece of information that was going to be all over the compound by lunch. Here is a rule I have never regretted. If someone starts a story about you, do not correct it. Replace it. The deputy director's door was half open. Deputy Director Zhao was a small woman with reading glasses on a string, and the girl before me had liked her, which in that memory was rare enough to stand out like a lit window. Director, are you busy? Could I have a word? Xiao Chen. Come in, come in. I closed the door. She didn't even wait for me to sit. Is everything all right at home? Do you need help? Leaders have their own way of asking about a bride price. Director Zhao, I said, you may not know this. My mother agreed to Gao Wei's proposal without telling me. She wanted the money. I don't know him. I don't want him. I let my voice go tired, which took no acting at all. We live in a new society. How can parents still be selling daughters? Her whole face changed. Don't you worry, she said. I'm your leader. I'm not standing by for this. Arranged marriage isn't legal. If they try to force you, we report it to the police. Thank you, I don't know how to thank you. How could a girl like you marry a man that old? Your parents are really… And she stopped, because she was a refined person and could not bring herself to say what they were. Then she brightened. How about I introduce you to someone? A man who can protect you. That was not what I came in for. I came in to ask for a transfer. Director, could you transfer me to another province? Her face fell. That's very hard. Most of the non-military institutes elsewhere have shut down. Then could you recommend me to a military research unit? Harder still. She counted it off on her fingers. Gently. The way you break bad news to someone you like. The military recruits researchers out of the academies or straight from the key engineering universities, and both channels have been suspended for 2 years. The women's postings are almost all medical, nursing, or the arts troupe, and those go to officers' children in the cities, who are past the age. They take female soldiers at all. So that was the door, and it was shut, and it was bolted, and my household registration was still sitting in a drawer in Liu Fenfeng's house like a hostage. Deputy Director Zhao watched me think. Wasiao. If you marry out, your mother can't squeeze you anymore. I know a few promising young men. Would you meet one? With your qualifications, you are good enough for any of them. I thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to be polite. All right. She perked straight up. She was going to enjoy this. Now then, what are your requirements? Appearance, height, work unit. Tell me everything. Could I choose? Apparently, in 1970 you could choose. He needs to be registered somewhere else, I said. Physically strong, good character, that's all. She laughed out loud. Duh? Well, now that you say it like that. Tahir is a young officer posted on the border. Military academy graduate. His aunt asked me a while back to keep an eye out for him, and he's home on leave right now. Only a few days. There are a lot of girls in this institute. I think you are the most suitable. Would you be willing to go and live with the army? What she did not tell me, and I found out later, was that his father commanded a military region and he was already a regimental commander at 28. She left it out on purpose. You wanted a girl to like the man, not the file. I heard border officer and military academy, and something in my chest sat up straight. I come from a time built on top of people like that. I've never met one. I've eaten their whole harvest my entire life. I'll go, I said. Then go back to work and don't worry about a thing. I'll settle the time with his aunt. I got up. She was already reaching for the phone before the door shut. 2 hours later she came to find me at my desk in person, glowing. Xuelian. He happens to be free today. Why don't you go see him this afternoon? Today. I won't come along. It would make it too formal. Put pressure on you both. You young people talk. If you don't suit each other, I'll find you another one. She patted my arm. There isn't much work, anyway. Leave early. I left on time instead of early, because being punctual to a blind date is how you show a stranger you respect his hour. I walked to the state-run restaurant on West Street with 50 yuan of other people's encouragement money in my pocket and a plan for my entire life scheduled for the next 90 minutes. His name was Wang Jianjun. That was everything I knew. The restaurant had 3 customers in it and one man in a green uniform, sitting with his back absolutely straight, reading a newspaper like it had personally challenged him. That would be him. Here's what I did next, and I stand by it. I did not walk up to him. I sat down at the table beside his. Because I wanted 20 seconds to watch a man who didn't know he was being watched. If he'd been dragged here by an ant and hated every second of it, I wanted to know before I opened my mouth, so I could finish my tea and leave with my dignity in a bag. He looked up the instant I sat. Some people have a radar. He had a radar. Our eyes met. Sword eyebrows, a high nose, a hard clean jaw, and a stillness that most men have to fake. I smiled politely and looked away. And then a completely different man appeared at my elbow. Miss, are you waiting for someone? Men. I'm here for a blind date too, he said, and sat down. Geez. I want to record that from the corner of my eye I watched the officer at the next table go absolutely still, and something behind his face closed like a door. Comrade, I said, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. My blind date is a soldier from the army. His name is Wang Jianjun. The chair beside me went back so fast it barked on the tile. Hello, Comrade Chen Xuelian. I am Wang Jian. He was 1.86 meters. He said it like he was reporting in. The other man looked up at him, made an apology out of one syllable, and relocated to a table across the room, where he continued to look over hopefully, apparently waiting for my date to go badly. Jun turned his head and gave him one look. Just one. The man discovered something fascinating in his own hands. Then he came and stood beside my table, and his voice completely changed register. Comrade Chen Xuelian. May I sit down? He wasn't sure of me. Dear, he'd figured out that I knew he was the only uniform in the room, and I hadn't come over, and he was standing there doing the arithmetic on that. Please, I said. He sat, up close. His face had no flaws to find, which is annoying, and his ears were slightly red, which was not. I'm sorry, he said. I was reading. I didn't see you come in. It's fine. The matchmaker didn't give me a photograph either. I wasn't sure it was you. He nodded, and I watched him decide that I had absolutely known and had been testing him, which was true, which I did not intend to confirm. Did Aunt Sao tell you about my situation? Not much. I'd rather you told me yourself. I put my hands on the table, and I assume you don't know much about mine. Let's just ask each other things. Something in his shoulders eased. He'd been waiting for a girl who wanted to be charmed. He'd gotten an interview instead, and it turned out that suited him better. Comrade Chen Xuelian, he said. I work in a remote border region. Mountains on every side. Conditions are much harder than the city. He looked at me straight. If you marry me, you can come with me to the base. But you may find it very difficult to live there. He was talking himself down. On a first meeting, to a girl he clearly liked, because his ears were still doing that thing. I laid my hands flat and turned them over so he could see the calluses across my fingers. My parents had 2 daughters and 3 sons, I said. I was washing my brother's diapers at 6. I was cooking and doing the laundry and raising them at 8. This is a city, but I've done most of the work a village girl does. He looked at my hands and his jaw moved. Then marry a good worker here in the city, he said. With your qualifications you could do better than me. He meant it. That was the thing. He was actively arguing against his own interest because he thought I'd be happier. 2 points. Wang Jianjun, my mother, I said, wants me to marry the director of the meat processing plant as his second wife, so the family can eat pork more often. His eyebrows came down. Your family's requirements are that low? She says he makes 115 yuan a month. She says I could live well and help the family when needed. 115 isn't very high, he said, and then stopped, having heard himself. He was on grade 14. Salary and allowances came to 190 a month. He had just accidentally told me he could feed a family better than a meat plant director, and he was now sitting there wishing he hadn't. Short and heavy, I said. Divorced. 2 children, involved with 2 or 3 other women, I refused. So my mother came to my workplace and made a scene about how I'm immature and unfilial. Sincerity is the sharpest instrument there is, and I was watching his eyes change. They want the wedding this week. They've already collected 300 yuan. On paper they're marrying off a daughter. In practice they're selling one. He leaned forward without noticing he'd done it. So you're in a hurry to marry a stranger, he said quietly, to get away from your family and that man. Yes, he studied my face. I know what he was looking for, because he told me months later. He was looking for tears. There weren't any. I was talking about the worst thing in my life in the voice you'd use for a bus timetable, and that, he said, was the moment he stopped being able to talk himself out of it. Will you mind what my family is? I asked. No, he said it flat and fast. Then, I'm 28, 8 years older than you. Will you mind that? That's a bit big. I let it sit. His face did not move at all, which is how I knew it had landed. Then I said, have you ever been married? Ever been in a relationship? Ever had a girl you liked and didn't pursue? Ever had several girls pursuing you? He blinked. Look. I had spent my previous life being approached by men with agendas, and I had watched enough of my friends get destroyed by a husband's untouchable first love to have opinions. I did not want a man with a moon in his past. I did not want a man other women were still circling. I did not want somebody else's children. The man I marry, I said, has to be clean in body and mind, because I am also completely innocent. I have never seen a grown officer turn that color that fast. None of those circumstances apply to me, he said. I've never been in a relationship. I have no entanglements with anyone. His earlobes were scarlet. He kept his back straight through the entire sentence. It was the single most impressive thing I'd seen all day. And if there are problems between me and my mother-in-law after the marriage, how would you resolve them? There won't be. Then his voice dropped. My mother died of illness while I was at the academy. My father never remarried. I'm sorry, that was presumptuous of me. It's not. Asking, honestly, is the right thing. He shifted in his chair. Do you have any other questions? No, I said. The important ones are answered. The rest I can find out later. I meant that as a pleasantry. He took it as a deadline. When can I meet your family? I set down my cup. Excuse me, my home is in Jing City. I am here visiting my aunt. If it's convenient, we should set the date soon. He looked at his watch, entirely serious. I have to be back at my unit in 3 days. 3 days, duh. I want you to understand that I had done mergers with longer runways than this man's courtship. But I was, technically, a modern woman with a 2 trillion yuan grocery haul in her wrist and a stolen life to avenge. So I said the only sensible thing. Tess 5:30. The state grocery store is still open. Let's buy gifts. I can call on your elders empty-handed. And that is how 40 minutes after meeting me, Wang Jianjun walked me out of a restaurant to go and meet the 2 people I intended to have arrested. He bought everything in pairs, which I learned that evening is the whole grammar of a proposal in 1970. 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, 2 bags of pastries, 2 bottles of malted milk, 2 tins of oranges. Is this enough? He asked. And he was genuinely anxious, standing in a state grocery store holding a string bag like a man diffusing something. That's plenty. Don't to overspend. Don't to worry. I've saved enough for the bride price and for supporting a family. I looked at the tinned oranges so I would have to have a face. Outside there was a military jeep at the curb with a driver leaning on the fender, and that told me 2 things. Regimental commander at minimum, because nobody below that gets a car and a guard. And he'd had this car sitting there the entire time we were talking about a meat plant director's salary and had never once mentioned it. The driver straightened up when he saw me and lit up like a festival. Hello, sister-in-law. Pujukin. We had known each other for 1 hour. Wang Jianjun did not correct him, which meant he told the man who I was before he told me. He opened the back door for me himself. We got in and sat with an entire empty seat between us, like 2 people attending a funeral for someone neither of them knew well. And then, walking out of the grocery store 2 minutes later, we ran directly into Jiao Wei. He was exactly as advertised. Short, heavy, thinning on top, and giving off a smell I can only describe as lard with ambitions. Chen Xuelian, what are you doing here? Who's this? This is my fiancé, Wang Jianjun, I said, loudly enough for the queue behind him. We're getting married. Wang Jianjun's hand closed around mine before I finished the sentence. Comrade, he said in a voice that had been trained on parade grounds, I have already submitted my marriage application. Do not harass my fiancé. Breaking up a military marriage is a criminal offense and carries a prison term. Gao Wei looked at our hands and went a color I would describe as boiled. Your parents took 300 yuan from me. How are you engaged to somebody else? Wang Jianjun and I are in a free love relationship and we're already engaged. I never intended to marry you. And then because I am not a nice person and I had a use for him, you should get your money back. In fact, you should demand double for your losses. And if they refuse, report them to the police and have them arrested. Jiao Wei's mouth opened and closed twice. I watched a man discover a completely new category of daughter. Fine, he said. I'm going to your house right now to get my gifts back. He got on his bicycle and pedaled off like his legs were angry at him. Wang Jianjun tightened his hand on mine. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I believe you. Your parents treat you badly. He was looking down at me, and his voice had gone very quiet and very serious. From now on, I'll protect you. I nodded and smiled and thought, we'll see. We got to the steel mill dormitory before Gao Wei did, because he had a bicycle, and we had a jeep, and that is the entire story of the 20th century. Dear. It was 7 o'clock. You could hear the building eating dinner. You could also hear my family from the landing. Why isn't Chen Xuelian back yet? Who's doing the dishes tonight? Tin Lijuan. Leave them, said Li Fenfeng. She'll wash them. I stopped Wang Jianjun on the stairs. When we go in, I said, if they ask about your salary or your family background, don't answer honestly. Be vague. Understood. He didn't ask why. He just adjusted. That's a soldier for you. I knocked. Liu Fenfeng opened the door with a face like a slammed drawer, saw me, and started. Coming back this late, doesn't she know to come home and cook? Then she saw the enormous man in uniform standing behind me, and I watched her entire face reassemble itself into a different woman. Xiaowan, she said warmly. This is comrade from the People's Liberation Army. Come in, sit down. She was already shouting into the flat. Xiao Lijuan, Lu Jianguo, we have guests, put water on. I walked in past her. Lu Fenfeng, Lu Jianguo. This is my boyfriend, Wang Jianjun. He's come to learn about our family situation. We're getting married. Chen Lijuan got there first, because of course she did. How did you two meet? Weren't you marrying Gao Wei from the meat plant? I have never once thought about marrying any man other than Wang Jianjun, I said. And if you're not blind, you can see we match. Wang Jianjun stepped in smoothly and lied for me without a flicker. Guo Wenhui. Chen Xuelian and I have known each other a long time and we are in love. I was posted with my unit and couldn't come sooner. I'm here today specifically to propose marriage. Lu Jianguo looked at his wife, which is what he did instead of having opinions. And Liu Fenfeng, absolutely serene, said, Young man, my Xuelian is already engaged. She's marrying next week. You're too late. Then, in the same breath, she pulled Chen Lijuan forward by the arm. Why don't you marry my second daughter instead? Xiao Lijuan just finished high school. She's younger, she's prettier. I have to tell you that Wang Jianjun's face at this moment was a thing of beauty. He had walked into an apartment expecting a hard conversation about money, and instead a woman had offered to substitute one daughter for another like a canteen running out of the fish. I only like Xuelian, he said, and the room temperature dropped. No other girl is suitable for me. The country advocates free marriage. Forcing Xuelian to marry someone else is illegal, and I submitted a marriage application to my unit before I came here. Xuelian is my registered partner. Military marriages are protected by the state, and nobody may interfere with them. He set the gifts down on the table. I am here to propose marriage, and that's when the door banged open and Gao Wei arrived. Who's calling me old and ugly? I did, said Chen Lijuan, at exactly the wrong moment, and then made a small noise. Jianguo, Liu Fenfeng, you're marrying one woman to two men. Are you deliberately swindling my bride, price? No, Director Gao, we only just found out she'd got herself a boyfriend. I don't care, 300 yuan. Now, or I report you both for marriage fraud. Tren. The money's gone, said Liu Fenfeng. And I want to note she said it without shame, without pause, and without moving her face. It's all spent. Then her eyes slid sideways to my 1-hour fiancé, and I saw it coming from a kilometer out. Why don't you ask him? He's my eldest son-in-law, Xiao Wang. Didn't you come to propose? Where are the betrothal gifts? And before Wang Jianjun could open his mouth, I said, very sadly, he put all his money into furniture at the base. He spent the last of it on the gifts for tonight. Look, he bought me this outfit. There isn't any extra. I felt him look at me. I did not look back. Then he said, in the flattest, most defeated voice I have ever heard a man produce on command. Gu Wenhui. Aunt. I've run out of money. Later he told me it was the first time in his life he had ever pretended to be poor, and that he found the experience quite novel. Liu Fenfeng's warmth left the building. No bride price, no marriage. I raised this daughter. I put her through university. Do you have any idea what that cost me? If you don't have money, don't even think about taking my daughter anywhere. She started flapping her hands at him like she was shooing a chicken off a step. Get out, D. Come back when you've scraped together a proper bride price. I took Wang Jianjun by the sleeve. We've met the parents, I said. We can go. Lu Jianguo finally produced a sentence. Chen Xuelian. Where do you think you're going? You're not allowed out after dark. Dead. And then, the three boys came home with bottles of soda. 12, 10, and 8. The girl before me had raised all three of them. Had carried them, fed them, wiped them, walked them to school, and gone without so they wouldn't. Big sister, where are you going? I'm getting married, I said. Cheng Chao, Tingning. Stop her. Liu Fenfeng came off the wall. She's running off with a man. Wang Jianjun took his military identification out of his breast pocket and held it down at boy height. Liu Fenfeng, he's an officer, said the eldest, reading. A regimental commander, he's not just some man. You're my brother-in-law, right? Said the second one. Immediately. We've got a brother-in-law who's an officer, said the third, and clapped. There's candy and pastry inside, said Wang Jianjun gravely. Go and look. All three of them evaporated into the flat. That is the entire moral of that family in one motion, and I want you to remember it for later, because it comes back. Liu Fenfeng came across the room to slap me. I stepped inside it and slapped her first. The sound went down the entire hallway, not for the violence. For the silence after it, 3 full seconds long, during which every person in that flat, including a decorated border officer, stood absolutely still. Then Liu Fenfeng lay down on the floor. I don't mean she fell, I mean she selected a spot, lowered herself onto it, and began to scream at the ceiling. You dare hit your own mother? I'll have the neighborhood committee send you to a farm for re-education. I don't want to live. The daughter I raised with these hands hit me. My life is so bitter. Come and look. My eldest is running off with a man. I tried to discipline her and she struck her own mother. Doors opened up and down the corridor. Within 90 seconds there were 40 people in that hallway. And every single one of them looked at me. Xuelian, how could you hit your parents? Aren't you usually the most filial girl in this building? No matter how wrong a parent is, a child can't do this. Wang Jianjun was frowning hard and trying to pull me back through the crowd. I let go of his hand and stepped forward instead. Because 40 witnesses is not a disaster. 40 witnesses is an audience, and I had been waiting all day for one. They are not my parents, I said, into the whole corridor. I was stolen. They have used me as a servant for 20 years and now they want to sell me. They took 300 yuan from Gao Wei, the divorce director of the meat plant, without asking me. The hallway went very quiet. Du Jiangguo looked at his wife with the exact expression of a man watching his house catch fire. You little wretch. What nonsense. Liu Fenfang was already scrambling up off the floor. You are my child. I carried you 10 months. You drank my milk. I looked at her with as much boredom as I could manufacture. Liu Fenfang, go and stand in front of a mirror. You don't look anything like my mother. 20 years ago, your mother worked as a nanny in the house of Li Halming, and she swapped me for your own daughter. Did you think it was flawless? And Liu Fenfang, in front of 40 neighbors, said, How do you know about that? I don't think I've ever loved a sentence more. Now we have a statement, I said, and we have witnesses. When we get to the police station, they won't be able to take it back. The hallway turned like a flock of birds. So that's what happened. Liu Jiangguo, that Li Halming is a national scientist. How could you do a thing like that? That's a crime. No, listen. Liu Fenfeng grabbed the nearest woman's arm. The children were switched. They weren't stolen, and they took my child away to a base, and the child I got back was Xuelian, and I've raised her like my own for 20 years. I put her through university. I deserve some credit. And here's the thing about crowds. They will turn twice. Xuelian, the kindness of being raised is greater than heaven. Xuelian, it wasn't easy for them. You must never forget who fed you. I actually laughed. You're all defending her very confidently, I said. Did some of you swap a baby too? Nobody answered that. If your child was taken and raised as a cash animal, kept from you your whole life, and then sold to a man she hated, I said, would you, as her parents, be grateful to the thief? Still nobody. My real father is a scientist. Could he not have fed me? If I had grown up with my own parents, do you think my life would have been worse than this? And Wang Jianjun stepped forward beside me, and he did the single smartest thing anyone did that night. Fellow residents, he said, I am Chen Xuelian's fiancé. I came here today to call on her elders and discuss a marriage. Instead, I was thrown out because I did not bring enough money, and both of us were accused of running away together. No parents anywhere in the world would slander their own daughter's reputation like that. 2. In my opinion, these two aren't even qualified to be adoptive parents. He was 1.86 meters in a uniform with 4 pockets, and he said it like a report. The hallway turned back. Liu Fenfang, that's not right of you. Xuelian's found a good match and you're still holding out for money? You wanted to stick a beautiful flower into cow dung. And then Gao Wei, who I had entirely forgotten about, pushed to the front and delivered the closing argument for me. They charged me 300 yuan, he announced. This couple are scoundrels. Now she refuses me and they say the money's spent. They asked that much because they were selling a daughter. I'm reporting it. I stood in the middle of a corridor, watching a man I'd never wanted to marry become the second witness for the prosecution, and I thought, this century is going to be fine. The Liu couple were on the edge of kneeling. Xuelian, let's talk as a family, I misspoke. Don't take it to heart. If you marry Xiao Wang, we'll give you a grand dowry and take no bride price at all. Ji-ing. We have no legal guardianship relationship. I have nothing to say to you. If you have a problem, say it at the police station. The kindness of raising is greater than the kindness of birth. Liu Fenfang was wailing now, working the crowd. I raised you, it was so hard, if you send me to the police you'll be cursed. And the corridor started to soften again because a woman crying on the floor is very hard to argue with. So I asked them a question instead. Is it against the law? I said. To beat a child trafficker? 40 people caught completely off guard, answered honestly. No, it isn't. Good, I said. Then you're all witnesses. I want to be clear that I did not use anything from the space. I didn't need it. I had learned Wing Chun as a very rich orphan with an excellent security consultant, and this body was 20 and stronger than it looked and had 2 decades of somebody else's rage stored in it. I put Liu Jiangguo on the floor, and then I put Liu Fenfang next to him, and I kept going for a while, and nobody in that hallway got between us. Wang Jianjun didn't move. He told me afterwards exactly what went through his head, and I've never forgotten it. He thought, in this era, stealing a child is a capital crime. He thought, this woman was worked like a farm animal by her own thief since she was 6. And he thought, if a person has no urge for revenge, they have no spine. So he stood there with his arms folded and let his fiancée finish. Then he said, later, in the car, in a slightly stunned voice. My wife is quite fierce, isn't she? The police came in under 4 minutes, because 40 neighbors will produce a fast response time. Wang Jianjun showed his identification and gave them the summary in about 9 words. And the moment the phrase, "the child of a state researcher," left his mouth, the temperature of the entire investigation changed. They took everyone in. Liu Jiangguo and Liu Fenfang confessed at the station, in full, on paper, and were detained that night. While the statements were being typed, Wang Jianjun used the station telephone. He called his division and asked them to locate Li Homing's unit. Cross-eyed research personnel, so nobody could tell him anything quickly. Then, since he had them on the line anyway, he applied to marry me. I could hear the other end of that call from where I was sitting. Dian, Wang Jianjun. Wang has finally come to his senses at 28. This is a great event for the 165th Division. A university-educated researcher. The man has taste. Bring your wife to the unit. I'll approve the application tomorrow and get the certificate issued. He came out of the office and stood in front of me under a bare bulb in a police station at 10:30 at night. And he asked me something I did not expect. Xuelian, you don't have to be afraid of a forced marriage anymore. Are you still willing to marry me? That's the thing. He had it, too. He had the whole reason I'd said yes, in his hand, and he handed it back to me and asked again. I am willing, I said. I owe you today. And I want to marry you because you are responsible. Your character is good, and you protect me. Can there be any other reason? He asked. And there was something almost sly in it. You meet every requirement I have, and you are good looking. Does that count? It'll do, he said, and turned away too fast. And I filed that away. He also, without telling me, had the station issue me a separate identity certificate confirming that I was not the biological daughter of Liu Jiangguo and Liu Fenfang. So that they could never come back later and claim me. He did that at 11 at night, in a police station on his own initiative, for a woman he had met at 5. We went back to the flat for my things. Chen Xuelian and the 3 boys were the only ones left, and they had rearranged themselves into victims at high speed. Big sister, don't tell Liu Fenfang and Liu Jiangguo. Big sister, we've been a family for 20 years. Don't you care about family at all? Deg's sister Liu Fenfang and Liu Jiangguo have been arrested. We can to live. Your parents broke the law, I said. The law will handle them. I went to the cupboard where the household papers were kept. I did not come to live in your family, I said, over my shoulder. Your parents stole me, your real sister. Took my place in my whole life. I have no feelings for you, only disgust. I lived in this house 20 years as a maid. I cooked from the age of 6. I did the laundry, I raised you 3. I found the papers, my registration, my certificates, and 500 yuan, which was my own salary, which the girl before me had handed over every single month. When your parents were forcing me to marry a divorced man, I said, taking it. Chen Xuelian was delighted because she wanted my job. None of you 3 said a word. All of you hoped I'd give up my life so you could have meat more often. What claim do you have on me? Chen Xuelian kicked her brothers. Keep her here, don't let her leave, or who's going to take care of you? All 3 of them knelt down. Big sister, don't go, big sister. We can't live without you. I am not your eldest sister, I said. Chen Xuelian is. She's an adult, she can start. And then they switched, all 3 at once, like a light going off. Chen Xuelian, we know we were wrong. We'll listen to you from now on. Don't abandon us. Chen Xuelian, we always thought of you as our real sister. I picked up the suitcase and walked out. There's an old story about a farmer who warms a frozen snake inside his coat. Everybody knows how it ends, and everybody thinks they'd be the exception. Being kind to bad people is just cruelty to yourself with extra steps. Jingjun carried the case down 4 flights and didn't say a word about the crying behind us. He told me later that he had spent the entire walk down thinking about what would have happened if Deputy Director Zhao had picked a different girl that afternoon, and that he had to stop on the second landing because the thought made him feel ill. His aunt lived at the City Broadcasting Bureau compound, 2 floors and a courtyard, because she was the director and her husband ran the bureau. It was almost midnight when we knocked. Wang Jianjun opened the door in her nightclothes and looked at her nephew, and then at the girl beside him with a suitcase, and said, Jianjun, who is this? Aunt, this is the blind date you arranged for me today. Chen Xuelian. We admire each other and we've decided to marry. She's willing to come with me to the unit. He said it like a man laying a rifle on a table. Hello, Wang Jianjun. Hello, Guo Wenhui. She took my hand in both of hers and pulled me inside. Guo Wenhui came out of the back in his slippers and said, have you eaten? Shall I make you a midnight snack? We haven't, said Wang Jianjun. After the blind date, we went to Xuelian's house to meet her elders and something came up and we missed dinner. I'll cook. He was overruled inside 4 seconds by a man in slippers, and at midnight that uncle stood in a kitchen and made 2 bowls of noodles with fried egg and lean pork for a girl he had met 11 minutes earlier. While he cooked, Wang Jianjun took her nephew aside and asked, quietly, was it the parents they didn't agree? Because that was the only thing that made sense to her. You go to propose and the girl's family doesn't even feed you dinner? Her nephew wasn't a bad match. Who looks down on her nephew? He gave her the short version. I watched a woman's face go through the entire arc while she was standing in her own hallway holding a dish towel. Then she came back into the room and took both my hands. Xuelian, until you find your real parents, this is your home. From now on, we're the ones who look after you. And I want to be honest about this, because I have been honest about the rest. I had been in this century for about 18 hours. I had slapped 2 people, had 2 people arrested, acquired a fiancé, and recovered 500 yuan. And that sentence, from a stranger, in a hallway, at midnight, was the first thing that got through. Thank you, Wang Jianjun. We're family. Then he called his father. Wang Jianjun was a commander of a military region, and I learned very quickly, a man who had privately given up on grandchildren. I could hear him through the receiver from across the room. Never mind Li Haoming's daughter, a girl from any ordinary family would be lucky to marry you. I can't get away to come. When you next take leave, bring her home and I'll hold a second wedding for you in Jing City. Okay, thank you, Liu Jianguo. And then, in the voice of a man who has been waiting 30 years to use it, let me say a few words to my daughter-in-law. Wang Jianjun covered the mouthpiece with his whole hand and looked at me with an expression I can only describe as bracing for weather. My father wants to talk to you, will you? Sure. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the in-laws eventually. I was not ugly, so I couldn't see the problem. Wanhui, I'm Chen Xuelian, and a man who commanded a military region said, very carefully, like he was handling something with a crack in it. Yuyan, I wish you and Wang Jianjun a happy marriage. If he treats you badly, you write to me or you call me, and I'll deal with him for you. Thank you, Guo Wenhui. If it's convenient, and he cleared his throat, you can call me Liu Jianguo. And don't worry, I'll help you find your real parents. It's just that it involves a classified project, so it may take a while. Please be patient with us. There's no rush. Thank you, Liu Jianguo. I heard him laugh. I mean genuinely laugh, the way a man does when something lands unexpectedly in his chest. And Wang Jianjun, standing beside me, went quietly, completely soft in a way I did not have the vocabulary for yet. They put me in the upstairs guest room. It had been his room as a boy, kept for him all these years, and his aunt asked whether she should decorate it as a bridal room tomorrow. And I said yes, thank you, because I was going to be gone in 3 days anyway. He carried my case in and made the bed himself and said, you sleep here, I'll be in the next room. Call me if you need anything. The door closed, I locked it, checked the window, listened for 30 seconds, and stepped into my space. I ran a bath in a villa that did not exist, in a farm that did not exist, in a bracelet that had stopped existing, and I lay in it with the lights down and music playing, and a rose oil treatment on, and I thought about the girl who had died in that flat because nobody had ever once picked her. Then I slept for 11 hours in a bed worth more than this entire building. Wang Jianjun, meanwhile, did not sleep at all. He lay in the next room listening to the wall, because he had convinced himself that at some point in the night I was going to change my mind and leave, and there was nothing he could do about it, and for the first time in his adult life the man had no plan. He was standing outside my door at 7 in the morning, in a pressed uniform, and I would bet money he'd been there a while. Good morning. Good morning, Xuelian. His voice had gone low and warm and slightly ruined by lack of sleep. Did you sleep well? You didn't. I looked at the shadows under his eyes. Did the other room bother you? No, he said, perfectly honestly. I was worried you'd change your mind in the night. Really? If you like someone, you don't give up easily. Then he took my hand and said, from this moment you don't get a chance to back out. And I discovered that a man can be extremely direct and extremely red in the ears at the same time. We went down to breakfast and his aunt looked at us holding hands and nearly dropped a bowl. Wang Jianjun drove us to the department store, and in the car park he took a brick of 10 yuan notes out of his briefcase along with a bank passbook and put both in my hands. Xuelian, this is all my savings. It's yours as the bride price. Buy whatever you want for the wedding. Don't be careful with it. I opened the passbook. 15,800 yuan. Let me put that in the money of the year. A factory worker made 30 yuan a month. A meat plant director made 115. This man had 2 decades of a border officer's pay in a book in his coat, because there is nothing to buy on a border, and he had just handed the whole thing to a woman he had known for 16 hours. Sweet words are free. Only a man who actually loves you is willing to be poor for you. How did you save this much? I don't spend anything at the unit. He shrugged. Lucky I carried it, otherwise I'd have had no money to get married with. His aunt then produced 20 10 yuan notes and pushed them at me. This is from your uncle and me. Don't be shy. Jianjun is my son. I'm happy about this wedding, so I'm giving you a dowry. She narrowed her eyes. If you don't take it, I'll assume you don't want him. I looked at Wang Jianjun. He took the money and folded my fingers around it. Take what your aunt gives you. I'll handle the filial duties from now on. Don't you put pressure on Xuelian? Wang Liping snapped instantly. You two live well and contribute to the country. I have a pension coming and sons and daughters of my own. I don't need supporting. So I said, Thank you, Wang Jianjun, and I will look after you properly. Because you made up for the mothering he lost. Her eyes went red on the spot. Now that's what I wanted to hear, she said, and blew her nose. And if you really want to be filial to me, have a baby soon. Old people can't rest until there are descendants. Wang Jianjun was the only son of his generation. Border work kills men. That was the whole anxiety, right there, in a department store. I nodded, and beside me I felt him go very slightly smug, and I thought, you heard that as a contract, didn't you? We bought everything in pairs, everything stamped with the double happiness character. Kettles, quilts, sheets, towels, teacups. He had army industrial coupons. His aunt emptied her own coupon book without being asked. They bought me a Shanghai wristwatch. We'll get the sewing machine and the bicycle at the unit, he said. They're awkward to carry from here. Is that all right? Whatever you say. I did not tell him I had 10,000 refrigerators. Then he bought me a red wool coat, and when I came out of the fitting room the whole floor turned around. And his aunt said our Xuelian is naturally beautiful with the pride of a woman who had known me for 9 hours. Then leather shoes, size 36. He knelt down and put them on my feet himself, and held my ankle a half-second longer than the shoe required, and then got up very fast and looked at a shell, noted. Wang Jianjun. We bought skin cream, because his aunt said we might not be able to get any at the border. Snow cream, bee and flower soap, jade toothpaste, clam oil. She picked 3 to 5 boxes of each in case there wasn't enough, and he stood there patiently through all of it with his eyes on me instead of the counter, and half the sales floor watched and made faces at each other about it. Then a great deal of wedding candy, and it was 10 in the morning, and I had a wedding at noon. We went to the institute to hand out sweets, and on the way he asked, carefully, "Are your colleagues good to you?" "Mim, they're all right. Are there any men at your workplace who like you?" I nearly walked into a lamppost. "No," I said. "Otherwise, why would I be doing a blind date with you?" He looked so relieved it was almost rude. The institute mobbed us. He opened a bag of hard candy and handed it round himself and announced, "Hello, everyone. I am Wang Jianjun, Chen Xuelian's fiancé. We're remarrying today at the State Restaurant on West Street at noon. You are all welcome." And the woman who had smirked at me about being a stepmother 24 hours earlier said, out loud to the room, "So Gao Wei really was chasing after her mother. Never correct a rumor. Replace it." I went to thank Deputy Director Zhao in person and she laughed at both of us. Wang Jianjun. Wang has excellent taste, picked the prettiest researcher in the institute, and married her the same week. Wang Jun handed her a red envelope with 10 yuan notes in it. She took it without hesitating, which I liked her for. A matchmaker who refuses the envelope is telling you the girl was cheap, too. Then I went to see the dean, and resigned, and sold my staffing quota. That deserves explaining, because it is the most 1970 transaction I have ever been part of. A job at that institute was not a job. It was a slot in the state, and slots could be transferred, and families paid for them. A researcher's sister had been assigned to a city far away, and the family wanted her home. They paid me 1,000 yuan for my place. The salary at that institute was 88 a month, so the buyer was handing over a year of unpaid work for the privilege of living in the same city as her brother. I took the 1,000, agenda. I have billions in a bracelet. I know exactly how insane that sentence is, but you cannot buy a bicycle in 1970 with money that does exist yet, and a woman who has cash and coupons in this decade can do anything. The wedding took 90 minutes to organize, and I will remember it forever. Guo Wenhui had booked 5 tables. Wang Libing dressed us on the spot and pinned red flowers on our chests. Wenhui set up a backdrop and photographed us with a seagull camera, half-length and full-length. And I did not understand until later what that meant. A domestic camera from 1967, in an era where an ordinary family did not own one, brought out for a bride nobody in this city had ever met, it said, in the only language that mattered. "This girl is valued." Firecrackers. Guests arriving with gifts. Both our pockets stuffed with small red envelopes. Because the groom's uncle ran the broadcasting bureau, half the officials in the city turned up to a wedding for a woman who had been sold for 300 yuan the previous morning. Everyone said we matched. Everyone wished us many children. Wang Jianjun leaned over during the toasts and said, "These photographs will be for our children to look at." I felt my ears go hot and thought, this man has been married for 2 hours, and he is already 40 years ahead. I had never had a boyfriend in my other life, not because nobody asked, because I was too rich and I could never once be sure. This man had proposed before he knew there was anything to take. That night the upstairs room had double happiness pasted on every surface, and 2 red candles burning on the table, and 2 new thermos flasks and a quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks, and the whole bed had been scattered with peanuts. "To bless you with many children and grandchildren," said his aunt, delighted with herself. We were going to have children jump on the bed for luck, but I decided against it in case they wet it. Both of us developed a sudden interest in the floor. "Rest early," she said, and went downstairs. And the door closed, and the room got extremely quiet. I sat on the edge of the bed counting lotus seeds because my hands needed a job. "Are you thirsty? I'll pour you water." He went to the table, opened the thermos, poured half a mug, and I want this recorded, he tested the temperature against the back of his own hand and blew on it before he brought it over. It's a little hot. Drink slowly. He sat down beside me, close enough that I could tell he did not, in fact, smell of alcohol. Which was strange, because he drunk on my behalf every time somebody toasted the bride. That wasn't wine, he said, reading my face. My aunt filled the bottle with tea beforehand. She was afraid you wouldn't like the taste of it on me. I wouldn't have minded. There's no drinking at the unit. I don't have the habit. Then he stood up and started clearing the dates and peanuts off the bed. You take the bed tonight, he said. I'll sleep on the floor. I blinked at him. My first thought, and I am not proud of it, was, oh no, is something wrong with him? He caught that. I don't know how. But he caught it, and he coughed and went pink to the ears. We only just met and we're already married, he said. I'm afraid you're not used to having a husband. I'll give you time. Which was, objectively, the kindest thing anyone had ever said to me. The floor's cold, I said. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? It's fine. We do winter training outdoors. We do push-ups in the snow with our shirts off. We wash with snowballs. I got cold just listening to it. You're on leave. There's no need to freeze at home. Det. And then he asked, very quietly, Xuelian, are you willing to let me sleep in the bed? You haven't done anything wrong, I said, before my brain caught up. Of course I'm willing. Thank you, wife, he said and smiled. I sat there for about 4 seconds and realized I had been outmaneuvered by a professional in retreat. He'd offered me the floor knowing I'd refuse it, and then made me the one who invited him. This man commanded a regiment. Of course he knew how to take a position by pretending to give it up. Fine. Strategic withdrawal. Let him have it. A 1970 bride is supposed to act like a 1970 bride, and you have to give men face. He brought me a kettle of hot water and a brand new basin and set them by the bathroom door. Rinse with hot water. Dawn to catch a cold. Then he took a cold shower himself, in December, and told me through the door that he took cold showers all year round, and I lay in a villa bathtub inside my own wrist, thinking about that for a while. When I came out of my nightclothes, he was sitting on the bed with his hair damp, and he looked up, and something went across his face that had absolutely nothing to do with strategy. If you are sleepy, sleep. He reached over and tucked the quilt around my shoulders. Will the candles catch? By custom they burn until dawn and go out on their own. It's good luck. He was staring at me and had entirely stopped pretending not to. Wife, he said, you are very beautiful. You are good looking too. He was quiet for a second. Xuelian, can I kiss you? I nodded. Because if a bride can't be kissed on her wedding night, the whole institution is in trouble, and because I wanted him to. He was extremely careful about it. He kissed me once and then pulled back and watched my face, the way you check a rope, and when I didn't, to move away, he came back. I did not stay passive for the second one. His arm went around my waist and his other hand went to the back of my head, and our breath got tangled up, and he said my name against my cheek in a voice that had come apart at the seams. Then he stopped. Are you frightened, Ju? I had to expected that question and it caught me somewhere unguarded, and I nodded before I decided to. He let out a breath and put his forehead against mine. Dawn to be afraid. It's only a kiss. Not continuing. When you know me better, he said. Horse. Den, we'll be properly married, and then, apparently worried, I think he was incapable, he took my hand and put it flat against his stomach and said, I am perfectly healthy, I just don't know what to frighten you. I confirmed the claim in about half a second and removed my hand at approximately the speed of sound, and my entire face caught fire. Dairy. He was absolutely right, it was frightening. Don't to be afraid, he said, laughing at me now low and warm. I won't touch you without your permission. Then he put his arm under my head so I could lie on his chest, and I could hear his heart going like a drum, and he said, shall I tell you about growing up? Do you like to hear it? I would. So on his wedding night, instead of the wedding night, Wang Jianjun told me about being 5 years old in his aunt's house because his parents had gone to the war and left him there for years so they could go with clear heads. Did you miss them? Not really. If my aunt had had their wedding photograph, I wouldn't have known what they looked like. He said it lightly, which is how you know. I used to call my aunt Liu Fenfeng. My cousins and I used to fight over which of them got to be my mother. They all spoiled me. That's a good thing, I said. I was an only child, and then an orphan, and then a woman with 5,000 employees and nobody to call at night. Which is why my personality came out slightly cold. He must have felt me go quiet, because he said, into my hair. From now on, I will treasure you. And I lay there against a stranger's chest in 1970 and thought, well, that's new. He kissed me again a while later and did not stop as carefully as he had before. And at some point my lip caught his teeth and split, and I made a small noise. He pulled back like he didn't shot. I am sorry, I am inexperienced. Did I hurt you? Do you need medicine? It doesn't hurt much. I pressed my lips together, and the blood was already gone, because I had drunk from a well that morning. He looked at me strangely for a moment, and then held me too tight and said, I'm sorry. I hurt you. It's fine. Do you want to continue? No. He lay back and put his arm over his eyes. I'll manage. Won't it be uncomfortable, holding it in? I've lived over 20 years, he said, with tremendous dignity. Don't worry about me. Then he rolled over and patted my back and said, shall I tell you a story? He talked me to sleep on our wedding night, and only stopped once he was sure I was under. He'd had a reason for all that caution, and I found it out later. A former deputy regiment commander had frightened his bride so badly on their wedding night that she ran home in the dark and threatened divorce, and it took years to fix, and she refused to come to the border for a decade. Wang Jianjun had watched that happen to another man and quietly decided it would not happen to him. In the morning my pillow was empty. It was a little after 7. I stepped into the space to drink a cup of spring water, on the grounds that a woman should not be sore on the second day of her marriage, and came back out to find him standing in the middle of the room holding a bowl of porridge and looking like the building was on fire. Chen Xuelian. I'm here. I stepped in from the doorway since I hadn't come out of the bathroom and had to account for myself. I went out for a bit. He put the bowl down and let out a breath from somewhere near his boots. Are you hungry? Your aunt and uncle have gone to work. They left breakfast. I brought it up in case you couldn't get up. Then, very low, does it still hurt? I said no, because it didn't, and watched a decorated border officer visibly recalculate his understanding of anatomy. That's good. If you feel unwell, I'll have your aunt take you to the clinic. No need. He fed me the porridge with a spoon, blew on each one first. I sat there, being spooned lean pork congee by a man who had commanded troops under fire, and I did not know where to put my face. Are we going back to the unit today? After lunch with Aunt and Guo Wenhui, we drive straight through. It'll take 7 days to reach the base. The road is hard. Rest now. 7 days. He packed like a man breaking camp. Everything folded to a size, everything in an order. The new sheets and quilt and basin and thermos stowed and strapped. I sat on the bed and watched him move around the room and felt something in my chest go quiet that had been loud my entire life. He caught me watching. What is it? Shall we pack together? No need, sweetheart. Close your eyes. Even in a car, the mountain road is going to shake you apart. At lunch his aunt brought food from her canteen and we cooked 2 dishes ourselves and there were 6 dishes on the table, and she told me to look after myself and told him to look after me, and gave us melons and pastry and malted milk and canned fruit and a dozen boiled eggs for the road. And a tin can, sealed, which she pressed into my hands. Don't open it until you get to the unit. Then we drove out of the city, and Wang Jianjun kept glancing sideways at me with a smile he was losing the fight against. What? I never expected to bring a wife back from leave. It's been a very productive trip. You hesitated a long time at the restaurant, I said. Weren't you afraid of losing me? I was afraid you'd regret coming somewhere that remote. He said it seriously. A lot of our comrades' wives are from the countryside. They can take hardship. I was afraid you couldn't take the frontier. Then, lightly, it's too late to regret now, though you're on my boat. I'm not letting you off. If you treat me badly, I'll run away. He pulled the car over, actually pulled over onto the shoulder, and turned in his seat and looked at me. Xuelian, as a soldier, I promise you, abroad I will protect the country. At home I will love and cherish you with my whole heart. Taking care of you is my lifelong duty. Then, I also hope you'll be faithful to this marriage and love me for a long time. Nobody had ever said anything like that to me. In my other life men had said things to me about synergy. Don't to worry, I said. I've made up my mind about you too. Good. Then we'll grow old together. The roads outside the city stopped being roads. No cement, sand and yellow clay, potholes you could lose a chicken in. And then the mountains, where the road folded back on itself 18 times, and some of the curves went up at what I estimate was 45 degrees. There were no seatbelts in Chinese cars in 1970. I was thrown from one side of the back seat to the other for 2 hours and then the smell of the fuel got into my throat. I want to note, for the record, that in my previous life I traveled by private aircraft. In the city I drove a nuclear, electric sports car. My commute was silent. Going from luxury to hardship is exactly as difficult as everyone says. Xuelian, are you unwell? I want to lie down in the back. He stopped the car, went and built me a nest of blankets across the back seat, and got us moving again at half the speed. Don't drive tired, I told him. Stop every 4 hours. And then lying flat with the seat between us, I got to work. An inflatable cushion under my lower back, 2 shock-absorbing sponges in my ears, and a long swallow of spring water. I want to be honest with you about what this cheat actually costs, because otherwise you are going to think it's free. And it is not. The space only opens where I am standing. It hands things out into my hands, in front of my body, in this room, in this second, means that for the rest of my life in this decade, every miracle is preceded by me turning my back on whoever is present and rummaging theatrically in a cloth bag. By the end of the year, the entire compound believed that Comrade Liu owned the deepest handbag in the province. And the second cost is worse, and I didn't understand it for weeks. When I step in, I disappear. Not fade, not turn a corner. I stop being in the room. I do not get to choose who is looking. 2 hours in, the jeep came around a bend and there was a thatched hut on the slope. Wang Jianjun slowed down. That wasn't there 4 days ago, he said, and something in his voice changed shape. We went past it. And somebody came running out after the car, shouting, "Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, please help us." He stopped and looked in the mirror, and I sat up. An old man with a stick, a young woman beside him, very pretty, both of them carrying bundles, like people going to visit family. What's happening? Somebody wants a ride, he said, without turning around, and his voice had dropped into something completely flat. Whatever they ask for, you're going to be the one who refuses. All right, I'll play along. He reached under his seat, took out a pistol, and put it in his waistband under his coat. Then, he opened the door and got out to wait for them, smiling. I lay back down, and while he was walking away from the car, I took a silenced pistol out of my space and put it under the blanket next to my hand. "Comrade," said the old man, out of breath. "We're going to visit relatives. Yours is the first car all day. Do you take us? This is my granddaughter Yu Hongmei. Her fiancé is a battalion commander in the army. I'm escorting her to the unit. 80 kilometers, a day and a night on foot," Wang Jianjun said. "Oh." Then mildly, "Do you have a letter of introduction? You'll get stopped without one these days." "We do, Hongmei. Show the comrade." She took a folded letter out of her bundle and held it out. He did not take it. "Read it to me." There was the smallest pause in the world. "All right," she said, and unfolded it, and started to read. "Letter of introduction. 2 members of our brigade are traveling to visit relatives. 2. One is Yu Yuliang and one is Yu Hongmei. Grandfather and granddaughter." She read it beautifully. That was the problem. Afterwards, he explained to me exactly what he'd caught, and I've thought about it 100 times since. She put stumbles in at the beginning, the way an underschooled village girl would, and then forgot to keep doing it. On the long clauses, a regional accent came through that did not belong to this province. Reading a long passage out loud is the fastest way in the world to lose an identity, which is why he asked. He could see the seal through the paper. Seals get carved out of radishes. A genuine letter can also be taken off a genuine dead man. And her fingers were clean, no scratches, no old cuts, and the inside of her wrist was pale. "Been to school? Then? A few years." She smiled, shy and lovely. "Comrade," said the old man quickly, "which unit are you from? Could you take us there?" "Not convenient, the car's full of people and things. But my leg's injured. Otherwise we'd never trouble you." And that was my cue. I leaned out of the window with a face like a spoiled wife. "Jianjun, I don't want other women riding in our car." "All right, whatever you say." The old man looked at me and did the arithmetic he'd been sent to do, comparing me to the girl beside him, and did not enjoy the answer. My wife, I'm sorry. We have business. We can't take you." Then he leaned in the window and said, "Be good. Lie back down." And I did, because I wanted very badly to see how a man like this takes 2 people alive. I did also take out a pair of scanning glasses so I could watch the whole thing through the side of the car, but that is between me and my conscience. The old man started pleading. Loud and long, the way you do when you're occupying somebody's ears. Which is when Yu Hongmei's hand went toward her waist. Wang Jianjun clapped the old man on the shoulder, mid-sentence, in the middle of a kind word, and then it was over. I want to describe this accurately. It took about 2 seconds. He swept both of them off their feet with one leg, and by the time they were on the ground he had a pistol in each hand and both of them had stopped having options. He put a foot on the old man's chest and said, "Talk." "Comrade, we're villagers from Dayang." Wrong answer. I don't know what he did next because he did it with his back to me, but the girl started shrieking and rolled for the tree line. So I got out of the car and ran her down. I had hemp rope in one hand and, in the other, a colorless powder from a laboratory that hadn't been founded yet, and by the time I reached her she was already going soft at the joints. Then I put her shoulders and ankles out of their sockets and tied her like a rice dumpling. I looked up. Wang Jianjun was watching me. "You can take joints apart," he said. "I learned a lot of things." He filed that, the way he filed everything, and went back to work. They had 2 short guns, 2 grenades and 3 daggers between them. And once they understood they were alone out here with no help coming, they made the calculation everyone makes. "We came from Phoeniciang under orders. We were told to lie low on this stretch." "Why me? We were following you. You just had your wedding. It was the ideal window." "For what?" "And there it was. To kill you and your wife," said the old man. "And use your identities to move through the camps along this road and pull information out of them." Wang Jianjun crouched down and tore the disguise off the old man's face, and underneath was a man of about 30. "How exactly did you plan to pass as me?" He got the code words, the contacts, the drop procedure and the schedule out of him in about 4 minutes. And then he tied them both into burlap sacks and put them in the back and drove to the nearest commune police station, where the chief nearly took the doorframe off getting outside. Then we drove back the way we'd come, and he was quiet for a long time. "Xuelian, we've been marked. I should send you back to my aunt. It's safer. And you?" I want to find every one of them along this road. No, I said. We're married now. I'm not letting you take that alone. Not. I don't want to be a martyr's widow. I said it with a slight tremble, which was theater. Because what I actually wanted was to catch 100 more of them, and I could have done it before dinner. Be good and listen to me. You don't know any martial arts. You've had no training. It's dangerous, and I might not be able to protect you next time. Then teach me martial arts. Teach me to shoot. I learn quickly. He wasn't convinced, but he also couldn't send me back without alerting the network, so he decided to take me on to the next city and leave me with a cousin. That plan lasted about 11 hours. He drove 10 hours straight that day. Around midnight I made him stop, and he said there was a valley half an hour ahead. He pitched a military tent in what felt like 90 seconds, laid a mattress and blankets, lit a fire outside, and produced a small iron pot and an entrenching tool from somewhere in the vehicle, and boiled noodles with eggs. I didn't expect you to be carrying a whole kitchen, Berta troops. I sat by a fire in a valley in the mountains with a man I'd married 30 hours ago and thought, this is the strangest honeymoon in recorded history and I am having a wonderful time. It's a bit cold, I said, rubbing my hands, and thinking with real regret about the heater sitting in a warehouse 8 centimeters from my wrist. A military overcoat landed on my shoulders. Then he crouched down in front of me and buttoned it, one button at a time, from the bottom, with his face about 15 centimeters from mine. Warmer. He was wearing a winter uniform, a thin sweater, and a shirt, and that was all. Aren't you cold? Shh. I don't feel the cold. We do resistance training. Push-ups in the snow with bare arms. Snow baths. I'd like to see that someday. He looked up at me from where he was crouching and his voice went several degrees lower. All right. I'll show you when we get to the compound. I realized what I had just said approximately 1 second too late, and had to go and inspect the fire. The noodles were too hot for me and I ate them in small bites, and he drank his bowl like a man clearing an obstacle, and then he assumed I was eating slowly because his cooking was bad and looked so genuinely wounded that I had to explain myself twice. He gave me the last egg. I put it back in his hand. He cut it in half. That was the entire negotiation. Then the woods started making noise, and shapes came out of them fast. Boars. Xuelian, get in the car. He had both pistols out before I had my feet under me. Several shots, very close together. And it was finished. Xuelian. Now we have meat. He turned around, and I was standing there holding the entrenching tool in both hands like a woman planning to negotiate with a boar. He looked at me for a second and then came over and hugged me and said, it's handled. Don't be afraid. In the voice you use on a small animal. I hugged him back and did not explain that I had been about 1.5 seconds from deploying something that flies. I'll butcher them and come to the car. No, come back with me. It's the middle of the night. If a bear turns up, all right, he said instantly. Then I won't go. He was pleased. He was pleased in a way that he did not manage to hide at all. I always listen to my wife, he said, and I felt something go straight through my ribs. He rebuilt the back seat with 2 layers of blanket, and then took off his overcoat and put it over me on top of everything else, and it was still warm from him. Wife, he said, from about 4 centimeters away. I love you. We haven't known each other long. But I want to be with you always, and to protect you. I'll protect you the way I protect the country. I want to tell you that I said something clever. I'll protect you too, is what I said. He laughed and tapped my nose. Wife, I'm a man. Why would I need your protection? Your love is enough. Then he sealed my mouth with his, and did not ask permission first, and I did not want him to. He slept in the driver's seat. Thin clothes, no blanket, because, he explained, they always keep the bedding thin at the unit so they don't sleep too deeply to react. I lay in the back with his coat over me and thought about the thing I had been circling for 2 days. Should I tell him? Would a soldier believe time travel? Would a soldier be afraid of a woman from the future? If he could understand, I could stop hiding and live like a person. If he couldn't, I was going to spend the rest of my life in this decade pretending I didn't own 3 supermarkets. And that sounded unbearably boring. And underneath that, quieter, if he doesn't trust me, I'll go. I can't get home, but I can look after myself and live comfortably on my own. I thought all of that with my eyes closed in the back of a jeep. And Wang Jianjun, in the front seat, heard every single word. I did not know that for a very long time. Here is what happened as he described it to me much later, in a hospital bed, when he finally ran out of ways not to say it. The night before, on the mountain road, he had kissed me and split my lip and tasted blood, and something had gone through him that he did not have a word for, like 2 rivers meeting, and from that moment, when I thought loudly, he could hear it. He lay in that driver's seat with his eyes shut, working through it like an engineering problem. Time travel. He remembered the physics from the academy. He remembered whose theory it was, he thought. Perhaps in the future they made it real. And then his chest went tight, not because his wife was from another century. Because if she came from somewhere, she could go back. And then he heard, if he doesn't trust me, I'll go. He decided, lying in the dark, 3 things. That he would keep her secret. that he would never tell her he could hear her. And that as long as she did not stand against the country, a woman from the future was no threat to this world, and the country could manage without knowing. That is the entire reason he never once asked me where the food came from. I found out months later, and I have never fully recovered. Then, of course, I made it worse. Because the back seat of a Jeep is not a mattress, and in my previous life I slept on something that cost more than a house, and somewhere around 2 in the morning, I got fed up in my sleep and thought, go in, and vanished. Wang Jianjun opened his eyes, and the blanket in the back seat was flat and empty, and the doors had not opened. He got out. He walked the tree line. There was full moonlight in that valley, and he could see for 200 meters in every direction, and there was not so much as a rabbit. He called my name for several minutes. Then he got back in the car and lay down in the back seat where the cushion was still warm and still smelled of me. And he decided that his wife had left him after 36 hours. Without a note. He told me the only thing he could find to be glad about was that I'd taken his coat, and that maybe in the other world I'd see it sometimes and think of him. He was awake until midnight, and then, just as he'd finally started to go under, a warm body fell out of nowhere directly into his arms. I woke up somewhere very solid and very hot with a heartbeat going about 110 under my ear. Jianjun? Yes, I'm here. His arms closed so hard I lost a little air. And I thought, oh no. Did he see? Am I about to have to explain? Do transmigrators self-destruct if they tell? He heard all of it. I got cold, he said. Absolutely smooth. The back seat looked better. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind, but you won't sleep well with me on top of you. I'd be happy to be my wife's cushion. It's warmer. I settled in against him, relieved, and thought, thank goodness, the secret's intact. And directly above my head, in the dark, a man thought, I know exactly what you are, and I am never going to tell you. Then I put my arms around his waist, which was a tactical error, because his waist had no spare material on it anywhere, and I lost my train of thought entirely. He went completely rigid and then changed the position of one leg with great dignity. Did I? No, he said, strangled. I'm a normal man. When I hold my wife there are naturally some reactions. You're not angry? I shook my head into his chest. Then does my wife have any thoughts when she holds me? No, I said, which was a lie so bad, it barely qualified as a sentence. It seems I'm not very attractive to my wife, he said, mournfully. I said, and kissed him to shut him up, and he took the entire hand instead of the finger. And then, at exactly the moment when I had closed my eyes and stopped objecting to anything, he went still and said, someone's outside. Don't be afraid. He had a pistol pointed at the window before I finished sitting up. There was a very tall shape at the glass, covered in hair, not a person, a bear. The forests in 1970 still had everything in them. I thought shooting now is a coin toss and an angry bear is a different problem. I thought bears are a protected species, otherwise I'd drop it with a stun gun and we'd both go back to bed. Wang Jianjun, holding a loaded pistol on a bear, heard the phrase protected species, and thought how strange. In the future, they protect bears. And put the gun down. We held our breath. It could by day, Xuelian. If it comes back, I'll have to shoot. You are not angry. This is 1970, I said. It's different. We slept curled up until dawn, and in the morning the boars he'd shot were gone, dragged off by the bear, and I decided that was a fair settlement. He got up first, laid a straw mat on the ground, carried me out of the car onto it, and massaged my back and legs. Why are you so good to me? Of course you spoil your own wife. He had in his head done the following calculation. My wife is from another world, which means, in this one she has nobody at all except me. I did not know that either. Then he built a fire and started breakfast, and there was nothing to put in it but noodles and eggs. So I said, testing, didn't Wang Liping pack us vegetables? Shall I go and get them? She had not. He knew she had not. He knew exactly what I was asking. You cook the noodles, he said, standing up. I'll go and see whether there are pheasants on the hill. And he walked away and left me alone. Deliberately, so I could produce vegetables out of thin air in private. I did not know that either. I made noodles with bok choy and mushrooms and sliced ham from a tin in a mountain valley in 1970 and put the whole thing in a vacuum flask so it would to go soft and got out 2 apples. Then he didn't to come back. 10 minutes, 15, there were bears out there. A took out a detection dragonfly. It's a genuinely lovely piece of engineering, if I say so myself. My team built them in 2053, soft, bodied, silent, photoelectric control link, so it does need a network, obstacle avoidance, 2 microcameras for eyes. I put on the paired wristband, drew a flight path on the screen, and it went off into the trees. And there he was on the little screen, fighting a boar with a dagger. The boar had taken several wounds and was doing what a wounded boar does, which is decide to take somebody with it. So, I selected the firing menu, put the reticle on the animal's heart, and tapped. It went down like a dropped sack, without a sound, because the thing is silenced. On my wrist, in miniature, I watched my husband's head come up and look at the empty forest. Then, I watched him crouch, cut into the animal, and dig something out of it. A bullet the size of a grain of rice. He turned it over in his fingers for a while. Oh, I thought. Oh no. And then, well, if I am going to be this timid, how am I ever going to enjoy the 1970s? Worst case, he decides I am an enemy agent. And worst case, we run. I recalled the dragonfly and put everything away, and 30 seconds later he came out of the trees with a 100-pound boar over one shoulder, 2 pheasants and 2 hares in the other hand. Xuelian. I ran to him. I threw away a half-eaten apple that had absolutely no business existing in December in a mountain valley, and he glanced at it, and thought she didn't bring an apple from home, and said nothing. Thank you for your hard work. Give me the pheasants. Feeding a wife is hard work, he said laughing, and shifted the boar like it was a coat. We carried it all back to the jeep, and I scooped water to wash my hands, and then scooped water for him. And he looked at the bucket, which had been half full when he left and was now full to the rim. She said, no rush. I'll eat butcher the game, then change. And then, wife, are the noodles ready? I am a bit hungry. I served 2 bowls out of a vacuum flask that had not existed an hour earlier, with mushrooms and greens and poached eggs still perfect on top, and he picked up his chopsticks and ate it like the most ordinary breakfast of his life. I kept glancing at him. Is it good? Delicious. My wife's cooking is very good. Is the tinned meat good? I put a piece into his bowl. Delicious. My wife loves me. I sat there thinking. This is very strange. He has to even asked where any of it came from. And a man eating noodles 2 feet away thought back at me. Wife, I don't dare ask, in case you leave. Wife, is there any more? Tea. Here is a whole jar. So I turned around and produced an unopened tin of beef, and I opened it in front of him, and I made absolutely certain he could see the side of the box. Date. The 25th of July. 2055. Huanyu Organic Food Company. He read it. The smell of the beef came up between us. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He did not react at all. I thought, with real indignation, I have just handed this man a tin of beef that will be canned 85 years from now, and he is even going to ask. He heard that too, and had to stop chewing for a second, and I watched him decide to give me something. He put down his bowl and looked at me with great meaning. Wife, from now on, only take out food like this in front of me. Don't to let other people see it. They misunderstand. That's all. That's the whole speech. He was not warning me about rules or rationing. He was afraid somebody would take me away and study me. I sat there and something in my chest came apart very quietly. So he knew. He'd known, and he'd said nothing, and he'd waited for me to decide. I'll always believe my wife, he said, and ruffled my hair. And I'll protect you my whole life, do. I leaned over and kissed him, as payment, and he grinned so hard he had to look at the ground. Then I opened the door properly. I gave him grapes and loquats out of season. I brought out a bucket of salt, a bucket of soy sauce, and a bucket of spice powder when he mentioned we didn't have enough salt to cure the meat, and he looked at them once and then decided not to look again because it was too extravagant to be witnessed. Then I produced an oven. A full-size oven, in a valley, plugged into nothing. He helped me load the marinated boar and hare and pheasant into it without a single question, watched me set an hour, and then watched the entire appliance vanish. It cooks on its own, I said. I'll put it away and take things out when we want them. Do. Good, he said, after a moment. That saves space in the car. Then I set up a folding outdoor shower stall and told him to wash, and when he came out, the stall was gone, and so were his clothes. Wife, I'll wash my own. They're in the machine. They'll be dry shortly. Sure. He stood there in the cold with wet hair, absorbing the concept of a washing machine, and said, My dear wife, you've worked hard. It isn't hard. We won't be washing clothes by hand again. And Wang Jianjun, 28, decorated, commander of a regiment, stood in a mountain valley and thought with real distress. It is a disgrace that she had to marry me. He didn't go into the next unit we passed. He stopped at the sentry post and asked them to send the political commissar out to the gate, because if there were agents inside, walking through the door would tell them so. Shupbasar Wang came out with 4 officers behind him and greeted him like a brother, because Wang Jianjun had a reputation in that military region and the reputation had a name. The Flying Tiger. I met a male and female agent at Tigertooth Ridge yesterday. They said they were coming to join your unit. Check every new recruit and every family member who's arrived recently. Verify all of it. He handed over their letters. Commissar Wang went pale. Wang Jianjun Wang. We received an assignment a week ago. We're guarding the new hydroelectric station. Everybody stood very still in the cold for about 2 seconds. Then move, said Wang Jianjun. Officers ran. I'll report this and recommend you for a commendation. No need, we're all soldiers. He came back to the car and found me eating potato crisps. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I put one in his mouth. How did it go? He ate it and stopped moving for a second and then said, in a voice of genuine wonder, What is that, Jin? Then he ate the rest of the bag while driving, and I watched a border commander discover snack food, and I want it recorded that he had no dignity about it whatsoever. We stopped at a fuel station in the hills, 4 men and a table with drinking bowls on it, and they came out grinning because a military vehicle is a whole event. Comrade, it's you again? Come and sit, have some tea. They filled the tank and the spare, and he paid in cash and military fuel coupons, and I got out to breathe air that didn't taste of petrol, and every man on that forecourt stopped functioning. I don't say that with pride. I say it as a fact about a very small road. The cook poured out brown sugar water and handed me a bowl, and I looked at his hands, which had black under the nails, and my entire 21st century nervous system stood up and screamed, "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. I'll have some peanuts." Wang Jianjun did not even turn his head. My wife drank a lot of water in the car, he said smoothly, took the bowl himself and drank from it and then started asking questions. Have you seen any out-of-town vehicles these past few days? Anybody with an accent that isn't from here? The old driver thought about it. A father and daughter came through on foot the same day you did. Dad, they were visiting relatives. What did they ask you? Just about the area. They were strangers. We introduced the local features. Did they ask about the hydroelectric station? The man's face did something complicated. Master, said Wang Jun, those two were agents. They've been dealt with. If strangers ask you about local geography or terrain again, you send someone for the police. Peaceful life is guarded by soldiers. You can't drop your guard just because you're in the rear. He gave them a full ideological lesson at a fuel pump for 10 minutes. Every man on that forecourt got extremely serious about their jobs for approximately the next decade. Back in the car, I said nothing. What? Nothing. You're just very handsome when you do that. He drove for about 400 meters with his ears on fire. Then he pulled over and said, seriously, Xuelian, when we reach the unit, more men are going to look at you. There are a lot of bachelors, too. And some of the families live differently than you're used to, so be prepared. Wang Jianjun is briefing me in advance. I'm worried my wife will be bullied. He sighed. My wife is very beautiful. In the old days she'd have been carried off by bandits. I reached over and pinched his cheek, which is harder than it sounds, because there is nothing soft on him. My Wang Jianjun is quite good looking too. Don't let any other woman get ideas, or I'll be unpleasant about it. I belong only to my wife, he said, and leaned across and kissed me hard enough that I stopped tracking the outside world. Which is when there was an enormous crash and a tree came down across the road. He let go of me and said, with real bitterness, apparently kissing my own wife is illegal, and reached for the door. I grabbed his sleeve. Wait, let's see whether that fell or whether someone dropped it. He stopped, loaded, and sat. I took out 2 bulletproof vests and handed him one. What is this? It stops bullets. My wife has this kind of equipment. The domestic ones they had at that point were fiberglass plate, wrapped in 8 layers of cotton cloth. They weighed like a small child, and the entire military region had a handful. He put it on and I looked at him, decided that was enough, and put a helmet on him as well. That's the safest, I said. He kissed me again. We sat there 12 minutes and nobody came down the slope, so we got out, and he put me behind him and swept the hillside with a pistol before he'd even shut the door. The tree had come out with its whole root plate. Loose soil. It just fell. I'll move it and put it over the edge. It was a tree you'd need 3 people to hug. Leave it to me, I said. The tree stopped existing. He remembered, then, that I could also collect things, and stood there for a second with an expression I describe as a man revising his estimates upward again. Then I said, I'll fix the road while we rehere, and took out a compact excavator. I got in and started filling and grading, and about 90 seconds in, I felt the temperature change beside me and looked over. There is a particular look a competent man gets when he is standing next to something he cannot help with. So I stopped the machine, jumped down and said, Hey, June, take over. And he lit up like the fuel station. He scanned the control panel once, found the labels, and had it moving inside 20 seconds, because he is that kind of man. And I sat on a rock eating a peach and watched my husband grade a mountain road in 1970 with equipment from 2055. If we could build a small excavator like this, he said, over the engine, it would change how we build roads and barracks on the border. If I get into a research institute, I can design one. I can design the vests too. He shut the machine down and looked at me for a long moment. Don't rush, dearing. I'll arrange everything when we get to the base and you can take the institute interview. Then, carefully. But don't show too much at first. The international situation is tense. Most of the advanced equipment was invented abroad first. If you produce too much too fast, someone will decide you're a foreign agent and I don't want you taking that risk. I put the excavator away and thought about how quickly this man had gone from not knowing my name to designing my cover story. All right, I said. I'm not in a hurry. I'll do what you say. He was so pleased about that he drove the next 40 kilometers too fast. That night, the tent went up on a flat piece of ground, and I put a windproof outdoor tent over it, laid a mattress on the floor, put down a light quilt and 2 duvets, and switched on 2 solar heating lamps. Wang Jianjun had reached the stage where he had run out of vocabulary and simply said, "My wife is very capable at everything," like a man reciting. I also strung an electromagnetic mesh around the outside. Because bears. He came out of the shower and heard crackling. The mesh had electrocuted several hares, 2 boars and a goat. He stood out there in the cold with a flashlight looking at the pile, and instead of bringing it in he left it, because more animals would come to it. Then he came inside and studied the heating lamp for a while, the way another man might study scripture. It looked like a fan. It blew warm air. It also worked as a light. It had no cord. If the unit had these, he thought, the border guards wouldn't freeze in winter. Then he sat on the mattress and pressed it with his hand and thought about how the state guest houses in this country did not have a mattress this good. "It's very comfortable," he said, when I came out. "That everyone at the compound sleeps on plank beds. If the other families visit and see this, they'll start thinking, I'll put it away when I'm not sleeping on it. Most of the wives there are from the countryside," he went on. "They're warm, they visit constantly. You're a new bride, so they will be in your house all the time." That was not a warning about mattresses. That was a man mapping my exposure for me. "Is this cotton too?" he asked, touching the quilt. "Yushi, silk floss." He made a small noise. "How many cocoons is that?" "They farm them on machine lines in the future. Sterile conditions, high yield. From the cocoon to the finished quilt, machines do all of it, even the packaging." He absorbed that. If machines do most of the work, what do people do? The ones with the right minds do research and repair the machines. Everyone else does agriculture and services. Does everybody eat enough? Is everybody warm? Yes. Once productivity went up, grain output went up enormously. He let out a breath I don't think he knew he was holding. "And is there still war?" "Yes," I said. "There are still greedy countries. They still take other people's resources. They still start wars in other people's countries." His eyebrows came down and stayed down, and I changed the subject. "How much further?" 3 days and 2 nights. Then, delicately, "Wife? That mesh of yours caught a lot of animals. I was thinking of taking them back for a feast. Would you agree?" "A feast? I want to hold a proper wedding at the compound. I want to introduce you to my comrades properly." I heard the actual sentence underneath, which was, "I want them all to see her." "Then let's hunt more," I said. "I have somewhere to keep it fresh." He laughed out loud, and in his head thought, "Of course you do." The next morning I asked whether he wanted to meet the nanny robot. His eyes came up like a boy's. She's about the size of a woman in her 40s, wearing an apron, and she is honestly a superb piece of engineering. Skin, hair, weight distribution, all of it. She looked him over once with total indifference and said, to me, "Master, do we have guests?" "He's not a guest. He's my husband. He is your master now. Say hello." She bowed. "Master too. I am nanny robot Wang Lieping-an. It is a pleasure to serve you. What chores do you require?" Wang Gujin looked at me. Then at her, then at me. "Could you," he said, with enormous care, "clean that pile of game?" She scanned it. "Yes, I guarantee completion within 15 minutes. Then he asked to see the bodyguard. Bodyguard 1 came out in camouflage, 1.90 m, extremely handsome, scanned the area, and reported directly into my head. "Master, this man is a soldier of 1970, name and rank unknown, current aseptane, no threat to you. Shall I remove him?" Wang Jianjun cleared his throat. "Hello, robot. I am your master's husband, Wang Jianjun." It stared at him for 4 full seconds. "Master." The scan indicates he is not lying. Then it stuck out its hand, and my husband shook hands with a machine and did not know where to put his face. "Xuelian, does it use batteries?" The robot answered for itself. "I operate on a perpetual power cell. One cell sustains 100 years of operation without failure." Then it lifted its shirt, pressed its own navel, and a panel opened in its abdomen. Ding. Wang Jin leaned in and looked at a black cell the size of a fingernail in the middle of a circuit board, and I could see the relief go through him. He told me later that until that panel opened, he had been slightly worried that this was a real man who had come with the marriage. Bodyguard 1, demonstrate your capability for Comrade Wang Jianjun. Yes. Its palms split open and became 2 short guns. It dropped its arms and raised them again, and they were machine guns. "Those are laser weapons," I said. "Shoot that tree." There was no sound and no bullet. The tree caught, burned white, and was ash before it finished falling. And then for its own reasons, the robot took off vertically, went to 300 meters, patrolled, came down and reported. "Master, apart from Comrade Wang Jianjun, there are no humans within 10 miles. There is a leopard 5 kilometers out. Please detour when driving." "Rest," I said, and put it away. Wang Jianjun said. "Was that invented in our country?" "Yes. In your time, is that what war is?" "Mostly. Machines go in first." He was quiet for a moment. "Its destructive power is very high, yes. And countries without research capacity just get beaten." He looked at the ash where the tree had been for a long time, and I could see him carrying it. "Don't worry," I said. "I won't release it unless there's danger." Then, would a machine like that have emotional needs? No, it's a tool. If you write feelings into it, it gets attached to its owner. We deliberately didn't write any. He relaxed so visibly it was almost insulting. We hunted the rest of the way. He drove, I fed the mesh, the robot cleaned, and by the time we reached the base we had 50 boars, 30 hares, 20 pheasants and 5 goats. I roasted and cured most of it inside the space. Some of it we packed into burlap sacks and lashed to the roof of the jeep, so that it could be seen arriving. That is what an alibi is. It isn't a lie. It's a version of the truth with a receipt. And Wang Jianjun, driving, said, in 1 year our entire regiment has never eaten this much meat. Which is the sentence that told me the most about where I was going. The base is buried in the mountains. The sentries saw him coming and their faces did something wonderful. And then they saw me, and did something even better. Hello, Wang Jianjun. Hello, sister-in-law. I handed out wedding candy and peanuts through the window and got a volley of blessings back like a string of firecrackers. Kui Zhukin is so kind. Dukin is beautiful and generous. Wang Jianjun drove on with his mouth doing something he couldn't control. Prepare yourself, he said. You're about to be surrounded. It's fine. I've seen the world. I had run a group with 5,000 employees. I had negotiated with world-class scientists and economists and men who wanted to eat me. I was fairly confident about a mountain compound, as long as I remembered which decade my opinions came from. The family quarters were single-story mud brick houses with a yard front and back for vegetables and chickens. And every woman there was a decade older than me at minimum. That's a rule I hadn't known. To bring your wife to the border, an officer had to be a deputy battalion commander or above, or a company officer with 15 years service, and at least 35. Wang Jianjun was 28 and a regimental commander. Which is why every single face turned. Children came running after the jeep shouting that Guo Wenhuo was back. He parked in front of the political commissar's house, got out and introduced me with the formality of a man laying down a marker. Comrades, this is my wife, Chen Xuelian. She'll be living here with me. Please look after her. Hello, sisters-in-law. Xu. They looked me over the way you look over livestock, kindly, and started assessing out loud. Such a pretty young wife. Black hair, fair skin, good figure. Wang Jianjun? Wang is blessed. She looks like a cultured person, doesn't she? I went to university and I've been working 2 years, I said, before anyone else could decide for me. I was at the research institute in the city before I came. Every face changed. Not to jealousy, to respect. Because a university place had stopped existing in this country in 1966, and a woman who had one was a rare object. No wonder she's so refined. She and Wang Junwang match. Xiao Chen. You don't know anyone here yet. Treat us like your own elder sisters. Any trouble you tell us. I gave out 3 packets of wedding candy and a bag of peanuts. And then the political commissar's wife came out of the next house with a baby on her hip. Dukin, early 40s, 4 children, and the 4th one was 8 months old and drooling on her collar. Oh, Wang Jianjun Wang is back. And this must be the wife. Very pretty. I've had your house tidied already. It's the courtyard on the right. Come and see. The baby's name was Xiao Bao. Little leopard. How old is he? He's lovely. Look at that hair. And his eyes are like grapes. He looks very clever. I said it because it was strategically correct, and it was also true, and Kui Zhukin's entire face opened. Taunts. Little rascal. Very sturdy. She tickled him. Xiao Bao. Waved to Wang Liping. He waved a fist at me, said something that was mostly vowels, and dribbled down his own arm. I hooked my little finger around his and he laughed at me like I was the funniest thing that had ever happened in the mountains. I want you to hold on to that baby, because he becomes important, and not in the way you think. The house was 3 rooms, with a whitewashed interior, and blue stone floors, and a new earth stove with 2 iron pots set into it. A water vat, 2 wooden buckets, a carrying pole, deck. A worn 8, immortals table, a double wooden bed, double happiness pasted on the window glass. For a regimental officer at the border. This was very good housing. Xuelian, said Wang Jianjun, in front of everyone. This is what we have here. It is as good as the staff dormitory you had in the city. I'm afraid you'll have to suffer with me. Every woman in that yard blinked, because that meant the new wife's city housing had been better than this. He had done that on purpose. He was laying the ground for the rest of my life, so that when they noticed I was strange about food, and strange about washing, and had a slightly unhinged relationship with cleanliness, nobody would find it suspicious. She's a city girl, she's used to better. He built me that cover on day 1, in public, in 11 words, and made himself look slightly inadequate doing it. Don't worry, I said, I'll adapt as fast as I can. And then Kui Zhukin said, Wang Jianjun Wang, our old son didn't know you were coming back early. He was going to help move your things from the dormitory today, but he's let a team out and won't be back for 2 days. Wang Jianjun's whole body changed. Kui Zhukin, what mission? Country Y has come across the border again. The 1st and 2nd regiments have both deployed. There was a silence in that yard about a second and a half long. Xuelian, he said, I have to go to the front. Go, don't worry about me, I'll manage. Take everything out of the car. See if you can use it, Jet. He put down the quilts and the suitcases, and got back in the jeep, and drove away. He had been married 4 days and I had been in my house for 6 minutes. I stood in a yard in the mountains and watched the dust, and I want to be honest, what I felt was not fear. It was the specific, cold, focused feeling I used to get right before a hostile acquisition. The other wives came in and carried my luggage and gave me advice, and every piece of it was worse than the last. Kiao Chen, the men here put the country first. You'll get used to it. It happens 2 or 3 times a month. Sometimes you can hear the guns. We don't sleep, Al. Sometimes there's fighting and they don't come home for half a month at a stretch. You have to be strong. I thanked them and started making the bed, and they decided I was very composed and sensible, and left me to it. Then I picked up 2 buckets and a carrying pole and went to get water, because that is what a woman in that compound did, and because a woman whose water vat is always full and who never goes to the well is a woman with a secret. The well was 500 meters away. I filled both buckets to about 80%, because I am not a fool, and then I put the pole across my shoulders and stood up and discovered that I am, in fact, a fool. It's about 70 or 80 pounds. It swings. It has opinions. I got perhaps 40 meters, weaving like a drunk, water going over the sides in sheets, before I put it down to reset my grip and admit that this was going to be a problem. And that is when I noticed the other thing. Half the women in that compound had thick shoulders and a slight forward curve to the upper back. You don't get that from farming. You get that from 20 years of carrying 2 buckets 500 meters, 3 or 4 times a day, from the age of 11. I was still standing there working that out when 2 teenagers came up the path, a boy with empty buckets and a girl with nothing. Hello, Wang Chen. My mother sent us to carry your water back. And you are. My father is Chen Xuelian. We're your neighbors. I'm Chen Wenli. This is my brother, Chen Jinjie. Hello, Wang Chen. I didn't realize Chen Li Juanwu had children this big, I said, because the baby was still nursing. Chen Wenli laughed. My parents are both in their early 40s. My eldest brother is already serving. My third brother can cook. Then she looked into my buckets, which were now about 40% full and had a lot of the path in them. Wang Chen, it isn't worth coming all this way for half a bucket. Let me fill them. They'll be too heavy. It's fine. We do it all the time. She refilled both to the brim and swung the pole up like it was a coat hanger, and her brother took the other 2, and they walked back at a normal walking pace, chatting, while I walked beside them carrying nothing and feeling like a decorative item. They were 14 and 13. Junior middle school. There was no senior school in the military region and the universities were shut, so the plan was to stay home and help their mother for a few years and then enlist. You're both young, I said. If you can't go to senior school, buy the textbooks and study them yourselves. I'll tutor you if you need it. When the university entrance examination comes back, you'll have a chance. They looked at me like I'd said something in another language. Because I knew something they didn't, and I couldn't tell them how. 7 years, that's all. 7 years and it comes back. Then, walking, they started talking about the fighting, in the flat casual way of children who have grown up next to it. Wang Chen, Wang Jianjun Wang brought you here and left the same day. Don't blame him. It's been very heavy these past days. A lot of our soldiers have died. There are a lot of wounded. If we weren't so young, we'd want to go and support them too. I said carefully. Are our casualties high? Teacher, said old M, gave country Yi a lot of advanced weapons. Their artillery reaches further than ours. A 13-year-old boy carrying 2 buckets of water said that, with total calm, as a fact about his neighborhood. Let me tell you what I was actually holding while I listened. I had, in my wrist, weapons purchased from European arms firms with a company credit line. I had 50 combat robots. I had drones. My own team had designed. I had, in short, the most advanced small arms and surveillance capability on the surface of this planet. And I had bought all of it as a hedge against zombies. And 2 children were explaining to me why the boys from this compound were dying at a range they couldn't answer. They filled my water vat and all 4 buckets. I got out 8 eggs to thank them and they refused and ran home like they were escaping. I had to walk over and hand the eggs to their mother, who refused 3 times and then took them. And 20 minutes later, her 3rd son turned up at my door with a bowl of noodles, with 3 poached eggs in it. Wang Chen, my mother says it's your first day and she's worried. You can't use the stove yet. I ate them, standing up in a kitchen, with a kerosene lamp on. And then 2 more wives brought me dinner, and I gave every family 2 eggs back. And everybody accepted, because that is how it works. After dark, I shut the courtyard gate, lit the lamp, and went into my space to select equipment. I chose butterflies. Not because they re-elegant, because these mountains have butterflies in them, and a butterfly is the only flying object in this decade that nobody looks at twice. Under the moon, a swarm went up out of my yard and went south, and picked up speed as it cleared the ridge. A child in the compound came out to relieve himself against a vegetable bed, looked up and shouted, "Liu Finfang, come and see. There are so many butterflies and they re so high." His mother came out. There was nothing there. It flew away. That way. So high and so fast it was gone. Get inside, both of you, before the mountain mosquitoes eat your faces. And they went in and sat on the bed arguing about what color butterflies come in. 80 kilometers south, on a hillside, a soldier of country Y looked up. Butterflies. Where did all these butterflies come from? I don't know. I will not describe what happened next in any detail, because there is nothing in it worth describing. 7 or 8 positions at once. The bunker on height 72 came apart from the inside. The ammunition store went up and lit the underside of the clouds and made the whole ridgeline visible from 4 kilometers away. Wang Jianjun was moving his men up for a surprise assault when the objective destroyed itself in front of him. His first thought, and he told me this, and I have never stopped thinking about it, was that a platoon of his own men had gone in under the bunker with charges. He stopped where he stood. And every man behind him stopped and took their caps off and saluted a hillside. Then the 1st Battalion commander came running up shouting that the enemy had pulled back. Get me 2nd Battalion. Ask if it was them. It wasn't. 2nd Battalion was still moving into position. 3rd Battalion was with him. 1st Battalion was engaged. Nobody in the 1st Regiment had died to take that bunker, because nobody in the 1st Regiment had touched it. Wang Jianjun, did the division send reinforcements? He already knew. Of course he already knew. It wasn't ours, he said. If it were ours, our flag would be on that hill by now. Then, in a completely level voice, in front of 4 battalion commanders, there must have been an internal problem in their position. They set off their own charges by mistake. And after that, they've abandoned their equipment. Convenient, let's go and clear it. Reports came in for the next 20 minutes. 7 or 8 ambush points destroyed simultaneously. Precise. Silent. No. Aircraft on radar. Survivors running in the dark without their weapons. Wang Jianjun, has the division called in air support? How would the Air Force place bombs that accurately at night? Was it our Special Operations Company? If our Special Operations Company could put that many men through, we wouldn't have had the last 4 days. And Wang Jianjun looked at the fire on the far ridge and said, perhaps heaven has blessed China. Then he said, brothers, we can eat in peace. Tell the cooking squad to boil the cured meat I brought. The 1st Battalion commander started laughing. I honestly thought I was going to die on this hilltop tonight. Instead, I get to live a while longer and have a few more children. Everybody laughed, because that is what you do, and somebody said, go home and get started. Hey? Wang Jianjun, said the 3rd Battalion commander. After this, can we see the bride? After this, said Wang Jianjun, I'll hold a wedding at the compound and you'll all come. They cheered. The company commander who'd already eaten came back up the hill to report, formally, that the cooking squad had made a dozen pots of soup out of the wild boar and goat, and that he had never tasted meat like it in his life, and expected to remember it for a year. Your wife let you bring all that for us? She must be very generous. Nonsense, said Wang Jianjun. How could my wife not be highly educated? Which is not an answer to the question, and which is the proudest sentence I have ever had reported back to me secondhand. In the compound the next morning I woke up to firecrackers. Diu Qi was over the wall before I'd got the door properly open. Wei Xiao Chen. Our men have won. Really? The children were up at dawn setting those off. I didn't sleep all night and now I can breathe. She beamed at me. Your Wang Jianjun Wang will probably be back to see you in a couple of days. 10. Sympathetically. It's bad luck, a war right after your wedding. He could have taken honeymoon leave. I can look after myself, I said. It doesn't matter if he can't come. And then a dozen women came into my yard carrying bamboo baskets. Xiao Chen, we're going down to help the doctors. Do you want to come? Jet. The baskets had boiled eggs in them. Sweet potatoes. Potatoes. Things they had grown in their own backyards. I want you to understand what was in those baskets. Meat did not exist as a gift here. Eggs were the entire nutritional strategy of a household with 5 children. A hen does not lay every day. Taking 6 eggs out of that house to give to a wounded stranger is the same as taking food out of your own children's mouths and walking it 2 miles. Every single one of them had done it without discussing it. I'll come, I said. Wait a moment. I'll bring something too. Here is what I brought. And here is why each item: a bag of milk powder, opened and poured into a large enamel cup, 2 tins of malted milk, from the 5 my aunt-in-law had packed, a bag of white rabbit sweets. Because that brand did not change its wrapper or its taste for 40 years, and nobody alive could date one. 5 eggs, small ones. I passed over the big ones deliberately because the eggs in my space are from birds that drink spring water and they are the size of a fist, and a fist-sized egg in a mountain compound in 1970 is a confession. 3 apples. That's the whole trick. Not hiding things, choosing which things are ordinary. They all crowded round to look in my cloth bag and made noises. Baby formula. The service cooperative sold it, but in limited quantities, expensive, and only against special coupons, generally to the seriously ill and to babies whose mothers had no milk. They were wedding gifts from our guests, I said. We brought them with us and here is some left. The soldiers are hurt. They need it more. The field hospital was 2 miles, a cluster of low buildings with department signs nailed up outside. Trucks were arriving. There were not enough stretchers. There were not enough people. And the older wives put their baskets down on the ground and went and picked up wounded men. I want you to see it properly. Women in their 40s who carry 100 kilos of crop on their backs for a living, walking into the yard and taking a soldier onto their back and going up the steps with him. And not one of them wasted a second on whether a woman should be carrying a man. Some of the wounded started crying when they saw them. Because at that moment those were somebody's mothers. I could not have carried any of them. I would have dropped one and made it worse. A nurse looked at me standing there, decided I had thin shoulders and an education, and pointed me at a ward. Can you watch a room? This is a thermometer. Do you know how to take a temperature? Yes. What counts as a high fever? Anything over 39. 20 beds, all post-surgical. Anyone spikes, come and find me. She was gone before I could answer. They were short on anesthetic and short on painkillers, so that room sounded the way it sounded, and then a young woman walked in with a thermometer and 20 men perked up like a field of sunflowers. Miss, are you a new trainee medic? Most of them were in their early 20s, some of them were younger than that because 16 was old enough to enlist. I'm not a doctor, I'm a family member. I smiled at the room. Does anyone have a fever? If you can move your arm, touch your forehead and your ear. If it's hot, I'll take yours first. There is a particular hopeful arithmetic that goes on in a ward like that. Wounded men fell in love with young nurses fairly often, and married them, and everybody knew it. So a pretty stranger walking in with a thermometer was, briefly, a lottery ticket. Then I said family member. And the room did the second calculation, which is that only officers from deputy battalion commander upward could bring a wife, and quietly retired the entire idea. I found the first one fast, because a high fever turns the outer ear red and hot, and you can see it from the doorway. Comrade, jaded. Are you feverish? He touched his own head and looked surprised. I think I am, little sister. Could I have some water? I had abdominal surgery. I can't get up. His lips were split. He took the thermometer out of my hand to put it under his own arm, which I appreciated. Clamp it properly, but don't squeeze. The glass breaks, the mercury is poisonous. Understood. Somebody laughed and said she wasn't a doctor, but she was certainly professional about it. Behind the beds there was a small table with cotton swabs, gauze, alcohol, 2 thermos flasks and 5 enamel cups. 5 cups. 20 men. I poured half a cup of boiling water and rolled it between the cups until it was cool enough to hold, and gave it to him, and then poured for everyone else in rotation. There aren't many cups. You'll have to pass them round. That's fine, sister. Then I collected the thermometer and held it up to the light. 41. I lifted the blankets. The surgical site was seeping through the dressing. Your wound's infected, I'll go and find the doctor. I could not find the nurse I'd been given to. I stopped another one crossing the corridor. There's a patient in Ward 1 at 41 degrees with a bleeding wound. She didn't stop walking. We're short-handed, Tay. Most of us are with the criticals waiting on surgery. Give him anti-inflammatory. She took a paper packet off her tray, broke a tablet in half and put half of it in my hand. We're low. If half brings the fever down, don't give the other half. May I ask what it is? Sulfonamide. And she was gone. Sulfonamide. Older than penicillin. Which meant they were also out of penicillin, or short enough of it that they were saving it for people with no other option. I stood in that corridor holding half a tablet with about 11 pharmacy warehouses in my wrist. I had tetracycline, erythromycin, cephalosporins, all of them gentler than penicillin, and none of them inventable by a woman in 1970, without ending up in a locked room being asked questions. But you cannot see a dissolved pill. I went back into the ward and poured more water and let it cool to warm. And with my back to the room, I dissolved what I'd brought out and added a few drops of spring water to each cup. Little sister, we drank the water. My fever has to gone. Have a little more. Trust me, the nurse is coming. They drank it because I was gentle and because they had nothing else to do, and then several of them looked up. The boiled water's sweeter this time. My head's cleared. 20 minutes later, every ear in that room had cooled, which was a problem. 'Cause a ward that recovers visibly faster than the ward next to it is a ward that gets investigated, and the person doing the investigating would be a military doctor. So I needed something they could see. I turned my back, rummaged theatrically in my cloth bag, and produced a large bottle of green powder. One of you is bleeding through his stitches again, I announced. IV got a hemostatic from home. Traditional herbs, family recipe. I'd like to try it on the wounds that are opening. Is anyone willing? Almost all of them were from the countryside. Every one of them had grown up with barefoot doctors and herbal poultices and grandmothers with a jar of something for cuts. Little sister, let me have it. I laid out alcohol, swabs, bandages and the bottle on a tray. Infect. Powder, fresh dressing. Next, I did about 11 of them, men and every kind of wound, and I did not think about the difference between men and women for 1 second. Because women twice my age were carrying soldiers up steps outside, and nobody had time for that particular convention. Little sister, this powder of yours is something. It's already cold and easy. It's like a magic pill. My fever's gone. An older man in the corner, a company commander, told them off for teasing a young family member and then asked curiously whether he could try it too. That is, when he got a proper look at me and started thinking. Miss, which commander in the 1st Regiment are you related to? Dal, I am Wang Jianjun's wife, I said and kept working. We married while he was on leave. I arrived yesterday. The entire ward tried to stand up. Company Wang Jianjun Han got his salute out first, at volume. Hello, sister-in-law. And then 20 voices, some of them from men who could only lift one arm. Hello, sister-in-law. I want to explain what had just happened to them, because it was worse than embarrassment. This division had 6 regimental commanders, and Wang Jianjun was the youngest and the most decorated of them. They called him the Flying Tiger. He was known for discipline, and several of them had spent the last 20 minutes trying to work out whether the pretty girl with the thermometer was single. Kui Sukin, please go and get a nurse. Kui Sukin, you should to be doing dirty work. Kui Sukin, if Wang Jianjun Wang hears about this, we refinished. There are new wounded arriving all afternoon. I said, the doctors are busy. That's why they gave a beginner like me a ward. Treat me like a nurse. You bleed for the country. It's the least your families can do from the rear, and you are calling me sister-in-law. So don't stand on ceremony. Then, I changed the subject, because a room full of terrified soldiers is not useful to anyone. I heard this morning that Country Y has surrendered. Is that true? And a room that had been silent lit up. Fierce fighting all evening, and then in the second half of the night, they were wiped out. They'd never have offered talks otherwise. Height 72 was a stalemate, until Wang Jianjun came back off leave and took command. Kui Gin, Wang Jianjun Wang is a strategist. Here is no position he can take. I stood there disinfecting a stranger's shoulder and listening to men explain to me, with total sincerity, that my husband's tactical genius had won a battle that I had won with a swarm of moths. You are not 1st Regiment men, I said. Dal do know so much about our old Wang. They all started laughing, because I'd said old Wang, and that told them everything they wanted to know about how the marriage was going. Wang Jun Wang is the Flying Tiger of the 16th Division. A month ago he took his men deep into the old forest and brought back more than 300 hidden agents. So that was why 2 people had been waiting for him on a mountain road with a forged letter. I got about 40 minutes of peace out of that ward. Then Guoyan and Chen Mei came in on rounds. Heard laughing from the corridor, which annoyed her before she'd even opened the door. Didn't we tell you to rest after surgery? And you've got the energy to sit here chatting? Then she saw me sprinkling green powder into an abdominal wound, and her voice went through the roof. Stop! I did not stop treating an open wound. She crossed the room and took the bottle out of my hand. Where did this come from? I put you in charge of watching patients. Who gave you permission to medicate them? She sniffed it. Herbs. That made it worse. Tell me where this bottle came from. The ward closed rank so fast it was almost funny. Guo Yan Lu, we gave her permission. It works, our wounds have already scabbed. Guo Yan Lu, don't be harsh with her. She's the new. I don't care who she is. She is to doctor and she is to nurse. She has no right to medicate anyone. If these wounds get infected, who takes responsibility? Which, and I want to be fair to her, is a correct sentence. It is the correct sentence. It is exactly what I would want a nurse to say. Comrade, I said calmly. Several men here had infected wounds and fevers over 41 degrees. I went to find you and you weren't there. The other nurses were with the criticals. We are short of anti-inflammatories, so I used a herbal powder to stop the wounds getting worse. These herbs promote healing and disinfect. The effect can be verified. We can testify. Come outside, said Chen Mei. Now. She took me straight to an attending physician and opened with a masterpiece of self-protection. Director Lin, a family member has been giving herbal powder to the Ward 1 post-surgicals. It was my fault. We were short-handed. I asked her to take temperatures. I did not expect her to medicate them. She really is something. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Of course, if I'd had a submachine gun, I'd have gone to the front. What are you laughing at? This is serious. Dr. Lin Dao took the bottle, smelled it, and asked the only intelligent question available. What's in it? Dragon's blood resin. Watermelon frost, mugwort ash, arborvitae leaf powder, not a ginseng powder. And I kept going, and watched both of them lose the thread around item 4. Who gave it to you? Family recipe, golden sore medicine. What is your level of education? Which is a question that means you superstitious peasant, university graduate. Both of them stopped. Which university? Harbin Institute of Technology. Major, mechatronic engineering. Which was unverifiable and, crucially, not medicine, so they couldn't test it. Lin Guang narrowed his eyes. Do you speak Russian? Yes. Say something. So I explained to him, in Russian, that I had donated the powder because a patient's surgical wound had become infected, and that I wished to share the country's burden. Harbin was built with Soviet involvement. Russian was the first foreign language of that generation of intellectuals. He listened to the accent and something in his face reorganized. And, he said, even if you graduated, your field has nothing to do with medicine. Do you actually understand these ingredients? I do. It promotes circulation, disperses stasis, stops bleeding and reduces swelling. If you don't believe me, run a comparison. Half the ward has had it, and half hasn't. The materials aren't cheap, by the way. Denting. I wouldn't be spending them if the wounds weren't going bad. They both realized at the same moment that I was not frightened. Which regiment's family are you? My husband is at the front. I'd rather not give his name. I don't want him carrying it. That was true, and it was also the exact wrong thing to say. Director Lin tipped his head. You're not an agent, are you? Fair? Honestly, fair. Educated, articulate, unafraid, refusing to name her unit, in possession of a medicine nobody recognizes. I can find other wives to identify me. And at that precise moment, a deputy battalion commander's wife from 3rd Regiment came past the door and said, Xiao Chen. What are you doing here? We're going to the cooking squat. Are you coming? I can't, sister-in-law. The doctors asked me to help with the wounded. She waved and went on and had no idea she had just closed the case. Lin Guang picked up the bottle. Let's go and look at the wounded. Seeing is believing. He went bed to bed. Temperature, heart rate, wound. Not one fever, not one racing pulse. And the dressings had been done properly. Disinfected, powdered, rebandaged, clean edges. That is not the work of a beginner, and he noticed. He stood up at the last bed and said, Guo Yan Lu. It appears we've misunderstood this family member. This powder does stop bleeding, and it does disinfect. Director Lin, said Chen Mei. It hasn't been scientifically tested. Using it at scale is not safe. What if side effects appear in a few days? None of us can carry that. And Lin Guang hesitated. Which I understood, because there were a lot of doctors in that building and he was one of them, and if it went wrong his colleagues would be punished with him. Then we observe this ward for 48 hours. If nothing appears, we mass produce. Xiao Chen, you can understand that. I understand, I said. There is an old saying in Chinese medicine, do treat those who are fated to be treated. Those who don't believe are not treated. Those who cannot be cured are not treated. It seems the rest of the wounded were not fated. I'll be going then. Before I went, I divided the milk powder into a dozen enamel cups and poured hot water over it, and the smell of milk went through that ward like a rumor. That's milk powder. Milk powder was 5 yuan a bag, and rationed and usually reserved for the critically ill, retired cadres and babies with no mother's milk. It's a small thing, I said. I hope it helps. Several cups went hand to hand down a row of beds and every man took 2 mouthfuls and passed it on, and I watched 20 grown soldiers get quietly racked by an enamel cup of formula. Chen Mei bit her lip and said nothing. Then I found out Ward 5 was mostly 1st Regiment, so I took my last 2 tins of malted milk there and made egg custard with them, and while Lin Guang was checking charts I dosed each cup with a few drops of the well. Ward 5 was the bad one. There were men in there who were not going to walk out on the same number of limbs they came in with. They tried to get up when I came in. They brought me a stool. Sit down, sister-in-law. Thank you for coming. I won't sit. I'll be leaving in a moment. I have run a company with 5,000 employees. Jing. I have signed things that moved cities. I have never in my life felt as useless as I did standing in Ward 5 with 2 tins of malted milk. I want to be honest about the next part because it is the part that decided everything else. Jean. I went home that evening and I locked the courtyard gate and I lit the kerosene lamp, and then I went into my space and I stood in a warehouse with 50 combat robots in it and I did arithmetic. If I used what I had, this border would be quiet inside a week and nobody else would come back on a truck. Yes. And within a month, every intelligence service on Earth would be looking for the source. Including my own countries, which would be right too. So the rule I set myself that night was this. The butterflies go out once. Not twice against the same enemy, not twice in the same place, and never in a way that leaves a fragment. Jets. Because the moment it happens a second time, they stop calling it an accident and start calling it a weapon, and then they will look for it, seriously, with the best minds the country has. I was extremely pleased with this rule. I thought it was very disciplined of me. I had no idea, at the time, that the best mind the country had was going to turn out to be my father. The next morning I got up early and learned to use the stove. The girl before me had grown up in a city flat with honeycomb coal briquettes and a small iron pot. This was a mud stove with 2 iron pots set into it, and the pots were 80 centimeters across because they were built for boiling enough water to wash a family of 6. I sat on a low stool and looked into it for a while. Then I turned my back on the doorway, put my hand in my cloth bag, and produced a lump of coal, a lighter and a wad of firelighter. 2 minutes later there was smoke coming out of my chimney, and next door I heard Kui Zhukin make a small satisfied noise, because a chimney with smoke in it means the new wife is not going to starve and it is not going to be her problem. Half an hour after that, the smell of cured hare and garlic went over the wall. I know exactly what happened in that house, because all 4 of her children told me separately over the following year. Liu Fenfang. What is Wang Chen cooking? It smells amazing. Stir-fried pork with garlic. It's smoked. It's hair. And then the youngest one came off the floor and crawled for the doorway, and Kui Shukin scooped him up and poked his cheek and said, "You've barely got teeth and you want meat, you greedy little thing." And Xiao Bao, 8 months old, looked at the wall between our houses and said the first word of his life. Meat. The entire family stopped dead. Then they fell over. Zhu Meihua. My brother can talk. It's because he's greedy. Xiao Bao is greedier than we are. Duking kissed her son so hard he squeaked and said, "Don't you worry, little one. I'll kill a chicken tomorrow and you'll get your first taste of meat." And that is how I ended up standing at the wall 2 minutes later with a small bowl of hair, using a rice bowl instead of a serving bowl, because a serving bowl obliges people and a rice bowl doesn't. Do you Quigan? We cooked hair. Have some. All 4 children put down their chopsticks at once and said, "Liu Fenfang, we're full." Which is a manner so good I nearly applauded. Xiao Chen, keep it for yourself. You don't keep poultry. Meat won't be easy for you. I'm not short of meat, I said, and put the bowl on her table. Jianjun and I caught these on the road. There are mountains all around. There'll be hares and pheasants. I'll go up and catch a few more sometime. The 3 older children turned and looked at me with the profound pity of experts. Wang Chen. Catching hares is not that easy. Wang Chen. The pheasants fly very fast. Wang Chen, if you want hares I'll show you where. I know where the most are. Don't listen to the third one, said Kui Jikin. Den, at best, he can teach you to catch rats. Once rats had entered the conversation, I found I had somewhere to be. Xiao Bao, meanwhile, was leaning out of his mother's arms toward the bowl, with his whole body, saying, "Meat, meat." And I want to tell you now that over the next year that child learned approximately 11 words, and 4 of them were mine, and the first one was always the loudest. After she'd eaten, Kui Jikin sent both older children over with 2 buckets of water each, which embarrassed me, and then sat on my step and gave me the political map of the compound. Xiao Chen. Stay away from the wives of the 2nd Regiment commander and the 2nd Regiment political commissar. I only know you so far. Well, she lowered her voice to light it. Those 2 were high school classmates. Both of them stole other women's men. Fang Jing took Yang's superior when he was still a battalion commander and engaged to a girl back home. And then she introduced her own classmate Jiang Yaohan to Guo Qiang, and that man was heartless too. He remarried within a year of his wife dying and left his own children in the countryside. The men in those 2 houses pulled each other up. Our men fought for it. The 1st Regiment always goes in first. Your Wang Jianjun is called the Flying Tiger. He just became a regimental commander very young, and there are plenty of people who envy him. If you hear gossip, don't take it to heart. What gossip? That he got his position through his father. His father's a commander, so, like father like son. I put my tea down. Kuzyukin. Anyone who envies is simply incapable. I didn't hear them say it to my face, so I'll let it go. But if they say it to my face and I have proof, I will not let it go. Du Kuigin looked genuinely relieved, and I realized she had been checking whether I was going to cry and go home. They came after dark on the 3rd night. That's the first thing to notice. 2 women in wool coats and pink scarves and heeled leather shoes, calling into my courtyard at an hour when nobody visits. Wang Jianjun, Wang's family, Jess, are you home? They came in carrying gifts wrapped in brown paper, and they put the parcels on my table and then took handkerchiefs out of their sleeves and wiped the parcels before setting them down. Both fair-skinned. Both early 30s, one in glasses. I'm Fang Jing, wife of the 2nd Regiment commander, Jiang Yaohan, wife of the 2nd Regiment political commissar. Their husbands held rank equivalent to mine. They wanted me to know that first. Chen Xuelian. Call me Xiao Chen. Fang Jing sat down and opened with a compliment, which is always how it starts. They said Wang Jianjun, Wang's wife, was as beautiful as a fairy. I didn't believe it until now. No wonder he refused every match anyone tried to introduce him to. There it is. Sentence 1. Every match anyone tried to introduce him to. If I were a jealous woman, I would spend the next 3 weeks finding out who, and my husband would come home from a war to an interrogation. You're too kind. I'm only a new bride. I can't accept that. She waited for me to ask who. I didn't. So she changed instruments and looked around my main room and frowned. Xiao Chen, who arranged all this furniture? It's so old and worn. Zhang Xiaohan picked it straight up. Logically, as a regimental commander's wife, you shouldn't have been given only this. Did someone take the good pieces? That house had been prepared by political commissar Xu, whose wife lived over the wall and had spent 2 days feeding me. They had come at night with gifts, to try to make me hate the only friend I had. I decided to join the army at very short notice, I said. The unit had to hurry. When the fighting ends, I'll ask Wang Jianjun to sort it out. It was rushed. Wang Jianjun. Wang came back from leave with a wife. It surprised everyone. A pause. How did you 2 meet? Who introduced you? Said Jiang Xiaohan. And I smiled at both of them and said, you seem to care a great deal about our old Wang. The room went briefly airless. It isn't that we care, it's that Wang Jianjun Wang is young and promising, and had never married. Naturally us older women worried about him. So it was you, I said, who wanted to matchmake for our old Wang. Feng Jing's face did something. Well, I did have the thought. But now I've met you, I can see you and Wang Jianjun Wang are a perfect match. Of course, his aunt introduced us. His father paid for the wedding. It was a proper marriage and we're in love. Then I put my chin on my hand and asked, pleasantly, and how did your marriages come about? Feng Jing stopped. Mine was introduced by my family. Well, there we are, I said. With our elders alive, it isn't for outsiders to worry about our marriages. Don't you agree? I looked at both of them for slightly too long. They discovered they had things to do at home. I handed the parcels back at the gate. Take these for your children. We brought a great deal of candy and peanuts from the wedding. We really don't need any more. They went out through my gate carrying their own gifts, which is the most complete way I know to lose a social engagement. And I heard Feng Jing say, from about 10 meters down the path. I didn't expect her to be that quick. She's cunning, said Chen Xuelian. How else would she have got Wang Jianjun Wang at 20? And that, in case you were wondering, is the exact moment the war started. The pigsties were in an open area to the northwest, and you could smell the place from 100 meters out. Each family had 20 or 30 square meters in a corner where they kept pigs and chickens and ducks. There were no taps, no drainage, no way to wash anything down. Kui Shukin showed me her 2 pigs, the way other women show you a diploma. Look how fat they are. What do you feed them? Dishwater, sweet potato leaves and feed, dear, to get one over 100 pounds a year. For 1 pig in a compound with 4 children per household. She collected eggs off the ground, comparing them for size, and then she found a dead rat in a trap and told me happily that smoked rat is also a meat dish, and I discovered a piece of business on the far side of the pen that required my full attention. Which is when the shouting started. You're useless at everything. Everyone else's pigs are fattened and yours are still piglets after half a year. They won't be ready by New Year. What a useless woman. A woman in her 50s, going at a woman in her early 20s, and the young one had a baby of about 18 months in a basket on her back. The young one whispered something and it made it worse. Dramatic. In this compound, who doesn't have 4 or 5 children? They still have time for pigs and chickens and a garden. You've had one and you're already complaining. My son must have been blind to marry you. I said you shouldn't have come here at all. And then Ma Shufan, the loudest woman in the 1st Regiment, slammed her ladle into her slop bucket and crossed the ground like weather. Ju Meihua Wu. How can you curse your daughter-in-law like that? Your pigs aren't gaining because you're not feeding them, and no amount of shouting at Hongyan will change it. And don't even mention pigs. You can't feed your daughter-in-law or your granddaughter properly. They're both sticks. That child is nearly 2 and she weighs about 12 pounds. People who didn't know would think Hongyan was your child bride and that baby was picked up in the road. Ju Meihua Wu turned purple. My son and your husband hold the same rank. Don't put on airs with me. I'm taking charge of this today. Our men are on the front and we don't know if they're alive, and you're making a scene in the rear. Aren't you ashamed? And don't look down on your granddaughter. If your son dies out there, that child is all he leaves. That was a mistake. And Ma Shufan knew it, the second it left her mouth. Zhou Meihua Wu took her shoe off. You dare curse my son to die? Even if your husband dies, mine won. Nothing good comes out of your mouth, Dad. I'll discipline you on your mother-in-law's behalf. Zhou Hongyan got between them, which was brave and stupid. Kui Xiuqin, I am fine, please just go. Kui Xiuqin dropped her broom and vaulted the pen wall, and I want that on the record about a 40-year-old woman with 4 children. Tao. And Zhou Meihua Wu, unable to reach anyone else, turned around and hit her own daughter-in-law across the face with the sole of the shoe. Zhou Hongyan flinched, and the basket swung, and the baby went out of it onto the ground. I have been in some rooms. I have watched men lose 8-figure sums and not blink. I have never in my life moved as fast as Ma Shufan moved for that child. The ground was grass and the drop was short, and the baby was screaming, which is the best sound available, because a child who is screaming is a child who is breathing. Qing, Wang Liping, said Kui King, holding the old woman's arm. If you carry on, we'll report it to the logistics department and have your family status revoked. That I learned later was the leverage. Zhu Meihua Wu had come to visit and simply refused to leave, citing poor health, and the division commander had made an exception because it was a remote posting. 2 other households had promptly copied the trick. Are you trying to starve me? My registration's already transferred. People who break discipline get sent back where they came from. If anyone dares transfer my registration, I'll die on their doorstep. And Kui Xiuqin ran out of moves, because that is a genuinely unbeatable threat in 1970. Du Hongyan had the baby against her chest and was nursing her and rocking her at once and saying her name over and over, and the child was crying while feeding, which is a specific sound I hope you never have to hear. I checked her head. Nothing broken. Grass, low drop. Is she all right? Is she dizzy? I don't know. And then, To the baby, Lily, tell Zhu Meihua, did you hurt anywhere? The child shook her head, then reached up with one hand and wiped her mother's face and said, Zhu Meihua, don't cry. She was 1 year and 9 months old. I am going to move past that quickly because I have to. Zhu Meihua Wu, said Xuelian. You have to change your temper. In the countryside, you'd be paraded through the street for this. I didn't hit her. She fell down on her own. She said that in front of 9 witnesses and put her shoe back on. Duh. The whole pen erupted. We all saw you. Then where did the shoe print on her face come from? She tried to hit me too. I'll bet she does this at home. Ma Shufen's voice could have been heard from the front. Wang Liping, I said. Beating and cursing your daughter-in-law is abuse. It's a criminal matter, now. It was not technically a criminal matter. That statute did not exist yet and would not exist for another 9 years. But she didn't know that, and I did. And I have never had a moral problem with using a fact from the future on a woman who hits a nursing mother with a shoe. Who are you to accuse me? Said Ma Shufen, delighted. Don't let her age fool you. That's the wife of our 1st Regiment commander. University graduate. Worked at a research institute. If she says it, it's so. So I explained the law to her. Slowly, in the flattest possible voice. The offense of abuse exists to protect harmony and equality in the family. If a member of a household uses cruel methods on another, that is abuse. Wang Liping, if you're convicted, you don't only go to prison. Ding. It goes into the political review of your descendants. Your grandchildren will not be permitted to enlist, and they will not be permitted to become cadres. Her face came apart. You have to hit them where they actually live. I hit her in a moment of anger. I don't usually ask her whether I've ever hit her. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Hongyan. And Zhou Hongyan stood there with a shoe print on her cheek and her daughter in her arms, and she could not do it. Because outsiders can support you today. And you go home with that woman tonight. She bit her lip and let the tears run and said nothing at all. She didn't say, I hit her today was an accident. Hongyan, hissed Ma Shufen. Say something. The regimental commander's wife will stand up for you. I did not despise her for that. People who have been under a boot for years do not fight back until the odds are certain. And hers were not certain. She had no income. In 1970, in the countryside, a divorced woman with a daughter could starve. That is the whole reason feudal households lasted 1,000 years. Not because the landlord was strong. 'Cause leaving was fatal. So I stopped arguing with the old woman and did something else. Wang Liping, cursing is also abuse. In the old society, mothers-in-law drove daughters-in-law to their deaths with nothing but words. The relationship between you is supposed to be respect from below and care from above. Using your position to control her is abuse. I did to curse. I just spoke loudly. We all heard you, said Ma Shufen. And you call your own granddaughter a money-losing item. Your house backs onto mine. Oh, I hear it through the wall. That's not an insult. That's what we call girls where I am from. And there it was. If money-losing item is 10 insult, I said, then explain what it means. She actually tried. A girl when she grows up she marries out. She contributes to the man's family. So you're a money-losing item too? Silence. What a fine old money-losing item you are. You're swearing at me? Wang Liping do. Calling your daughter-in-law a money-losing item is not an insult. But calling you one is. Didn't you grow up and marry out and bear children for your husband's family and contribute to their household? Haven't you contributed to your husband's family all these years? Did your own mother ever call you a money-losing item? I got the phrase in 3 times in about 40 seconds. And by the 3rd one she had gone the color of a plum. And 9 women were laughing into their sleeves and saying to each other that cultured people insult you politely and leave you nothing to answer with. Dang. I am not a money-losing item, she managed. I've helped my brothers at home a great deal over the years. Wonderful, I said. So you're encouraging Hongyan to contribute more to her own family, and not to forget her brothers and sisters after marriage. Hongyan, remember that. You should bring your own mother here to live with you. She can look after you. It will lighten the load on your mother-in-law. Zhu Meihua Wu's head came up like a snapped rope. How is my son supposed to feed all those people on his salary? I've never seen anyone bring the in-laws to the army. Where haven't they? Said Ma Shufen, who had been waiting her entire life for this. The 2nd Regiment commander and the political commissar both have their wives' mothers here raising the children. They may do a lot of things, but they've never once called their granddaughter a money-losing item. You've been here and been no help at all. You don't cook. You don't watch the children. Hongyan raises the pigs and grows the vegetables with a baby on her back while you eat your fill and point at people. I've had enough of you. If you don't change, I'll fetch her mother myself. They are. And she stopped, because the 2 women she'd been about to invoke were exactly the 2 women nobody in that compound wanted to be compared to. I didn't do nothing, she said, sullenly. I cooked the meals at home. Nobody had ever seen inside her kitchen, so it was a safe lie. And everybody knew it was a lie, which is worse. Fine, said Xuelian. Then we'll all be watching. If you beat or curse them again, or if you sit idle, we report you. Wipe the shoe print off her face and apologize to her. And apologize to your granddaughter. If you hadn't struck her mother, she wouldn't have fallen. Yuv Meihao Wu wiped her daughter-in-law's face with her own sleeve, in front of 9 women, and said the words. And then Zhou Hongyan, who had not been able to speak 20 minutes earlier, said, Juv Meihao. By your own logic, women are money-losing items. So I married into your family and I've been contributing to it, which means I've failed my own family entirely. Yes, well, said Zhou Meihua Wu. Our family got the better deal. Ma Shufan laughed so hard she had to sit down on the wall. Ding. That evening Zhou Hongyan sent her mother-in-law to catch a chicken out of the coop, and Zhou Meihua Wu chose the fattest one without a word, and carried it home in one hand and the slop bucket in the other, while her daughter-in-law carried only the baby. And Mei Shufan stood in her own gateway eating sunflower seeds, and looking sideways at that house until it got dark. I did not know at the time that I had just made the single most useful ally of my entire first month, and that her name was Ma Shufan, and that her weapon was her voice. The next day I bought farm tools at the service cooperative. Hoe, winnowing basket, rake. And on my way back, in the middle of a path with 6 women greeting me, I met Fang Jing and Jiang Xiaohan going to work. Wool coats, pink scarves, heeled leather shoes. Deliberate walk, Wang Jianjun Wang's wife. Off to farm? Self-reliance produces abundance. Fang Jing swept her hair back from her ear and lifted her chin. Wang Jianjun Wang really is lucky, his wife is so capable. Not like me. I can't cook and I can't farm, so all I can do is go to work. Luckily, meals at the service cooperative are free, it saves the family a meal. Such a shame, said Jiang Xiaohan. You went to university and had a stable post in the city. Now you've come to be with the army and you can only suffer along with everyone. Both of them worked in the purchasing office. High school graduates, 30 yuan a month, indoors, with a desk. We're educated too, of course, Jean Gowan went on, but we married early and came early. As long as you can write and do sums, you get 30 a month. Better than the ones who only know how to farm and keep pigs. You came late, I don't imagine you'll get a post at all, did. Oh, I said. Then. I did hear that. The service cooperative sits under the supply department and the wives who work there are all on temporary contracts. My previous unit was a research institute. If I go back to work, it'll have to be a permanent post. I'm not in a hurry, I've just come from the city and farming is quite novel. It wouldn't hurt me to experience the working people's life first. I want to explain what I actually said, because they heard it. The camp remains, the soldiers come and go. When a man's posting changes, his wife's little job evaporates with it. Those two had been standing on a plank for years and calling it a floor. Temporary or not, you wouldn't earn that much either. I'm not short of money, why would I be in a hurry to work? I've no in-laws to support and no children yet. Are you two supporting 2 sets of elderly relatives? Are the expenses high? Is that why you're rushing back to work? Both of them denied it instantly and far too fast. People. All my siblings have jobs. Aren't your husbands from the countryside? Don't they have to help their brothers and sisters? Their siblings don't need us. And here's the thing I already knew, because Kui Gain had briefed me over sweet potato porridge. Both men had come up out of dirt-poor villages. Both men sent their entire monthly salary home. Both women were financing their own marriages with money from their own parents and calling it status. I have met a lot of leverage in my life. That is one of the ugliest kinds. Well then, I said. Since neither of you is short of money, you shouldn't be competing for posts at all. I hear there are wives here from the countryside in real financial difficulty who haven't found work in years. In my opinion, you should give up your places to the ones who need them more. You're the family of regimental cadres. Don't let your ideological awareness lag behind. And I walked off before either of them could reload. Behind me, in the middle of the path, Feng Jing said, she's still young. Give her 2 days of farm work and she'll be begging the logistics department for a job. And then she'll be the one who looks like a hypocrite. So we return the favor, said Zhang Zhaohan, which is exactly what they did, and it took them about 4 hours. Cheap foresight. I did half an hour of clearing weeds in my own yard the next morning, produced 2 blisters, gave up, went inside, drank spring water, and had a robot serve me a 7-dish buffet. I am not going to pretend otherwise. I own 3 supermarkets. I lasted 30 minutes with a hoe, Du Qin, who had watched me weed a third of a yard and then vanish, came round with a pair of work gloves. Wear these when you dig. Blisters turn to calluses, and calluses in winter turn to chilblains, and chilblains are a misery. Ku Zhuqin, did you buy these? They're issued. Wang Jianjun Wang's kit is still in the base dormitory. When he moves it over, you won't be short of anything. Towels, overcoats, socks, gloves, every year. He was single. He'll have a pile. I stood in my own doorway holding a pair of second-hand work gloves from a woman with 4 children, and I thought about the 11,000 pairs of gloves in my warehouse, and I did not say anything at all. Maid Wan, Maid Shufan arrived like weather. Xiao Chen, I heard you told the logistics director not to assign you any work. Is that true? I have never met the logistics director. I heard it from 3 different wives. This morning a group of them went to Director Dong asking for posts and he told them off. He said they should all learn from Wang Jianjun, Wang's wife, who had already given notice that she would never press the organization for a job, and that if posts came up they should go to wives in financial difficulty. She put her hands on her hips. Now, I know you're clever, you wouldn't say something that's showy to a director. It would only make people hate you. And now quite a few of the wives are angry with you and saying you're putting on airs. I stood in my yard and felt something in my chest go very still and very pleasant. Because that is a good move. That is genuinely a good move. She took my own sentence, changed nothing in it, and delivered it to an audience it would poison. Those words were not said by me to Director Dong, I said. I'll go and see him this afternoon and ask him directly. And if you run into any of the other wives, please clarify that for me. I'll come with you, said Ma Shufan, brightening enormously. I want to note, for the record, that she asked no questions, took no position, and was already looking forward to it. Before the logistics office I stopped at the service cooperative, because I wanted to know where the two counter girls stood. They gave me a handful of sunflower seeds and I sat down on a stool in front of the counter and cracked them and asked, casually, do either of you know Director Dong in the logistics department? I've only just arrived and I've never met him. They exchanged one glance. That glance was the whole answer, but I let them talk. Xiao Chen, don't worry about rumors. Anyone with a brain won't believe them. You're a cultured person, it's not worth getting angry over. A rumor is not a small matter, I said. A few years ago the rumor about 10,000 caddies of grain per moo killed a great many people. That landed. Both of them stopped cracking seeds. We'll help you clarify if anyone brings it up. No need, I'm going to see Director Dong. And then they called me back, both talking at once. Xiao Chen, wait, it's better to avoid trouble. We're all wives of cadres. Making a scene damages unity. Our men are comrades, they're at the front. Imagine how it would distress them to know the rear was in turmoil. A moment of patience brings peace. Take a step back and the sky opens up. I sat back down. Sisters-in-law, I said, are you telling me you know who's been spreading this? The pause was long enough to be an answer. Well, we don't know exactly who. She probably didn't think it through. Don't take it to heart. Then why is she spreading it? Because I'm young? Because I'm new? Or because my husband is Wang Jianjun? 3 questions and neither of them had a single word. People who tell you to be magnanimous are, without exception, the pettiest people you will ever meet the moment it is their own turn, and I have never once seen this rule fail. I think whoever started this has an improper mindset, I said, standing up. That kind of black sheep damages unity among the wives. She should be identified, criticized, and educated. And if she can't be educated, she should be sent somewhere that can educate her. A farm, the great northern wilderness. And I put the rest of the sunflower seeds back on their counter and went to the logistics building. Behind me one of them said, she's going for revenge. That is a fierce temper, of course. How else would she have got Wang Jianjun Wang? Go and warn Feng Jing. At the logistics building an older woman in uniform came down the steps toward me, smiling. Young lady. Who are you looking for? Wang Liping. I'm looking for Director Dong. Which floor? Second, I'll take you up. She was in her early 50s, and she had that way of moving that people have when nobody has told them what to do in a very long time. Are you a family member? Yes. And you're in uniform, so you're a soldier. You look very dashing. Which was true, and which also cost me nothing, and which is why I said it. I've been to the front, she said, pleased. How old are you? What's your name? Did you go to school? I'm 20. I graduated from university a few years ago. Chen Xuelian. Call me Xiao Zhen. University. And Xuelian is a lovely name. She was practically glowing at me, and I could not for the life of me work out why. And then we reached the second floor and she knocked on a door. Xiao Yuan, a family member for you. Director Dong Horan came round his desk. Chen Lijuan say Xiao. Chen, sit down. She sat, which was interesting, and poured herself tea, which was more interesting. Director Dong. I'm Chen Xuelian, wife of Wang Jianjun of the 1st Regiment. I arrived 3 days ago. Both of them stopped. Ding. The older woman put her cup down and looked at me with an expression I could not read at all. Later I found out exactly what it was. She had spent 4 minutes deciding I would do very nicely for her son, and had just discovered the position was filled. So you're Wang Jianjun Wang's wife. I'd heard you were a university graduate. He got married on leave and came back with a wife willing to live on the frontier. That's remarkable. To you. Have some tea. And that is when the door opened and Feng Jing and Zhang Xiaoan walked in. They saw me sitting beside the older woman with a cup of tea the director had poured me personally, and Zhang Xiaoan panicked immediately and said, out loud, before anybody had said anything at all. Xiao Chen, we can discuss our little misunderstanding privately. There's no need to trouble Chen Lijuan call over it. I want to give that its proper weight. I had not complained. I had not opened my mouth. I had been in the room for 90 seconds and had talked about tea. And they walked in and confessed. The older woman set down her cup. What conflict, she said, do you have with Xiao Chen? You could hear both of them stop breathing. Chen Lijuan Ko, we haven't had a conflict, it's a complete misunderstanding. Xiao Chen, we're all wives here. Fang Jing was going for it. There's no need to argue over something so small. You're a university graduate. You wouldn't be that petty, would you? Sisters-in-law, what are your names? I've met so many people this week. I watched them realize I was going to make them introduce themselves. I'm Zhang Gaohan, that's Fang Jing. Both 2nd Regiment. And Xiao Chen, stop complaining here and take responsibility for your own words, Director. Dong, that you didn't need a post assigned and that opportunities should go to wives in difficulty. I was only relaying what you said. And now you've made a scene and dragged Chen Lijuan Kao in to back you up. Isn't that a little petty? I turned to the older woman. Wang Liping, did I ask you to come and support me? Then to the director. Director Dong. Did I come here to complain about anyone? There was a small silence. Then Cao Yaofen put her teacup down on the desk hard enough to make the lid ring. What nonsense is this? I met Xiao Chen 4 minutes ago on the front steps. You're judging her by your own standards. She is a new wife and every one of you should be looking after her. You are both more than 10 years older than she is. And you walk in here to spread rumors? Where is your sense of discipline? And Dong Haran finally understood that he had been handed a false message that morning and had repeated it to 11 women. He was in a difficult spot and I could see him working it. Both husbands were senior men with long service and real records. Both of them outranked my husband in seniority. And all 3 men were at the front. Xiao Chen, Xiao Lex, relayed those words to me this morning. I did not verify them with you before I repeated them. I apologize. Cease. That was my error. Fang Jing. Jing Yaohan, you are experienced wives. You are supposed to set an example. Fang Jing elbowed Jing Yaohan. Xiao Chen. I'm sorry I overthought things. And I let that sit for 1 full second, and then I did not accept it. Du Queen, since you've raised it yourself, I have in fact suffered something undeserved. It's good to speak about it in front of 2 leaders. Otherwise the misunderstanding grows, and that is bad for unity in the compound, and bad for the stability of officers' marriages. Wang Liping, what do you think? 2 labels in 1 sentence. Chen. I watched both of them go gray. Xiao Chen, said Cao Yafen, if you have a grievance, say it. I am standing up for you today. So I laid it out. Flat. 2 events, in order. No adjectives. That they had come to my house after dark to tell me repeatedly that if Wang Jianjun had not married me, they would have introduced him to other women. That I had sent them home. That the next morning, on my way to buy farm tools, they had mocked me for being a university graduate who would only ever grow vegetables and keep pigs, and boasted about their own posts. That I had said, in response, that as the family of regimental cadres they ought to raise their awareness rather than take pride in front of unemployed wives, and should not be taking those women's opportunities. And that this sentence had been carried to Director Dong as my own arrogant announcement. Cao Yafen's face went the color of the tea. I did not imagine 2 wives could have such low moral character. Director Dong. How do you intend to handle this? And Dong Ho-aran, who had been embarrassed in front of a woman he clearly could not afford to be embarrassed in front of, said, since there are ideological problems they can hand back their posts at the service cooperative. Those posts exist to look after military dependents, not to give you something to show off with. Hand them over and go home and mind your children. I watched 2 women lose their entire social position in 11 words. Director Dong, Chen Lijuan Kao, don't listen to Zhao Chen, we weren't showing off. I did not raise my voice. I have never once needed to. I have been here 3 days and I have already met wives in far worse circumstances than yours who have no work at all. What you said doesn't hurt me. But if they heard it, wouldn't they conclude the organization was unfair? Would employed wives and unemployed wives still get along? Did unemployed wives start quarreling with their own husbands about it? And what does that do to the stability of military marriages when the men are at the front? I watched Dong Haoran's face change from a man handling a squabble to a man handling a problem. And then the door opened again, and Ma Shufan came in at the head of 6 unemployed wives with her chin up. Director Dong. Good afternoon. Sorry to bother you again. He got a headache visibly, then he saw Cao Yafan and swallowed it. Ma Shufan took 1 look at Fang Jing and Ji Yang Zhaohan's faces, and I watched her understand the entire situation and adjust her strategy in about a second and a half. She did not say she'd come to support me. Chen Lijuan Kao. Director Dong. Our families are in difficulty and we want work. Any work with an income, we'll take anything. And then she looked sideways at the other 2. And if we get a post, we'll cherish it. We'll work hard, we won't slack, and we will never be arrogant or look down on anyone. I have paid consultants a great deal of money for less. Don't worry, said Dong Haran. Jing and Jing Yaohan have been dismissed for misconduct. As for posts, the organization will find a solution as quickly as it can. Go home and wait for news. The 6 of them left extremely pleased, and I heard them start laughing before they were out of the building. And Fang Jing turned on me. Chen Xuelian did this to take my job. You think because you're a university student you can bully people. If you're so capable then don't come and work at the service cooperative. Feng Jing, said Cao Yafan. Chen Xuelian is more educated than either of you and she has been polite the entire time. I have watched you bully her. I have not watched her bully anyone. Chen Lijuan Cao, don't be fooled. She's a hypocrite, two-faced. If she didn't want the work, why put on this entire performance? She called Ma Shufan's group in herself. She's only just arrived, said Zhang Gaohan. Give her a month and you'll see her real face. Wang Jianjun Wang was taken in by a pretty face. She's a cultural fraud. Get out, both of you. If we go, she goes. Jiang Jiaohan was shouting now. What right does a new wife have to take our jobs? So I put my teacup down and stood up. I'm willing to explain why I came to see Director Dong, I said. I did not come to ask for a post, Dean. I came to state, in person, that I am not in a hurry to work, and that if an opportunity comes up, it should go to somebody else first. Jiang Viaohan laughed out loud. Listen to her. And I suppose you have the ability to find work for other people too? Chen Xuelian, if you're so capable, why don't you fly? If I were given the opportunity, I said, developing careers for the other wives together wouldn't be difficult. Anyone can talk, said Feng Jing. Don't think reading a few more books makes you special. Be careful, you don't fall and embarrass Wang Jianjun Wang. Cao Yafan leaned forward. Xiao Chen, speak boldly. And Dong Hairan, who was a practical man and did not want to watch a girl embarrass herself, said gently. Xiao Chen, we have considered the employment problem for the wives. The main difficulty is education. Most of them can't do the available work. That's right, said Feng Jing. We got our posts on ability. Zach, me, and there's no guarantee anyone else can do the job. Do you think you're that cultured? I said. Chen Lijuan. Cao, look at her. She's showing off 100,000 times worse than us. That is real showing off. You've misunderstood, I said. I wasn't talking about myself. And then I said the thing I had come to say, which was the only thing I had come to say. The light indoor posts that require some literacy should go first to disabled veterans with an education. The room stopped. I visited the wounded a few days ago. There are a number of men in there who are not going home with everything they arrived with. Some of them will not want to be demobilized back to a village. It would be better to settle them here. They were wounded for the country. Good posts should go to soldiers first. Nobody said anything. Then Cao Yifan's eyes filled up, which I had not expected and did not enjoy. Xiao Chen, it is rare to find someone so young with that in them. These women are fighting over a counter for themselves and you are the only one in this room thinking about the wounded at the front. Feng Jing and Jiang Yohan had gone the color of paper. Aren't you leaving? Said Dong Horan. They went out and down the stairs, and at the bottom they met a military doctor coming up at a run. Comrade, is the family member Chen Xuelian here? And Feng Jing, in a moment I would pay money to have on film, felt something warm and bright move through her chest, and thought perhaps Wang Jianjun has been badly wounded. Upstairs, logistics director's office. Thank you. And then she grabbed Qing Xiaohan's sleeve and pulled her back up the stairs to listen at the door, because she wanted to hear me cry. Dr. Lin Tao came through the door out of breath and did not sit down. Chen Lijuan Cao, don't worry. Wang Jianjun Wang is fine. He's still at the front. I've come for Comrade Chen Xuelian. Then he turned to me with his whole face lit up. The 48 hours are up. Not one case worsened. Every wound you treated has closed, and they're recovering faster than any other ward. Several of them are already walking. They want to thank you in person. Will you come now? We need mass production of that powder as fast as it can be done. The two women listening at the door had been standing there, waiting for a death notice. Cao Yafan gripped my hand. Xiao Chen, you are the pride of the wives. Well, said Dong Haran, it seems I can't keep you in logistics. We're not good enough. Outside on the landing, Jiang Wao Han's jaw locked so hard I heard it from inside, and Feng Jing dragged her down the stairs. That Chen Xuelian, she hissed on the way. If only I'd known. Let her be smug for a few days, said Feng Jing. The higher you climb, the harder you land. Then she thought about it and felt a great deal better, because she had a friend in the medical department, and a woman who has been beaten in one room will always go looking for another room. Her friend was Guoyan Chenmei. I will give you the position in one paragraph. They made me section chief of a brand new traditional medicine department at a rank equivalent to a deputy battalion commander. Salary 101 yuan a month plus a soldier's grain ration. The division commander shook my hand in a ward and said any medicine that cures is a good medicine. I asked for 2 companies of soldiers, transport and 3,000 yuan for raw materials, and got all of it inside 10 minutes. And the hospital director's face when I said 1 week for mass production was worth the entire journey from the city. I sent my assistant Sunbo, aged 18 and terrifyingly obedient, out with a company and 1,000 yuan to strip every state pharmacy in the county. That is what 3,000 yuan of state money and 2 companies of soldiers are actually for. Not for the herbs. For the receipt. So that when a very large quantity of golden sour powder appears in a mountain hospital, there's a paper trail 4 vehicles long explaining where it came from. Chenmei volunteered to be my other assistant. She brought me my uniform on the first morning. 2 sets and a white coat, and I put the trousers on in my office and found they were cut for someone 12 centimeters taller. She had noticed. She had not corrected it. She had carried them to me anyway and gone away to wait for the section chief of the new department to trip over her own hem in front of the logistics company. The robot took the hem up in about 90 seconds and washed and dried them. And I walked out into the corridor with a perfect fit and watched her eyes go straight to my ankles and stay there. Is there a problem? No. You look very smart in uniform. Married women don't worry about looking smart. I kept walking. Although I did notice the trousers were long, luckily I had a needle. Yanlu, you were assigned to me by the director, but if you are careless in your work I will send you back to the Western Medicine Department. Section Chief, those were issued from the store. The size isn't my fault. So you brought them to me without checking. There wasn't time. This time it's clothing and it only affects me. If I sent you to collect a medicine and there wasn't time, would you hand it to a patient without checking? She went white and then she went somewhere much worse. Chen Xuelian, those aren't the same thing at all. Dent. Are you punishing me because I criticized you for medicating patients? Are you trying to keep me from the leadership? Which is a beautiful thing to say, because a person who accuses you of a motive you have not yet had is telling you exactly what theirs is. Since that's what you think, I said. Let's go and pick a fight about it properly. Come with me. I took her to Ward 2. Ward 2 was the one that had not had the powder. Men who had been operated on days earlier, still in it, the sound rising and falling. They did not even look up. Guo Yanlu. Because you obstructed it, these men did not get golden sore powder for 2 days. Several of their wounds are worse. Have you nothing to say to them? It wasn't only my decision. Dr. Lin didn't agree either. Dr. Lin apologized to me in front of the division commander. Where's yours? What are you so proud of? Fine, I quit. And she walked out. She did not quit. I gave the powder to the 2 nurses on that ward instead, and watched them speak softly to every man and apologize before touching a dressing. And I thought rubbish has to be removed from a team, or the team learns from it. Then I built them a factory. I do not want to oversell this. The workshop they gave me was 2 brick rooms with stone mortars for pounding rice cake, hand mills, sieves, and kitchen knives, and a dozen men from logistics standing around it looking pleased. It was technically medieval. Section Chief Lu. Is the equipment sufficient? But I want an automatic cutter and an automatic grinder. Company. Wang Jianjun Wang Lei looked pained. We don't have anything like that. Even a real pharmaceutical plant might not. Incite equipment is very expensive. Do you have spare motors, drill bits, stainless sheet bearings, iron drums, aluminium pots? Yes, but nobody here knows how to make. Find them. I'll make it. His face when I said mechatronic engineering at Harbin was the single most gratifying moment of my first fortnight. Here's what I did. In front of a growing crowd, with a warehouse full of army junk. I stripped a motor, rebuilt it into a hand unit, chucked a bit into it and made a drill. I drew a true circle on paper freehand, which as far as those men were concerned was witchcraft. I glued the template to the base of an aluminium pot, drilled it, seated a bearing, mounted a sharpened blade on the shaft. I asked for a bowl of rice, poured it in, put the lid on, and ran it. 30 seconds. It came out as fine as wheat flour. Wang Lei started the applause, and about 20 soldiers cheered a woman for making a blender. I built 2 more, and a cutter, and went back to my office, and my back hurt. 'Cause here is the thing nobody tells you about having 2 trillion yuan. Everything is already solved. Nothing needs you. That afternoon, a nurse ran in and told me not to leave the building. A wounded man had come back from the front, vomiting, with diarrhea, and it had gone through the staff, and the director had ordered isolation. Guiyan, what's your name? Guiyan, Cheek Section Chief. Don't. We had a small stock of gastrointestinal drugs, and it went to the doctors and nurses first. And now it's gone. If you are infected, we are in serious trouble. I already knew what it was because I am from a century that named it, and because it was not discovered in this country until the middle of the 90s. It was not dysentery, which meant it had either walked in on its own, or it had been carried in. I'll use herbs to prevent it, I said. I've already sent Sunday Bo to the county pharmacy. She looked at me the way modern nurses look at a crystal. Section Chief. A virus? Can traditional medicine cure that? Why not? I used herbs on the wounds. You saw them disinfect and kill bacteria. There are herbs you take internally that do the same. Have you heard of senna and croton seed? They cause diarrhea. Coptis stops it. Knew all 3 drugs and did not believe a word of it, which is fine, because in her position, I would have either. I did not argue. I searched the medical robots database instead. That chip holds the accumulated medical knowledge of the world up to 2055. Diseases, drugs, formulas in both traditions, and the collected case records of every famous physician anyone thought to digitize. Half of what came back was Western medicine that will not be synthesized for decades. So it was useless to me, and half of it was formulas that already existed in this room. In a cabinet, in a county pharmacy, 40 kilometers away. Fictitious, scutellaria and rhubarb. Add red ginseng and kudzu if the dehydration is severe. Peony decoction if it's damp heat. Guo Yan read over my shoulder and recognized 2 ingredients out of 9. Section Chief, are you experimenting? What if there are side effects? You will be held responsible. Saving lives comes first. If I were afraid of responsibility, I wouldn't help at all. You'll understand when you have diarrhea. And she clutched her stomach and said, oh no, and left the room at a speed I did not know a person could achieve. I took the pills myself first. That is not bravery. That is the only honest way to run a trial, and it is also extremely good cover. Then I got on the telephone to the county state pharmacy, because there was a list of unit numbers pinned to the wall, and asked whether they carried the 9 herbs. How did you know? A whole truck of soldiers came in today and nearly emptied our warehouse. Are they still there? Weighing it out, could you call a soldier named Sunbo to the phone? 18 years old, and he came on the line and did not waste a syllable. We have a gastrointestinal outbreak. Buy every gastrointestinal drug in the shop, and buy these herbs in bulk. Write this down. He read it back correctly the first time. Come straight back. Don't tell anyone what it's for. Understood. If you run short of money. Everyone brought money, he said. We have plenty. I want that boy's parents to know they did an excellent job. Then I cut up a scarf, sewed it into a mask, and went out into a courtyard where soldiers were spreading lime and covering their faces with towels. Which is where Guyan Chenmei was waiting for me. Section Chief Liu. Our director is working while infected, and you've got time to stand around chatting. You really do know how to take it easy, Jay. She had a broom and a basket of lime and had clearly been working for an hour, and she pitched her voice at the soldiers. Guoyan Liu, didn't you say you were quitting? You have no authority to fire me. There are patients everywhere, and it's my duty as a military nurse to protect them, unlike some people who do nothing and still call themselves section chief. You don't even have a medical degree. You got this post because you happen to know some folk remedies. You are a pure opportunist. A logistics soldier put his shovel down and started to speak up for me, and I raised a hand. Go and work, I said. Don't waste your breath on someone with values like that. Chen Xuelian, don't you dare put labels on me. You called me an opportunist first. I said your values are warped. That is a reasoned rebuttal. What's the matter? Do you only enjoy it in one direction? Then I looked at her properly. I am warning you once. Provoke me again, and I will stop being professional about it. She turned around and started spreading lime with great energy. I went to the hospital director, who was on the phone holding his own stomach, and gave him a small bottle of brown pills and told him it was a family preventative I'd made from a formula in a medical text. He chewed one, which nobody should ever do, and his entire face folded. Is there coptis in this? There is. It clears heat, dries damp, and detoxifies. Intestinal disease is an imbalance of gut flora, or in your language, an overgrowth of harmful bacteria. The alkaloids in coptis kill the pathogen while leaving the beneficial flora functional. There's also rhubarb to clear the bowel and scutellaria to reduce inflammation. I watched a Western-trained director of medicine lean forward in his chair as a door opened in his head. How do you feel? He stopped. Then he stood up and walked 4 steps. My stomach stopped. Doubt. He was out of the door with the bottle before I finished my sentence, and I heard him shouting down the corridor for the worst cases. Shanmei was watching through the window and saw the director of the hospital leave his own office at a run with his back straight. I made 2 buckets of malted milk tea with brown sugar and a great deal of dissolved oral rehydration salts, which is the actual miracle drug of the 20th century and which nobody in that building had, and carried it round the wards myself. By 4 in the morning, it was over. Sunbo came back with a truck of herbs and boiled 6 pots of decoction under my direction, and we dosed by symptom, and the director reported it upward and recommended me for commendation, and they gave me 3,000 won in advance and permission to put my own name on the formula. I took the money. I have never once been shy about that. And then I went and found the first patient. He was a 1st Regiment soldier with a face wrecked by an explosion, which meant nobody could recognize him. He had told the nurse he got sick from drinking bad water. Which is a very stupid thing to say, because a unit at the front has a medical officer and boils its water, and because it was the only sentence in the whole outbreak that had a reason behind it. Which regiment and company? He did not open his eyes. 3rd Squad, 3rd Company, 1st Regiment, Zhao Yang. And your commander? Wang Jianjun. Where are you from? Local. Doctor, he said. Why are you asking so many questions? His nurse explained kindly that his mouth hurt to move. Jew? I stood at the foot of the bed and did not leave. Guyan, get this woman out of here, she's disturbing my rest. I looked at the nurse and said brightly, I've brought some good food, would you like to try some outside? She came out with me and only asked in the corridor. Section Chief, do you doubt his identity? Have someone verify it, quietly. And send soldiers. Don't do anything until they arrive. Then I went and stood in the doorway of that ward eating sunflower seeds. He got out of bed inside 4 minutes. Where's the nurse? I need the toilet, there's a pot under the bed. He walked straight past it. I'll go outside. My stomach's bad again. You're not permitted outside. You're the index case. You're in isolation. He stopped, recalculated, and reversed. My face hurts, come in and dress it. All right. I put the rest of the seeds in my pocket and followed him in, and he turned in the doorway and struck at my throat. I want to be clear that I saw it coming from the corridor. I dropped under it and kicked up into him, and he pulled back and kicked at my chest, and at the same time he threw a handful of powder into the air in front of my face. The powder scattered. And I was not there. He stood in an empty room for about half a second. Then something extremely tall put a gun against his spine from behind and said, in a man's voice, "Don't move." I stepped out of my space and put him on the floor and took his shoulders and hips out of their sockets, and put the robot away, and he lay there with his head turned looking at a small woman in a white coat and trying to work out what had happened to the man. Are you from country Y? He started to bite down. I dislocated his jaw before he got there, which stopped that permanently, and then I sat back on my heels. Your country is on the telephone offering surrender and negotiation, while you crawl in here with a virus, I said. The situation is already settled. If you try anything further, I will make sure your side regrets it in ways nobody has invented yet. He made a series of noises without a single word in them. Then he glared at me, so I took out a dagger and rested it very lightly under his eye, and said something extremely unpleasant, and he shut his eyes and stopped. He had a genuine military identification in his shirt pocket, belonging to a man named Zhao Yang, and it had been through something. Our comrade Zhao Yang had been dead for days. The powder in his trousers came back from the space in 4 minutes with a full analysis. Vagus-mediated hallucinogen, dermal absorption, tact leaves a person confused, blank and compliant. You can walk them anywhere and they will go. That is not a thing country Y could manufacture in 1970. Somebody gave it to them. I put the packets on the table because they were evidence, and by then the corridor was full of armed men. Are you all right? We've caught an agent. He came in under a dead man's name. He tried to bite his tongue, so I've dislocated his jaw. Be careful when you interrogate him. Those packets are a nerve agent that works through skin. Don't touch them, one of them said. I didn't know you could take joints apart. I practice traditional medicine, I said. Setting bones and unsetting them are the same subject, and that is how, 10 days after arriving, I became the woman who caught a spy in a hospital gown, and how a military journalist ended up at my office with a camera 3 days later. I did not think about it much at the time. Which is why I did not consider what happens when a photograph of a young woman with the surname Liu and the given name Xuelian is printed in a national military newspaper under the headline, "The Most Beautiful Military Doctor." 400 kilometers away. A woman named Zhou Maihuo opened the paper at breakfast and stopped breathing. Told Li, "Come here. Is this our daughter?" I chose that name. There can't be two. The girl in the photograph looks like you. And the young woman who had been raised in that house for 20 years came over to look, and saw a face with her father's brow and her brother's calm in it, and understood that her life was over. Her name was Chen Mengmeng, and she had been given 3 days to move out. I got the story later in pieces, and I am going to give it to you all at once, because it deserves about 90 seconds, and no more. She cried. She said she was innocent, that she'd been a baby, that she hadn't crawled into anyone's arms on her own. Which was true, and which is why they gave her 3 days instead of 1. She said, "We've lived together 20 years, even a dog earns affection." She telephoned her brother at his institute and cried down the line and asked him whether he'd still acknowledge her if she wasn't his blood, and he asked one question. Was it deliberate? Was it your family? And she heard the temperature change and started backing away from her own question, and he cut through it. "Where's my sister? Is she all right? What's her name? When can we meet her?" And Chen Mengmeng put the receiver down on him. Then she told her mother that her brother had said she could stay. Her father came down the stairs holding a notice of severance of family relations that he intended to run in the newspaper. "Liu Jiango, please don't publish it. I'll leave on my own. Leave me some dignity." Because if it stayed inside a small circle, she could still use his name to marry well. Published, she had nothing. He didn't bargain. The housekeeper packed her clothes and her books and nothing else, and when Chen Mengmeng called her a wicked old countrywoman, the housekeeper said, "I'm from the countryside and I'm honest. I never stole from my employer. It's your family who ruined the reputation of nannies everywhere." And Chen Mengmeng said, "Fine, you've all ganged up on me. You'll get what's coming to you." And my father, who had never once raised a hand to her in 20 years, slapped her. "When you came into my house," he said, "even the swaddling cloth was the one I had prepared for my own daughter. She went out of that gate with one suitcase and a guard walking behind her to make sure she got on the train. She got on it, and by the second day she had made friends with a group of young men with no school and no work who were riding the railways for the fun of it. I have never seen her since. I want you to remember her anyway. Back at the compound I had a water problem. Not a shortage. The opposite, my vat was always full, and I never went to the well. And if that continued for a month somebody was going to notice. So I solved it in the largest and most public way available. Among the equipment recovered from the enemy positions, there was a micro water pump with a lithium cell and an external solar panel, almost certainly a component of something Country M had supplied. Nobody in that warehouse knew what it was. I repaired it, built a filter drum with charcoal in it, and bought 400 meters of plastic pipe out of my own bonus money, which cost me over 200 yuan and which I have never regretted. Wang Lei brought 8 men and a truck and we ran pipe from the well to my yard while half the compound stood and watched. Jiao Chen, you're getting running water? From where? I built a pump. I don't know if it will work. I paid for the pipe myself. If it works, you can all connect to it. That sentence is the entire reason I was never once resented for it. The tap ran, steady and strong and still warm from the ground. They cheered, I mean genuinely cheered, 40 women and about 30 children at a tap. I've left an outlet outside my gate. Buy pipe and connect. Then every house has water. Ku Xuelian was first because she was next door and she stood in her own kitchen with her hand under the water and said, now the children can wash properly, to manage 1 bath every 5 or 10 days. That afternoon her children brought me an old hen and a basket of vegetables and would not take no. And Fang Jing came to my gate to watch me hang out bedding and could not help herself. Dr. Chen is back in the compound. How rare. Xiao Chen, why haven't you cleared your yard? Do you even know how to grow vegetables? She can't tell the seeds apart, said Jiang Yohan. Look at that patch. It looks like a dog dug it. I put down the quilt. Are you here to teach me? There's the hoe, demonstrate, which produced a great deal of shouting about how I had a comfortable job while everyone else had to join a cooperative and how my conscience was rotten. Say that to the logistics director, I said. My post was assigned by the leadership because the unit needs it. It isn't like a counter job where you put on airs and produce nothing. Priority employment for men wounded fighting for this country is national policy, and as military wives we should support it. If you can't manage that much awareness you aren't fit to be called human. And the cooperative is voluntary. You're not short of money. Stay home. Just don't be bitter when the others start earning. They were not going to stop, and I had bedding to hang, so I ended it. Fang Jing, you know, I really can treat illness. You're already seriously ill. Quite seriously, she laughed. You've got something growing on your neck, I said. Haven't you noticed? It isn't a good thing. Surgery might not fix it. And Ji's Yahan turned and looked at the left side of her friend's throat, where there was a small lump, and stopped laughing. The doctor said it was lymph inflammation. Didn't you take the anti-inflammatories? They've been out of them, said Fang Jing, and her voice had gone thin. It's only lymphadenitis, said Jiang Yaohan too fast. It'll go down. Don't frighten people, believe me or don't. I picked the quilt back up and went inside, and Fang Jing stood in the path for a while, and then handed her youngest son to Jiang Yaohan, and walked to the hospital. The image came back with irregular margins. Jizz. Her white cell count was not high enough for infection. The doctor used the word abnormal twice and then stopped using words at all and started writing. If it doesn't subside, we may need to remove it. Surgery. That's next to the artery. Ku Xuelian. Every surgery carries risk. B will assemble the best team we have. She went out into the corridor holding a prescription and asked the question everyone asks. I'm careful about hygiene. Why did I get this? Sometimes excessive fastidiousness lowers immunity. How do you sleep? Do you stay up? I have a child, and I've been in a bad mood these past few days. Here's her actual life, since she never told anyone. She had lost her post. Her mother had put her on the vegetable beds and the laundry and the cooking. Her husband's parents had telephoned again to demand 100 yuan and 30 feet of cloth coupons for his younger brother's engagement gift. Every month there was another hole. She had been filling them with her own family's money for years in order to look, from the outside, like a woman who had married upward. Her mother's opinion of the whole arrangement was, you have terrible taste. Why didn't you find a man from a good family like Wang Jianjun? She was 32 years old and she had not slept properly in 2 years. I am not asking you to be sorry for her. I am telling you that nobody in that compound needed to do anything to her at all. She was already inside the machine, and it had her by the throat, quite literally, and she was going to spend her last strength on me. Her mother came to my gate for water that evening and found a queue, and 3 women in it told her cheerfully that her daughter had been round that morning to abuse the section chief. She went to the well instead, announcing loudly that the queue was too long, and went home and shouted at her daughter for an hour, and Fang Jing got up and cooked and cut her own finger doing it, and lay down again with an excellent reason. The telegram came the next morning. The postman rode into the compound with green canvas bags fore and aft and asked Kui Xuelian which house, and she called over the wall, sender, Wang Daicheng. Your mother visits on the 20th. Telegrams were charged by the word and that was considered a detailed one. His mother was dead. So it was mine. I did not tell Kui Xuelian that. I said relatives were coming, because I had no idea yet whether these people would want me, and I did not intend to explain a rejection to a compound of 40 women. Then you'll need to prepare, she said. I have 2 hens that won't lay. I'll sell them to you for the pot. She was, I realized, trying to help Wang Jianjun keep his wife. She had done the arithmetic. City girl, hard conditions, no job assigned yet, family coming to visit, husband at the front. If those relatives took one look at this place and talked me into leaving, her neighbor would come home from a war to an empty house. So she was going to sacrifice 2 hens to it. I gave her 10 yuan and she gave it straight back and said we'd settle later. I cooked for 2 days getting ready, and learned to make sponge cake out of 6 eggs with red dates and sesame on top. And I learned it by watching the robot do it once and then doing it myself badly. Because if the robot makes it, it comes out too perfect, and a perfect cake in a mud kitchen is a confession. Duh. I also invented chips. Potato and sweet potato, cut into fingers, washed to lose the starch, blanched in salted water, dusted with corn flour, and dropped into hot oil. Quiz Yuchin came over the wall on the smell. What have you fried? She ate one and said, that's potato, in a voice of genuine betrayal. And Xiao Bao, sitting on her hip, went rigid with desire and said the only word he had. Meat. It isn't meat, greedy. Meat, I gave him one. He got it into his mouth with both hands and made a noise I have only otherwise heard from people receiving good news about money. Xiao Chen, how did you do it? If the ingredients aren't expensive, I'd make it for the children. I've plenty of potatoes. So I told her the whole method, and she listened with her lips moving. And then she said the thing that turned a snack into an actual contribution to a war. If it doesn't use much oil, I'll have the unit canteen make it and send it to the front. Those men don't eat on time and half of them have stomach trouble. If they had this, they could fill up on dry rations when it's busy. It is true, and there is a second reason she was right that she did not know. On a front line, cooking smoke is a target. I sat in a mud kitchen and watched a woman with 4 children and no schooling invent field rations, and I said, that's very good, I'll work out dried noodles as well. The morning of the 20th I was killing an old hen in my yard when 4 men in uniform came through my gate. The division commander, the chief of staff, 2 men I didn't know. Greetings Wang Jun. Division Wang Jun. Wu nodded, and then delivered a formal reprimand while I was holding a chicken. Comrade Chen Xuelian. Oh? We have received notification that your biological parents will arrive today. Why did you not provide detail in your family visit report? Wang Jianjun? What detail? Aren't parents allowed to visit? They are allowed, but the reception cannot be inadequate. You entered your parents' occupation as technical workers. He looked at me. Is Comrade Li Haoming an ordinary technical worker? He is a national treasure of this army. I would like to record that I had written technical worker because I did not know where they worked. And that I could not say this out loud, because a daughter who does not know her own father is a very strange thing. We have already dispatched a mobile company to meet them on the road, said the chief of staff. Ding. We are in a combat zone. If anything happens to that man, what do we say to the country? In future, Comrade Chen Xuelian, you report such things personally. Yes, sir. Then the logistics director said, with real anxiety. Section Chief Liu. DE. What ingredients have you prepared to receive the experts? I'm killing a hen for soup and making a few dishes. I gestured at the bird. 4 dishes and a soup, plus pastries and snacks. Any other meat? There's some cured hare. The division commander said. Comrade Chen Xuelian, go and tidy your quarters. Logistics will send someone to cook. A cooking squad arrived within the hour and built a stove in my yard and unloaded iron pots, firewood, 2 chickens, 2 hares, a basket of eggs, a drum of oil, rice, flour, salt and sugar. Then furniture arrived. 2 wardrobes, a desk, a chair, a washstand, 2 thermos flasks. I made ginger tea for the leadership instead, out of brown sugar, goji, red dates, longan and old ginger, and the division commander drank half a bowl and stopped talking mid-sentence. What is this tea? It warms the body, it suits weak constitutions in winter. Teach the cook, the canteen make it in buckets and send it to the front. Which meant Wang Jianjun was going to get some, and I want to be honest that this is the only reason I taught anybody anything that day. By 11 my yard smelled of braised chicken and mushrooms across 4 houses, and half the compound had queued at my tap and gone away again when they saw orderlies standing at my gate. Which is when Feng Jing and Jiang Zhaohan arrived with 8 people and 1 bag of brown sugar. It was, I have to admit, a genuinely clever plan. Bring the whole family, elderly and children included, to a banquet you were not invited to, while the leadership is present. Either she feeds you, and you have eaten her out and made a point, or she throws out an old woman and 2 children in front of the division commander and her reputation is finished. Diao Chen. We came specially for your family banquet. We were in a rush, we only brought sugar. Please don't mind. You've misunderstood, I said. Who told you my family was holding a banquet? If we were, I'd have gone round the neighbors myself this morning. This is a family meal for my parents. Xiao Chen, the leaders are here and the cooking squad is cooking. How is that not a banquet? Are you saying we aren't welcome? Pitched, of course, for the doorway. Zhang Yaohan walked straight past me to greet the leadership, and Feng Jing's mother tugged her sleeve twice and got ignored. The division commander looked at 8 people and said, there is no banquet here today. This is Chen Xuelian's family meal. You've misunderstood. Please go home. Wang Jianjun, did Xiao Chen invite only a few of you? People who don't know might think she only curries favor with leaders. And Director Dong lost his temper. Feng Jing. Zhang Yohan, are you here deliberately to make trouble? We are receiving an important expert. Go back where you came from before you embarrass yourselves. Experts? Said Zhang Yohan. Then why aren't they eating in the canteen? Everything changed when Chen Xuelian arrived. Even the cooking squad cooks for her. So you're here asking for work again, said Dong Harin. Can you cure anyone? Can you invent anything? We did perfectly well at the counter. Your handover ledgers are a disgrace. Director Dong. I can't do heavy work. I'm pregnant. Director Dong. I have something growing in my neck. The hospital director told me to rest. He hit the table. You want work and you're choosing. Are your circumstances worse than So Hongyan's? You're all dressed to the nines while other wives' children are still in patched clothes, and you come here to make trouble. That's because we didn't have as many children. And then we heard the vehicles. 3 military jeeps and an escort, and the sentries at my gate came to attention and shouted, and Division Wang Jianjun Wu and the chief of staff stood up and straightened their tunics and their caps and went out at speed. Comrade Chen Xuelian, your parents have arrived early. Come and meet them with us. Feng Jing and Jiang Zhaohan were standing in my main room, like 2 pieces of furniture. What? Said Feng Jing's mother, very quietly, is the background of Chen Xuelian's parents. I don't know, anybody Division. Wang Jianjun Wu goes out to receive in person outranks him. And she looked at her daughter and said, with the particular exhaustion of a woman who has spent 30 years surviving by reading runes, you idiot. You picked a fight with her without knowing what her family was, and you were dragged us all into it. Your good days are finished. You will cry for this. The senior officers saluted and shook hands, and then an orderly opened the middle door and helped 2 people out of the back seat, and everyone shouted at once, Welcome Comrade Li Haoming to the 165th Division. He was 52, in a senior officer's uniform, and his hair was white. He came down out of that jeep with a limp in his right leg and returned the salute like a man half his age, and I stood there behind the division commander, doing arithmetic I did not want to do. 52, white, limping, His wife was under 50 and beautifully turned out, and she did not look at a single officer. She came straight through them. Xuelian. My darling girl. Manhua has finally seen you. She had my head against her shoulder before I had decided anything, and her arms went round me like she thought I might get away. Duayan. I am sorry. I've been such a bad mother. I didn't even know my own daughter had been switched. How have you been for 20 years? Did they hit you? Did they curse you? It's my fault, Din. If I had been the least bit careful, I would not have raised my enemy's daughter for 20 years, and every time I think of it. She was crying so hard, my collar was wet through, and half a division was standing in my courtyard, and I would like to report that every one of them found something to look at. Here is what I actually felt, and I am going to be honest, because I've been honest about everything else. I felt nothing that belonged to me. That is not my mother. My mother died in an aircraft when I was 15 and I have not stopped being angry about it for a single day. But the girl who had lived in this body had spent 20 years being nobodies and had died in a bed in a steel mill dormitory because her mother sold her, and there was a woman in front of me who had been looking for her the whole time and had not known it. So I said, Ju Mei Ho. The past is past, you don't have to carry it. I felt her whole body change. She had spent the entire drive rehearsing what to do if I refused to call her that. Xuelian. I never expected you'd call me Zhou Meiwa. She put her palm against my cheek and cried harder and said, You should have grown up like this, you're more beautiful than I was. And then my father came over. He came slowly, and he stopped an arm's length away, which I understood later. He did not think he had the right to touch me. Xuelian. I'm your father, I'm sorry, I was at a base when your mother gave birth. You lost 20 years of your parents. You must have suffered a great deal. So I told them. Not all of it, and not the worst of it, just the shape. That she had washed her brother's diapers at 6. That she had cooked and done the laundry from 8. That her teachers had paid her tuition because her parents wouldn't. That she had skipped grades and graduated university at 18 and been dragged back to that flat so her salary could be collected. That she had been sold for 300 yuan to a divorced man of 42. I did not tell them she had died of it. I will never tell them that. My father did not shout it. He stood in a mud courtyard and said in a very quiet voice, to nobody, It is not enough to send them to a farm. And an officer beside him turned and went to find a telephone. Daughter, said Zhou Meihua, your father and I failed to protect you, don't be sad. I know what he was doing. Because I do. I come from the other end of it. In the 50s they took the men who could build the things this country needed and they put them somewhere secret and cut them off from the world, and some of them did not write home for a decade, and that is why I have the century I have. He heard me say it and something went through his face that I did not know how to look at. Xuelian, you're grown. And I haven't raised you for a single day. And Zhu Meihua said, My Xuelian is married and I wasn't at the wedding. We missed all of it. If you had grown up with us, you'd have had your brother to spoil you. She said it lightly, and then she stopped being able to. She had missed lifting a child over her head, teaching her to speak, teaching her to walk. The first day of school. 20 years of holding an umbrella over somebody in the rain. I took out a handkerchief and wiped her face, and my eyes went, and I want to be clear that they did not go for me. They went for the girl who did not live to see this. Come inside, I said. It's cold, we've made food. They came into my house and were served tea by a division commander personally, and Fang Jiang and Chen Xuelian and their families were standing against the wall watching an old man in an unfamiliar uniform get treated like a visiting saint. And Chen Xuelian, who had never in her life been able to leave a silence alone, said to Fang Jiang, in a stage whisper, "So he's not a high-ranking officer at all. Just a civilian cadre doing research. No military power. What's he putting on airs for?" Now, Li Haoming had come with a personal guard detail from the provincial military region. One of those men was standing 4 feet away. I have never seen anything move that fast. He had a pistol out of his waistband and against her forehead before her sentence had finished arriving in anyone's ears. "MP. Who are you?" he said. "To slander a scientist of the state?" And then, every other man in that detail drew. 8 people, in my main room, at gunpoint. The children started screaming. "Comrade, don't shoot, we live here. My husband is the 2nd Regiment Political Commissar. Ask Chen Xuelian. She knows us. Guo Wenhei, our dad really is a soldier." "How could a commander's family behave like this?" said the guard captain. "State your real identities." And then in front of the entire room, Fang Jing's mother let go of her daughter's arm and stepped sideways. "Comrade guard, our family and hers are not the same side. Her nonsense has nothing to do with us." "Comrade guard," said Fang Jing, "our position is different from hers. We respect researchers. We didn't say anything. I watched Zhang Gaohen's face do something I hope I never see again." "Fang Jing, you dragged me here to settle scores with her. Do you sell me out now?" "You Fang Jing," said Zhang Xiaohan's mother. "If you hadn't told us to bring the children to the banquet, we would never have come. And you're worse. You call Chen Xuelian filthy names in your own house every single day." "Comrade guard, my daughter only said it because she encouraged her." "That's a lie. Comrade guard, don't listen to her. She has ideological problems of her own." "Fang Jing, don't try to shirk it. You started this. You corrupted my daughter." "Comrade guard, we're innocent. They're framing us." 8 people, 3 generations, tearing each other apart in my main room at gunpoint over a sentence one of them had said out loud. The guard captain got tired of it in about 40 seconds. "Take them out, interrogate them in the yard." They went out past the water tap under a dozen barrels, with the entire compound standing in the path holding buckets. And that was the arena. Not a meeting, not a committee. 40 women and 30 children and the queue for the water I had installed, all watching 2 women in wool coats being marched out of my courtyard with their hands up. I did not arrange it. I want that clear. I did not have to. Something happened outside that I did not see, and did not ask about, and only heard as a sound. Zhao Han went down in the path and did not get up. Inside, my father put down his teacup. "Wang Jianjun Wu, are the people making trouble outside connected to Xuelian?" Which is a very polite way of asking whether somebody has been bullying his daughter. Wu got about halfway through a diplomatic sentence, so I finished it for him. Du Meihua, Li Haoming. Those 2 came after me. They'd wanted to introduce Wang Jianjun to other women, and he came home on leave and married me instead. They were unhappy. They worked at the service cooperative, and they were arrogant about it. I complained to the logistics director and they lost their posts. After I was appointed to the medical department, they got worse, and I was also at fault. I didn't back down, and it escalated. My father said, without any heat at all, "If somebody bullies you, you fight back. You did nothing wrong and there is no reason to feel guilty. We Chinese should not have this idea of endurance. It is precisely because we were taught to endure that we were trampled for 1,000 years." Zhou Meihua said, "Julian, come home with us. Your parents will protect you. Nobody in our compound behaves like that." And I had to say no, and I had to make it hold. Just because if I lived with them, my father is the most intelligent man in this country, and he would work out what I am inside a year. And if he learned that his real daughter had died in a dormitory before he ever saw her face, it would kill him. And because he is a weapons researcher, and there is a version of that discovery where they do not treat me as a daughter at all. Zhu Meihua, I'm married. If I left Wang Jin would be heartbroken. Then transfer him to my region, said my father immediately. I believe he can serve the country there as well. You young people should put your energy into building the country, not into the trivial affairs of neighbors. And every single officer in that room went absolutely rigid. Because he had just proposed removing the best regimental commander and the newest medical asset the 165th Division had, in one sentence. Over tea. Wu got there first. Comrade Li Haoming, please don't to worry about Chen Xuelian's safety. We are revoking those wives' right to live in the compound and we will work on their husbands. They will not disturb her again. Chen Xuelian has been here a very short time and has already contributed a great deal. We need her here and we will give her a platform. Wang Jin loves this division, said the deputy commander. He trained the 1st Regiment himself. The soldiers follow him. The country needs commanders like him on that border. And Dong Haoran, who had learned something about me in the last week, changed the subject to the only thing that would work. Comrade Chen Xuelian is now section chief of traditional medicine. She arrived and invented 2 effective medicines. She stopped an outbreak. She built an automatic herb cutter, a conveyor, and a grinder out of scrap. She solved the compound's water supply with a pump she built herself. Would you like to see the workshop after lunch? Praise a man's daughter. It is the only lever that has ever worked on a father in the history of the world. I'll go and look, said Li Haoming, and smiled. Lunch was extremely educational. Nobody picked up their chopsticks. My father sat there perfectly relaxed while an officer took a set of steel instruments out of a case, put a spoonful of every dish into a separate bowl, carried it aside and tested it. Then his aides ate first. 12 minutes later, the officer came back and said, "You may eat, sir." And my father ate only out of that bowl, which meant I could not serve my own father food, which is the one thing a daughter is supposed to do. 10 years ago, said Zhou Meihua, seeing my face, agents bribed our cook. The nanny ate first and was taken ill. After that they made it a system. And the chief of staff started asking my father about the explosion. I ate rice and said nothing. The battle was a stalemate, said one of the division's own researchers. Then their ambush points went up simultaneously. We assumed a friendly unit. Our own agents are rolled out. It was night and radar detected no aircraft. This victory is suspicious enough that we haven't withdrawn from the line. So our own people had already noticed. Of course they had. These are not fools. These are the men who built this country out of nothing while paying off a debt with grain. My father thought about it for a while. If we roll out a magnetic storm, he said, then a new weapon exists. More advanced than anything we know of. It delivers ordnance, silently. It evades radar, which means it is very small. I put more rice in my mouth. Comrade Li Haoming, said Wu, would you like to see the site? And that is how I ended up going to the front. He insisted. Of course he insisted. He was a weapons man and somebody had just deployed something he could not identify. They cleared it with the minister by telephone, and Wu came back beaming and said that the minister had approved it and instructed him to guarantee my father's safety, and that he had personally promised to take a bullet for him. An armored escort took us to the line, and a regiment came out to meet us. At a jog, and a man in a filthy uniform saluted and reported. Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun. 1st Regiment, reporting for the security mission. My mother looked him over from top to bottom and made a small approving noise. Had no idea who these people were. Nobody had told him. He looked at 2 experts staring at him with expressions that did not fit the situation and clearly thought. Comrades of my father's. Wang Jianjun Wang, said Wu. This is Comrade Li Haoming. The name alone was enough. Wang Jianjun saluted again at volume. Greetings, Elder Li. And then his eyes went past the officers, hunting, and found me. I stepped out from behind them and saluted him. Greetings, Wang Jun Wang. He looked at me for exactly 1 second longer than protocol allows. Hello, Dr. Chen. Everybody smiled at the ground. I thought, as hard as I could, it is that I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want my personal business landing on you at the front, and my father decided this at the last minute. And he answered it out loud, in front of 11 senior officers, without a flicker. We were preparing a counterattack on Height 72, when their bunker exploded on its own. We assumed a bomb. We found nothing afterward. I did not understand at the time how strange that was. He walked us up the ridge and answered my father's questions for an hour. Did you see or hear a small aircraft? Did they fire into the air first? What did the smoke look like? Have you found fragments or unfamiliar metal? The 1st Regiment had 3 battalions out patrolling 10 miles of ground so that one old man could walk on a hillside. And Wang Jianjun had, 3 days earlier, personally swept Height 72 for anything that might have survived. He had gone over that ground, looking for pieces of a weapon that would have identified his wife as the most dangerous object in Asia, and he had done it alone, and he had never mentioned it to me. My father dug down 3 feet, in 4 places, and found nothing at all. Bring me prisoners. They brought 3. Their languages are close enough that they could answer him directly. And they said the same thing, Wang Jianjun had said, and they said it with a specific flat terror of men describing something they still do not have a word for. He straightened up eventually. We won this battle with the help of a third party. They are friendly, not hostile, or country Y would not have opened negotiations, and that third party does not want us to know who they are. Everybody let out a breath. I let out a breath. And while the officers were talking, my husband put his hands behind his back and hooked my little finger with his and did not let go. I put a sweet in his palm. Xiu. On the way back down, he said, in front of my parents, Zhu Meihua. Li Haoming, I'm sorry I couldn't receive you properly. I'm on a mission. I'll make it up to you. And my mother said, Jianjun, don't worry about trivia. We're all soldiers. When the uniform is on, the country comes before the family. Stay alert. Watch for their raids. Look after yourself. We drove away and I looked back once. Afterward, his soldiers came up to him like puppies. Wang Jianjun, your wife is so beautiful. Naturally, he said. Wang Jianjun, tell us the love story. Blind date, who fell first? It was mutual and immediate. Then he put them all back on the hill, and then, 5 minutes later, he asked his orderly, do I smell? No? No sour smell? He lifted his own sleeve and sniffed it. Everyone smells. Wang Jianjun, it's been half a month. He stood there with a face like a man who has failed an inspection. He had not washed, or shaved, or cleaned his hands. His wife had smelled of soap. If he had known she was coming, he would have washed his face. Then he put his hand in his pocket and took out one white rabbit sweet, unwrapped it very carefully, and ate it. Did that come from? My wife gave it to me. I didn't see sister-in-law give you anything. I took it out of her pocket. His orderly told me that story 2 months later, and I had to sit down. My parents stayed 3 days. My father spent the first afternoon at a desk in my guest room drawing, and my mother pulled me into the other room and shut the door and started at the beginning, with being pregnant with me. I wanted a daughter. I craved spicy food the whole time. They say sour for a boy, spicy for a girl, and they were right. Then, how did you grow up? So I told her, in more detail than I had in the yard, and she cried again and apologized again, and I wiped her face again, and at some point I stopped keeping score of which one of us it was for. I asked her whether they were satisfied with Wang Jianjun. Very. It's only that you're so far away. And then, carefully, have you considered working in our region? I could look after you when the baby comes. We must never let a child be switched again. She had been carrying that for 20 years, and it had made her afraid of hospitals. Manhua. I've started my own household. I can face weather. I'm doing well here. If I'm ever in real difficulty, I promise I'll ask you. She heard the whole thing, including the part I didn't say. Then what can I do for you? And I understood that this was the actual question. Not what do you need, tell. What can I be allowed to do? Teach me to cook, I said. I'm not good at it. What do you and Li Haoming like? I'll make it myself. She looked genuinely delighted for about 2 seconds and then said, I'm not much of a cook either. We brought a chef. We sat there for a moment. Then how do you look after him? We talk, she said. His brain is tired at the end of a day, so he needs to be off duty. We put music on and talk about anything at all, and he rests. The most important thing between a husband and wife is being able to talk to each other, about ideas and about how you live. Then, in a much lower voice. Are you compatible in that respect too? Are you expecting? Jal, Manhua. Here is no rush, she said, entirely unbothered. Build the relationship first, debtor. Once children come, 1,000 small things wear at you, and you need something underneath to fall back on. When you argue, you have to be able to remember why. That night she slept in my bed. When you were little, I never held you, and I never slept beside you. Tonight, I am going to hold you properly and sing you to sleep. Xuelian, did that woman ever sing to you? And I said no, because in that girl's memory there is not one single instance of it. From the age of 5, all the holding went to the second daughter. When the eldest did something wrong, she was hit, or she was cursed. When the 3 boys came, whatever was left, evaporated. She had believed for 2 decades that this was simply what being the eldest meant. My poor girl, said my mother into my hair. You've had such a hard time. I am so sorry. I am all right. Manhua, dar. Bitterness first, sweetness after. I am doing very well now. Then I said, my real mother is the prettiest, and she laughed with her whole face wet and said, my daughter is the prettiest, and I lay there in the dark in 1970 and had the strangest thought of my life, that this body had my name and my face, that the girl who died in it had lived in this era first, that maybe she was me, once, and I am simply the second time around. I have never told anyone that. I am telling you because you asked for the whole thing. I also asked about his leg. He was shot coming home, she said, on the way back from America. Several attempts. Several of the comrades protecting us were killed. They got the bullet out, but the nerve was damaged, and there was nothing they could do about that then. He has rheumatism in it every winter. He says a weak country has no diplomacy. Says if we don't get strong quickly, we will be beaten again. And he works. So, the next morning I wrote him a prescription. His personal physician insisted on testing it, and then the chef tested it, and then my mother tested it, and it turns out that when you build a decoction properly it tastes quite good, and by the end of the day all 3 of them wanted their pulses taken. My father drank the first bowl and said he could feel his circulation. I brought him a second bowl while the doctor was not looking and put a few drops of the well in it. He woke up the next morning, put his right leg on the floor, stood on it, and walked across the room without the limp. Xuelian, that medicine of yours works. My rheumatism didn't come this morning. Look, my leg straightens further. The pull I get when I walk has gone. Zhao Manhua actually shrieked. It's a formula that dispels cold and wind and supplements kidney qi, I said, conservatively. It happened to match Li Haoming's pattern. It won't do that for everyone. The physician gave him a full examination and could not explain a single thing about it, and then he asked me for a prescription too. That afternoon, the director of the Divisional Weapons Institute arrived at my house to measure a plot of ground next to it for a research laboratory, and found the section chief of traditional medicine taking the pulse of a national scientist's bodyguard. He heard about the limp and I watched him revise his estimate of me on the spot. I was, by that point, running out of ways to be ordinary. Here is the rest of that visit, quickly. I made my father a desk lamp out of a torch, some batteries, a hollowed length of bamboo and a shade woven from split cane, because the compound had no electricity and he was drawing at night. He was so pleased with it that I had to leave the room. He asked whether I would research aircraft with him. I said the weapon that hit country Y was probably very small, possibly the size of a mosquito, and he sat up so fast he knocked the tea. Brilliant. With the right sensors, it could fly at night. Bold assumption, Chen Xuelian. It might be correct, and my mother told an entire room of researchers that human beings imagine before they build, and that before the aeroplane, flying was considered the daydream of idlers. She was defending her daughter with a philosophy of science. I have never been prouder of anyone in my life. 2 nights later I took the entrance examination for the Divisional Weapons Institute. The institute was inside a mountain, 3 checkpoints, a kilometer of tunnel before you saw a single light, 20-odd researchers, all men, and every one of them had heard that a girl was being brought in by her father. So they had sat up the previous night making the paper harder. The director winced when he read it. My father read it and said, "These are excellent questions, well designed." The man who had set them started to sweat. 3 papers. I read all 3 from beginning to end without writing anything for 22 minutes, because that is how you take an examination, and the entire room decided I was drowning. Then I drank some water, picked up a pen, and started with the last question, because the hard ones are always at the end. 45 minutes. Public marking, at my father's insistence. They passed the papers around the room and could not find a single error, and one of them noticed that I had done the calculation without an abacus. Then I asked whether there was a practical, and the room went quiet in an entirely different way. There was a blank board, a schematic, and a dozen trays of components. And I put on the dust coat and the shoe covers and the gloves without being told, which was itself half the exam. I placed and soldered the whole board. And then I asked for rosin paste. That was the moment I won. Not the papers. A woman. Asking for rosin. Because rosin stops the joint oxidizing and makes it stronger. And only somebody who has actually done this for years knows to ask. I wired it up and tested it. It worked. Full marks, said the director. Old Lee, your daughter is extremely bright. Then I made my request, and it was not the one they expected. I want to work from home in the family compound. It makes it easier to keep my post at the hospital. The real reason is that I have 3 supermarkets and a robot doctor, and it is very hard to do research when 20 men can see your hands. The second real reason is that if I put everything into work, I will neglect my husband, and I have watched what that does. They built me a locked laboratory beside my house with a guard on it, which solved the division commander's problem about my safety at the same time, and everybody went home pleased. My father gave me one piece of advice before he left and I have kept it. Xuelian, your temperament is like mine at your age. You are gifted and proud, and that is exactly the sort of person people resent. Before you have achieved anything, restrain the arrogance. I agreed to the private laboratory for that reason. Working quietly on your own is efficient, but when you do need help, you will find it harder to get. Be ready for that. And my mother said, be like water, yielding and firm. But if somebody genuinely bullies you, don't force yourself to endure it. When it is time to strike, don't hesitate. Your parents are behind you. They left me 20,000 yuan in cash, a stack of grain coupons, and dozens of cloth coupons. I took it because refusing it would have hurt them. I walked them to the edge of the compound and came home, and the house was very quiet. 2 nights later, a military vehicle came up the path at midnight and somebody hammered on my gate. Section Chief Liu, there's been a mine incident. The director requests you at the medical department. I had by pure luck not gone into the space to sleep. How many? 5 soldiers and 1 commander. Lin Guang said it while he was already driving. And something in my chest went completely cold, because if it were 5 soldiers they would not need a traditional medicine specialist at midnight. Is the commander Wang Jianjun? He did not answer straight away, which was the answer. 3rd Battalion was pursuing a group of country Y soldiers into the forest and went into a minefield. The Y soldiers went in first, as bait, deliberately. They didn't care about their own lives. Pressure mines, well hidden. Wang Jianjun, Wang went in to clear them and get his men out. Pressure mines are the ones that fire when you take the weight off, so you cannot move. You stand there while somebody else lies down in the dark and cuts the fuse with their hands. Everything you have seen in a film about swapping a rock for your foot is fiction. If the weight is wrong, you die. Where is he hurt? Abdomen and legs. The director is operating. Is he conscious? He isn't. It doesn't look good. Drive to the operating room door. And while that jeep took a mountain road at a speed I do not want to think about, I gave the medical robot in my space a full pre-operative order and listened to it lay out instruments in a warehouse 80 years from now. The building was lit up. There were men out of their beds in the corridors, furious, saying things about country Y that I am not going to repeat. A nurse got me a coat and a mask and opened the door. He was on the table under a light with an oxygen tube in his nose and a monitor going too fast, and there was not much of his uniform left. And I stood there and thought, absolutely clearly, this is what it costs. I had made a rule about the butterflies. Once, and never twice. I had been very pleased with that rule, disciplined, and it was correct, and it was the reason 100 men on that hillside went home. And it is also the reason Country Y stopped fighting in the open and started sending men into minefields as bait. Because when you cannot win a battle, you make the other side pay for the ground one pair of legs at a time. There is no version of this where you save everyone. Then the monitor changed and a nurse shouted, and the director started compressions. I'll do it, I said, and moved in. He did not believe I could and did not stop, which is exactly what I wanted, because it meant everybody was looking at his hands. I got in beside the table, ran my fingers across my husband's mouth, and put 4 drops of spring water into the crease of his lips. 6 seconds. His heart rate's back. The whole room made a sound. Continue, said the director. And I stood in the corner and did not move again for 2 hours. They finished. His signs were better than when he came in. The medical staff had brought me into that room because they thought they were giving a wife the chance to say goodbye, and instead they were now looking at a monitor with a normal trace on it and telling each other, in low voices, that they had never seen love do that before. Section Chief Lu. 24-hour observation. You'll stay. Watch the trace and call me for anything. They left. I locked the door from the inside and brought out the doctor. Master, what are your orders? Examine him. If he needs a second procedure, do it now. It scanned him head to foot in about 90 seconds. Master, the procedure was correct and his signs are stable. However, the sutures are non-absorbable. The needle holes are large. Healing will take at least a month. They will require removal and there will be scarring. Shall I replace them with absorbable suture? The hospital director was going to look at those wounds every day for a week. Don't touch the sutures. Why isn't he awake? Blood loss. He is type A. Shall I draw type A from the blood bank? I had stockpiled plasma. Of course, I had stockpiled plasma. I had stockpiled everything. I am also type A, and I am going to have children, and there are reasons a husband and wife should not exchange blood. W? Use the best type A we have. And I sat on a stool at 1 in the morning in 1970 and watched a machine from 2055 run a transfusion into a border officer, and watched the color come back into his mouth. Then somebody knocked on the door. Section Chief Lu. How is Wang Jianjun Wang? Is he awake? In May. I put the robot away in half a second. He is awake. The trace is normal. Section Chief Lu. Why is this door locked from the inside? Open it. Let me see. I am changing his trousers. It is too convenient. Come back in an hour. Do you need help, Gal? Be careful of the wound. I can manage. She stood outside listening for a while, which I could hear, and then went away, and came back 5 minutes later with the director of the hospital. Section Chief Lu. I am here to check the surgical site. Open the door. His signs are normal. D. Please come back in an hour. I hear you are changing Wang Jianjun Wang's trousers. You must not move him. He is to being changed, I said, at volume through a closed door with the transfusion line running. He wet them. There was a small silence in the corridor. And on the table behind me, Wang Jianjun opened his eyes and said, When did I wet my trousers? He looked at the needle in his arm and the line running into it. And I watched him work out in about 2 seconds why his wife had just announced his continence to a corridor. Chen Xuelian. His voice was in pieces. Director, he called out. And he put every gram of parade ground he had left into it. I am awake. I am fine. My wife and I have something to discuss. Outside, the director said, delightedly. He's awake a full day early. Let's go. Come back in an hour. A young nurse said quietly. Director, they say there's a lucid interval before the end. What nonsense is that? Snapped the head nurse. Does that voice sound like a man dying? And Section Chief Lu is not stupid. If it were that, she'd have called us. They left. I finished the transfusion, put the line in the bed away, and had the robot check him again. Master 2. Your wound is healing very well. You no longer need the transfusion. Wang Jianjun looked this refined creature up and down and said, He's rather good-looking. He's a machine. Fortunately, then he said, Julian, thank you for saving me. We're husband and wife, live and stay with me. You're so good, he said. How could I bear to go first? And then his face changed, and he said the thing he had actually been lying there thinking about. With injuries like these, I'll be transferred out to a civilian post. I pinched the crease between his eyebrows. You just watched a robot that can cure cancer. What is this scratch to me? And I am a doctor. You will be better than you were inside 3 months. I guarantee it. And if you really can't stay in the army, I added, lifting my chin, come with me. Your wife is a military doctor at deputy battalion rank. Her family is entitled to housing. All right, he said, and he was smiling now. I'll do the laundry and the cooking for my wife. Good boy. And the childcare. He tried to sit up to kiss me, and somebody knocked on the door. Section Chief Lu, open up. I've come to clean. I knew that voice. Who is she? A nurse. You have a small grudge with her. Try not to let her near you. Wang Jianjun's eyebrows came down. My wife has been here 2 weeks and somebody is bullying her, and a nurse at that. What am I? Decorative. Chen Mei came in with a mop and concern painted on. Section Chief Lu, are you all right? Fine. Wang Jianjun was badly hurt. Don't worry too much. I'm not worried. She looked at me. No tears, no red eyes. A wife who is not falling apart. He's blind, she said. There are so many good women in the world and he married one with no feeling for him. Then professionally. The first 24 hours are critical. And you lock the door from the inside. The whole staff was worried. About what? That you might do something rash. That you'd think his heart had stopped and want to follow him. She let a beat go by. Though looking at how relaxed you are, clearly you wouldn't. I put down what I was holding. If I wouldn't, I said, who would? Chen Mei. You don't happen to be fond of my husband, do you? Before we married he told me he'd never had a single entanglement and was completely innocent. Her face went through 4 things in about a second and a half, and none of them were denial. Since we're not rivals, I said. Why have you been picking at me from the first day? Why does his name keep turning up in your sentences? Where did I pick at you? You act superior and I can't stand it. And you've been here 5 minutes and you've already caused trouble for the wives. Do you think anyone likes you? Plenty of people like me. A very small number envy me. Everyone knows I was appointed by the leadership on ability. Perhaps the ability is too obvious. But you and I aren't even in competition for a post. And since you have no designs on my husband, I genuinely cannot work out why your mind is so dark. You're overthinking. Then, she went for the soft place. Chen Xuelian, don't be so proud. Wang Jianjun is finished. He'll be transferred out and once he's a civilian, nobody will spoil you. Funny, I said. I was about to say the same to you. Isn't your disciplinary decision due? You'll be the one transferred out, surely. And as for Wang Jianjun, even if he doesn't recover well, he can live here on my rank and I will support him for the rest of his life. Don't make it sound so noble. In a few days you'll find him a nuisance. And military marriages are hard to dissolve. Don't think you can walk away from it. I have never once thought about divorce, I said. Even if Wang Jianjun were crippled, he is my man. You have no opening. She went past me to mop and looked at the bed. He was awake, and bandaged everywhere, and his face was entirely undamaged, and I watched her fall for him all over again in real time, which I would describe as the single most embarrassing thing I have ever witnessed. Then he looked at her, and the temperature in the room fell about 4 degrees. Did director he send you to clean? It's my job. Then there's no need to force your way in, and no need to pretend concern for my wife while making remarks at her. Go Yan Lu. You wouldn't happen to want me dead of these injuries, would you? That's not it at all. Wang Jianjun, you've misunderstood. And then she made her one real play. Wang Jianjun, Chen Xuelian is not what you think. She has been here 2 weeks, and she has taken the compound apart. Wives have lost their jobs at the service cooperative and at the canteen. She told logistics to put them into a cooperative raising pigs and growing vegetables while she got herself a good post at the hospital. You have no idea how many of them hate her now. When this war ends, your own subordinates will hate you too, and it will damage morale. There was a pause. Oh, said Wang Jun. So my wife has that kind of ability. He was. I could hear it, delighted. I was worried she was young and new and would be isolated and bullied. It seems she can protect herself. Guo Yanlu. The bond between soldiers is forged on a training ground and on a battlefield. It is not affected by our wives' household matters. Our rifles point the same way. You are a soldier too. Don to be narrow and don't measure other people with your own ruler. Wang Jun, you can take her word alone and offend your own brothers for her sake. My wife and I have been talking. She has not said one bad word about anyone. That's because she does to dare. She has nearly destroyed the 2nd Regiment commander and the political commissar, and you are still defending her. He turned his head and looked at me, honestly surprised. Why did it go that far? That's about how it will end, I said. And thought very clear, it's a long story, and I am not telling it in front of her. And when a malicious person accuses you, rushing to prove your innocence is a trap that closes on you. Understood, he said out loud, to a question nobody had asked, and did not press. See, she admits it. I met the division commander 2 days ago, said Wang Jianjun. He did not mention any of this. He praised Chen Xuelian's contribution to this division to my face. I won't take your version either. Guo Yanlu, I expect you'll be disciplined by the director. Breaking military discipline is the actual mistake here. Get out, and when you reach wherever they send you, don't to put your mind to crooked uses. Try walking the straight road. That is how you live up to the uniform you had, instead of shaming the 165th. You, she said. And then, Wang Jun, marry the wrong wife and you ruin 3 generations. You'll regret this. And she went out. Xuelian, he said. Close the door. I closed it and came back and started explaining and he stopped me. Here is no need. I know you aren't a selfish person, and measured against what you have done for this country, your contribution outweighs the combined merits of my entire division. He said it with his eyes on mine and no expression at all. And it took me a second to hear the sentence underneath it. Nobody is qualified to criticize you. I like hearing that, I said. Then come here. I haven't seen my wife in a month. And he did not stop for quite a while, and then the director knocked, and I have never resented a medical professional more. The next morning he woke up at dawn, and I did not, because I had been up for 2 nights. Xuelian. I waved a hand at him and said, distinctly, let me sleep a bit longer, and went back under. He could not get up, he could not walk, and he had a problem. So he called the guard. I want to describe what woke me, which was a smell, because I am the way I am and my nervous system files a report before my eyes open. I sat up. There were 2 guards at the bedside, and my husband's hands were doing something under the blanket, and the entire situation resolved itself in my head in about a quarter of a second. Well, I thought, at least everything works. I went straight back under the covers and pretended to be asleep, which fooled nobody, because I had already said out loud, oh dear, who's wet themselves? Gee. The guards left at speed. One of them came back with alcohol and disinfected the room, which helped with the smell and not at all with anything else. I put my head out. Sorry, I overslept. Wife, said Wang Jianjun, with immense dignity, I was about to ask you for help. It's fine, they're men. As long as it wasn't a female nurse. And then I thought about it for another second, and decided it was not fine at all, because men compare, and my husband has nothing to be modest about, but nobody should be entered into that competition without consent. Jianjun, come home and recover. It'll be easier for me to look after you. At home, there is a robot doctor. At home, there's food. At home, nobody knocks. Also, I said, your wound is healing at a speed that is going to get me dissected. Then, let's go home. He also got, that morning, the news I had been dreading on his behalf. Jay came in with it wrapped in metals, which is how it is always delivered. Second-class merit for me, for the 2 medicines and the agent. Recommendation for first-class merit for him, for height 72. And for the minefield. And then the political commissar said the sentence. Comrade Wang Jianjun, rest easy. Due, your duties will be handled temporarily by Deputy Regiment Wang Jianjun Feng Wei. The fighting is finishing, and there should be no more large engagements. Everybody in that room heard what it actually was. An abdominal wound means you cannot do what a regimental commander does, so they give you the highest possible merit, because the merit determines the civilian post you get afterward, and with a first class, you might make county magistrate. It is not cruelty, it is the kindest version of the thing. I watched the light go out of my husband's eyes while he lay there and thanked them for it. So I opened my mouth in front of 6 senior officers. Sir, if Wang Jun recovers fully, can he continue to serve? Jiaoma. I know he loves the 165th. They looked at each other. If Comrade Wang Yijun recovers, and his body can take the training load, we would very much wish him to go on guarding this border. Good, I said. He will be at his pre-injury condition within 2 months. I will be responsible for it personally. To make that easier, I've applied to take him home today. Director. He, to his eternal credit, backed me. I believe Section Chief Lu's medicine can do it. Her formulas have produced effects we did not expect. And Division Wang Junwu said. Then go home and recover. Apply to Director He for anything you need. The army will always be behind you. Some things carry better from her mouth than from his. That is not a trick. That is just what a reputation is for. They carried him home on a stretcher through the middle of the compound in the middle of the afternoon, and put a wheeled hospital bed in my main room. By evening, the story had been through the whole compound twice and improved each time. Wang Jianjun Wang's being sent to Beijing. Wang Jianjun Wang is being discharged. Wang Jianjun Wang is crippled. Wang Jianjun Wang can't have children. They came all afternoon with gifts, and I received them in the yard with the inner door shut, because I was not letting anyone see the wound. Xiao Chen, I've plenty of hairs, stew this one for him. Xiao Ten, this hen doesn't lay much. Boil it. Nutrition heals wounds. Xiao Ten, 7 eggs, steam him a custard every day. Xiao Ten, red dates from my hometown. A few a day, for blood. Xiao Chen, we have too much at home, take some. Every single one of those was a lie about having too much. Thank you, I said. I'm going to stay in with him. Don't worry about us. He will be completely recovered in 2 months. They did not believe a word of it, and were extremely kind about it. Xiao Chen, think positively. There were a lot of losses this time. He's alive. That's the main thing. You have to be strong. He depends on you now. If you feel low, come to my house. And please don't do anything rash. I stood in my own yard, being counseled against suicide by 5 women with baskets, and the calmer I was, the more fragile they decided I must be underneath. That is not stupidity. In that decade, in that place, a man was the load-bearing wall. However strong a woman was, if the wall came down, the roof came down. They went home sighing. Such a pretty wife, how will she live with a crippled husband? And no children yet. She'll live like a widow. Poor girl. Do. I shut the gate, went inside and locked the door. He had turned over to face the wall, and he turned back when he heard the lock. He had heard all of it through the window. Wife, I've made you suffer. Where did I suffer? I stood in a yard and got looked after by people who meant it. It warmed me. Did they comfort you? I was glad I could fix you. Otherwise I might have cried. He reached for my nose. My wife doesn't look like the crying type. Of course not. The sky has fallen. I want to tell you what recovery actually looked like in that house because it was not romantic. It was a bucket of spring water boiled with mugwort so it would to chill him, and me cutting the remains of his uniform off with scissors. Because on the front line they do not have time to undress a man. They cut through the cloth over the wound and work. It was him going scarlet to the ears the first time and saying, "It's precisely because here is nothing good left to look at that I don't want you seeing it. I'll be left with a trauma. Treat me as a nurse." I have never been seen unclothed by a nurse, he said, with tremendous formality, which is the most 1970 sentence anyone has ever said to me. Then treat me as your wife. It was disposable adult nappies out of a supermarket that will not open for 80 years, which he examined at length and pronounced unusual, and then correctly identified as better than having his wife carry a pot in and out all day. It was a set of cotton pajamas with ties which produced the immediate suspicious question of whether I also owned men, and watch him decide that his wife had probably owned a department store. Then, because a man who cannot get out of bed and cannot watch television is a man who will lose his mind in 9 days. I brought him a model aircraft and a few other things from a century that has not happened. He turned them over in his hands with his eyes bright. Did you make these? How will you solve the materials? Not in one step. Substitutes first, in the preliminary model. Then try, he said. When do you start? My father is applying for approval. I'm the responsible party. And I watched him not ask to be on it, because he was not going to have his name on something he had not built. I'll study something else, he said, something that can be produced immediately. So I gave him a Gatling gun. I have never seen a man's face do that. Then he got it into his hands and started stripping it before he had finished being pleased, and he lay in that bed with a weapon from the future in pieces on his chest and did not sleep properly for 3 days. I'm going to develop it, he said. And then he told me the thing he had been sitting on. I have a post at the Institute too, automatic small arms. Because I lead troops, my research identity is classified. Apart from Director Feng, nobody knows. Of course he did. Military Academy, top of his year, early 60s. Senior Comrade Wang, I said, and put out my hand. Please instruct me, I wouldn't presume. I have a great deal to learn from you. 2 days later, the institute arrived with a truck. 36 chickens. 20 hares. A quarter of a pig. 50 eggs. 3 sacks of rice, 3 of flour, 5 pounds of salt, 2 crocks of lard, 4 tins of malted milk, 2 of powder. A small token, said Director Feng. Our institute's supply is different from the canteens. We have our own breeding station. He had come, as far as I could tell, to prevent us from taking our research to my father's base. I fed the chickens in my yard while Kui Zhuken leaned on the wall and said, "It seems the benefits are better at the institute. Today, the work is harder on the head." Well, yes, that's researchers' work. Not everyone can do it. Then she went quiet, and I knew what she was thinking about, which was 4 children and a closed university. And then I went out to return the gifts, hen for hen, hare for hare, eggs for eggs, 2 pounds of flour extra to every house, because the institute had given me a mountain and those women had given me their children's protein. And on the path home I met Jiang Yaohan's mother, Liu Guizhen, whose daughter was under guard awaiting a divorce and a train. "Xiao Chen, I hear your husband's a cripple. When are you leaving? Your family's so powerful, why not take him to Jing City for treatment?" And then, with her chin up, "It seems people really shouldn't do wicked things. Retribution comes so fast." I stopped walking. "What's your name?" "Liu Guizhen." "So what?" "Good. I have it." Liu Guizhen, Ji Yaohan's mother. "So what if you have it? I'm leaving this compound anyway and your man is a cripple. What can you do about it?" Then she said deliberately, "You'll be a widow the rest of your life." "And you," I said, "will spend the rest of yours in prison." I started walking. What do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I said. Sent home and locked up. And you might even catch a bullet. You have no right to put me in prison." "Do you have any idea," I said, "who you have just insulted? Go home and put that sentence in front of your neighborhood committee and see what happens to you. Because in that decade, a sentence like that, taken home and reported properly, does not get you a scolding. It gets you a file, and die." I saw it arrive on her face. "My son-in-law is a soldier too," she said, backing up. "A regimental officer. He enlisted before Wang Jianjun. He's been to the front more times. My husband and I are both soldiers. Both our fathers are soldiers. You have insulted a man wounded for this country. If you don't go to prison, who does?" And I walked to the base. She followed me. Then she ran after me. Then she got down on the path and said, Xiao Chen, I'm old. Sometimes I say the wrong thing. Can I apologize? If apologies were enough, what would we need laws for? I have been asked, since, whether that was too hard. I want to answer it properly. That woman did not insult me. She stood on a path and told a wife whose husband was at that moment lying in a bed, unable to sit up, that she was going to be a widow. And she said it for pleasure, and she said it because she had decided I was owed it. I went straight to the division political commissar and asked for him by name, and the orderly went in, and every officer in that meeting stood up because they assumed Wang Jianjun was dying. I came in and saluted and did not soften anything. Reporting. Wang Jianjun and I have been insulted. Someone called him a cripple and told me I would be a widow for life. Who? 2nd Regiment family member. Chen Xuelian's mother, Liu Guizhen. And then, for the first time in this entire century, my eyes went, and it was not on purpose, and I could not have stopped it. If she isn't punished today, more people will say it behind our backs. Please, sir. Every man in that room aged about a year. Xiao Chen, don't worry, guard, sir. Take a team to the compound and arrest Liu Guizhen. And telegraph Guoqiang's home village, have his parents brought here to accompany the army, and bring his children. I want you to notice that second order, because it took me a full day to understand what it was. That is not an arrest, that is a demolition. She tried to run. She got to the compound gate with a packed bag and discovered that without a travel permit from the logistics department, nobody leaves. Comrade, there's an emergency at home. Madam, you're mistaken. The base has already telephoned to have you held here. They pulled Guo Qiang off the line. He arrived, learned that his wife had insulted a national scientist and his mother-in-law had called a wounded regimental commander a cripple, and did the arithmetic on his own career in about 4 seconds. He filed for divorce that afternoon. The leadership approved it before dinner, and privately noted that if he had not filed, he would have been transferred somewhere with a worse view. That evening, Jing Xiuhan and her mother were driven out of the compound and escorted back to Fictitious. Both of Jing Yuan's daughters refused to go with her. They were 9 and 11 and they stood in a courtyard and told their own mother they were staying because they had worked out that a child who goes home with that woman does not have a good life. And children are extremely good at that arithmetic. Jed. I want to be clear that I did not do that to them. She did. The compound's verdict on the whole thing arrived through Ma Shufan, at volume in a neighbor's kitchen, within the hour. They've been arrested, on Division Wang Jianjun's orders. Can you guess what Chen Xuelian's father is? A scientist. Exactly, it's because we have men like that the Western powers don't dare bully us anymore. Is that a contribution? Big, said Zhou Meihiwa Wu, from behind a baby. Which is how I learned that even the worst woman in that compound had an entirely correct opinion about scientists, and that Ma Shufan had become the compound in news service, and that I would never again need to explain myself to anybody. Gu Qiang came to my gate after dark with his 2 daughters and 2 tins of malted milk. I let him in because Wang Jianjun said to. Hello, sister-in-law. I apologize for my family. Jialeo Han and her mother have been sent back to Fenicheng. We re-divorced. There is nothing between us. He nudged his daughters, and they apologized very politely for their mother and their grandmother. And I looked at 2 children doing that in a courtyard at night, and is inside. Apologized to him. He looked around my yard on the way in and saw 60 chickens and 30 hares, and I watched him understand exactly where, in the pecking order of the 165th Division, this household now sat. Huang Zhen Wang. I am sorry, I've divorced her and sent her home. Yes. But she caused you distress and I can't avoid responsibility for that. Wang Jianjun, lying flat, looking weak, said, since you're divorced, I hold nothing against you. People have different minds, some contribute to the country. Some make trouble in their own backyard. My wife's contribution to this division since she arrived is visible to everyone. She and I want to work. We would rather not be affected by this sort of thing. You can go now, I need to rest. And on the path outside, one of his daughters said, Liu Jiango, we don't have a mother now. Who's going to look after us? Your grandparents are on the train. Grandmas from the countryside, they don't care about hygiene. Then I'll find you a new mother from the city. Both girls shook their heads immediately. Which brings me to the funniest fortnight of my entire first year, and I am aware of how that sounds. Because Gu Qiang went home that night to a house with 2 children in it and discovered a number of things. There was no hot water, because somebody boiled it. There was no dinner, because somebody cooked it. His mother had been a child bride who did every piece of work in that house. Then he joined the army and the cooking squad fed him. Then his children were raised by his parents and his first wife in a village he sent money to. Then he married Zhongzhan, who could not cook either, and brought her mother, and her mother did all of it. The man was 38 years old and had never once washed a bowl. You're both old enough. Don't you know how to cook? We're too little. Other people's 7-year-olds can cook. You two are useless, Jim. Which made both of them cry loudly enough to bring the neighbors out into their yards, at which point he discovered that he had an image to protect and started apologizing. He lit the stove and got soot across his entire face. He made a bowl of plain noodles and could not find the eggs. Daughters ate it without complaint because they were hungry and because they had correctly judged the mood. Then he washed the pot. He lay awake that night thinking that a man of his rank should not be doing women's work in a kitchen, and that there was nobody to warm the bed, and that he rather missed Jiang Xuelian, and that Jiang Xuelian had made a mistake that would end his career, and that he could not go back to his home county because it was poor. Then he got up, lit the lamp, and went looking for money, because remarriage requires a bride price. Bedside table, dressing table, wardrobe, desk. Nothing. Not a coupon. Not a grain ticket. Not 1 yuan. 10 years of a regimental political commissar's salary had passed through that house, and his mother-in-law had gone through it on the way out like a comb. He searched her room and found it swept. The two girls came out with a lamp and asked what he was looking for. Where does the family keep the coupons and the money? Don't know. Do either of you have pocket money? Jiang Yaohan had given them a yuan each every month. We spent it on sweets. He very nearly said something he would have had to apologize for, and instead sent them to bed and lay in the dark understanding. At last, that he was going to have to feed 4 children, that his parents were on a train, and that he had 2 yuan of borrowing to do in the morning. He borrowed it from a neighbor who gave him 10 yuan and 10 caddies of grain coupons and then immediately tried to matchmake her own younger sister to him, a village girl of 18, brigade accountant, and he refused before she had finished the sentence, because he had married a city woman once and was not going backwards. And at breakfast in the canteen with 2 children, he looked at the nurse's table, and the nurses looked at him. Commissar Guo got divorced yesterday. His wife insulted Wang Jianjun and section chief Lu. She had it coming. He'll remarry. Not many men can stand being alone. He has 4 children, who'd be that stupid? And a plain-looking nurse named Ding Yuanwen put down her chopsticks and said, to the whole table, they say he was good to his wife, never made her do heavy work, never minded that she had daughters. It wouldn't be a bad marriage, Dal. And with 4 children already, you become a mother without going through childbirth. We're nurses. We all know what childbirth actually is. Personally, I'd rather not. The head nurse, who was married to a staff officer, said, if you're genuinely willing to be somebody's stepmother, I'll matchmake, too. And on the far side of that canteen, alone, Guo Yan Chen Mei heard every word of it. She had been demobilized that morning. Not transferred. Demobilized. Which means no assigned post at the other end, no unit, no housing, and a train ticket. Director. He had told her that they were handling it internally and keeping it out of her file, and that this was the mercy. Dean, will this affect my ability to marry? It's not in your file, so, no. Could I marry a soldier? I love the army. If I married a comrade with correct ideology, he could reform my thinking. Do you? And director, he, who was extremely tired and had 4 wards to walk, said that when she got there she could marry whoever she liked. So she went and bought a bag of sweets, a bottle of malted milk, and a bottle of good liquor, and everyone in the service cooperative assumed she was going to apologize to me. She did not come to my house. She went straight to Guo Qiang's, because she had asked Fang Jing to matchmake her to my husband once, and therefore knew exactly which courtyard was which. He was coming back with 2 buckets of water. Guo Yanlu, who are you looking for? Commissar Guo. I knew Chen Xuelian. I'm off duty. I came to see the children. Thank you. They're at school. There's no need to trouble yourself. She had expected more. Are they all right? Children that age can't sleep without their mother. Then warmly, I know Chen Xuelian made a mistake. But your daughters are lovely and they'll be so sad without a mother's love. And you have to fetch the water and cook and mind them yourself. Doesn't that affect your work? And he understood and did not know where to look. Shh. Commissar Guo. My family wants me to go back and work in the civilian sector. But I love the army. I'd rather find a reliable man here and settle. Then she bit her lip and let her eyes go red, which she had practiced and which works. He put down the buckets and wiped his forehead and did his level best not to look pleased. Dan Lu. I'm flattered. But my situation is complicated. 2 daughters here, a son and a daughter arriving in a few days, and my parents are farmers. I've sent everything home for years and saved nothing. I couldn't produce a bride price. If you married me, you would be marrying hardship. Commissar Guo, you've misunderstood me entirely. 2. I don't care about money or things. As long as husband and wife are of one mind, life gets better. I only care whether you would be good to me. She had in her head the following plan. An Jiaohan controlled that entire household. So if I control the salary, nothing else matters. 180 a month feeds anyone. My parents are factory workers. They taught me to look at a man's character. Everyone says you take care of your family and you're filial to your parents. That is exactly the husband I've been looking for. And she blushed, and she is very good looking. And Guo Qiang felt about 9 years younger. Jiang Yaohan had never once praised him. Not in 10 years. Then I'll submit a marriage application in 2 months. Could we submit it today? And every alarm in his head went off at once. Gu Yanlu, did you do something? Have you been dismissed from the hospital? No, I'm due to be transferred back tomorrow. It's already approved. I came to see the children today, and then I saw you, and I don't want to go. If you persuade me with actions, I'll stay. Of course, if you don't think much of me, forget I said it. Give the sweets to the children. And she put the bag in his hands and turned and walked away, which is the last and best move in that entire repertoire, and it has worked on 10,000 men. He did not follow. He stood in his own gateway holding a bag of sweets and thought, I want a wife. But I am not marrying a woman today who wants to marry me today. I need to find out what she did. And he did not know anyone in the medical department well, except the head nurse, who is the logistics minister's wife, and the section chief of traditional medicine, who is Wang Jianjun's wife, whose family he had just spent 3 days apologizing to. Chen Mei got about 400 meters down the path before she understood that nobody was coming. She had chosen a man out of a canteen and gone to collect him, and a twice-married political commissar with 4 children had looked at her and decided to check her references. She went back to the dormitory and packed. Ding Yuanyuan came in that evening with a paper bag of snacks for the journey, because they had trained at the same health school and served 2 years in the same unit, and because Ding Yuanyuan was the kind of person who does that. The head nurse said you're going home tomorrow, here, for the train. They had never been friends. Chen Mei had spent 2 years using her as a background against which to be pretty. Thank you, said Chen Mei. And she got on the train in the morning, and I never saw her again, and about 6 weeks later Ding Yuanyuan married Guo Qiang and turned out to be extremely good at it, and both of his daughters cried at the wedding for the ordinary reason. That is what my mother-in-law's generation means when they say life settles its own accounts. I did not have to do a single thing. Here is where I am now, and then I'll stop. It is the middle of winter. My husband is on his feet. He did it this morning. He got both hands on the frame of that hospital bed and he put his weight through his legs and he stood up in the middle of our main room and he was shaking, and he was furious about the shaking, and I stood there with my hands out and did not touch him because he would never have forgiven me. 2 months. I told 6 senior officers. It has been 6 weeks. There is a laboratory attached to my house now with a guard on the door. There is a project with my name on it as responsible party and my father's signature under it. I have 2 salaries and a second-class merit and 20,000 yuan in a tin, and a factory worker in this country makes 30 yuan a month. Jing's family status was revoked. She went back to the city she came from, with her mother, and with the thing in her neck, and the last I heard she was on a waiting list at a hospital where nobody has ever heard of me. I did not do that either. I told her about it in a courtyard while she was insulting me, and she called me a liar, and that was the only warning she was ever going to get. Xiaobao has 11 words now. 4 of them are food. And here is what I actually lie awake about. The butterflies went out one time. 1 night, 1 target, no fragments, no second run. I was extremely proud of that rule. And it worked so well that the country noticed. Somewhere south of here there is a hillside that a national scientist dug 3 feet into and walked away from, unsatisfied. He has written a report. He has requested approval for a project. He is, at this moment, in a base I am not cleared to know the location of, thinking very hard about a weapon that flies silently at night and leaves nothing behind. He is the most intelligent man in this country. He does not give up on problems, and he is my father. They pinned a merit on me for capturing an agent and I took it, and I would take it again. But there is another one out there that nobody has pinned on anybody, for a battle that was won by a swarm of moths, and every month that goes past without an explanation, this country gets a little more determined to find out who did it. So, I am going to build them the mosquito. Badly at first, out of the wrong materials, slowly enough to be believable, and just fast enough that when they finally find the thing that saved Height 72, it will have my father's approval stamp on the front of it, and my name on the drawings, and the answer to the question will be a girl who was sold for 300 yuan. That is the only way I know to pay a debt to an era. My husband, incidentally, has taken the Gatling apart 4 times and put it back together 3, and has opinions about the feed mechanism. He is standing in my doorway right now, on his own legs, holding the frame, watching me and refusing to sit down. Ask me in a year whether I regret any of it. Actually, Don, ask him. He'll tell you. He heard me thinking about it.